Welcome everyone to Legends of Runeterra Masters Europe, day number 4 of the group stage here. We've seen a lot of games already, a full round of the round robins, but we have a lot more in store for you guys today. My name is Impetuous Panda, and I'll be casting alongside Max. Max, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling awesome. I'm really looking forward to today's games. I hope that they live up to the hype of yesterday's games. Yesterday's matches were fantastic, and I fully believe that today's games are not going to be any different.
And because we are in day 4, things can kind of be decided in a way for who's eliminated and who goes through mathematically, because some teams are already 3-0, like Czechia. So if they win a game here, they're not 100% guaranteed, but it would have to be, some kind of miracle for them not to make it through. And the same for teams like Norway, they're 0-3. If they lose today, they're 100% out basically. So a lot is going to be happening. But first, we're going to check out, I think, the matches for yesterday. Kind of a quick recap over what happened yesterday, or this looks like the schedule for today actually. So Portugal versus Russia, starting off. Two teams that are currently at the bottom of the group, Group B. They're both 1-2. So this is kind of whoever wins here is getting closer to maybe getting that second spot and maybe making it out. Whoever loses is going to have a very, very tough time making it out in the last two days.
Very interesting game, honestly. I think this one is going to be a barn burner just to start us off with, right? Because it's going to be not do or die quite yet, but it's almost there, right? Like going 1-3 to start off your first 4 games puts you in a really tough spot for the last week. That's something you don't want to be in. While on the other hand, a 2-2 is an absolutely reasonable scoreline, which basically puts your fate in your own hand, as you mentioned. You will have full control over your destiny. So both of those teams really gunning for a win here.
And of course, a lot can happen in terms of tiebreakers and, triple way ties and everything. So we can't say for sure what was going to happen over just the results today, but we have a pretty good idea of what might end up happening in each group. Just to quickly note, Bulgaria versus Italy will be coming second, UK versus Norway after that, and Belgium versus Romania to end off the day. Of course, the matches on the left side are going to be on stream. The matches on the right side are going to be off stream. So if you're looking forward to the scores for the matches on the right, they will not be viewed on stream, but we will have updates in chat and from us as well. And I think some production updates on the left side of the screen during the on-stream games to see what the results are for those matches as well.
Yeah, a lot of exciting games, honestly, on both sides, off and online. And we're going to keep you posted as best as we can. Obviously, there are some great matches, which we unfortunately can't show today. Germany versus Czechia, Spain versus Croatia, and the other two with Poland and France, also some of the favorites for the tournament. But everybody, honestly, it's a very close and contested one. I think it was Mogwai who mentioned yesterday, Czechia is the only team that is still undefeated so far. So that really speaks to the level of competition we're exhibiting and how close everything is, right? There is no one clear tournament favorite. I feel like everybody has a shot still for playoffs.
Yeah, we saw a lot of surprise, results yesterday. Even we saw teams like Portugal. We see it here beating Poland, which is kind of the favorite in their group. So things can still get flipped around. Even Czechia can still lose their next 3 games, and maybe if Norway doesn't win any games, it can be a 3-way tie, and they could be out of it. So there's a lot that can happen still. Nothing is set in stone just yet. We can see the results from yesterday. We see France beating Bulgaria at the very start of the day, 2-1 on stream. Germany with a great performance against UK, 2-0. Spain, a bit of bias from my part as well, finally coming in clutch with a very clean 2-0 against a strong contender in Belgium, who still hasn't found a win yet. So still a big surprise for Belgium. And Poland, like we mentioned, lost to Portugal 2-0.
Yeah, for me, almost yesterday was going back to expectations, right? We see France, Germany, Spain all securing their win. But then right at the moment where I felt that watching the stream yesterday, Portugal sweeps in and takes down Poland, probably also one of the teams that people had as like the top 4 for this tournament. And this one was so crucial for Portugal, as we mentioned, because now they're actually still in the position where they control their own fate.
And off stream, we saw a few matches. For those that missed it, that maybe didn't look at the updates, didn't get that update because it was off stream, you couldn't see it. Italy did end up losing. They were kind of first in their group 2-0. So again, a very strong start like Poland. They lost to Austria, who had no wins yet. So that was another surprise match yesterday. Austria won 2-1 against Italy. Norway, we mentioned it. They're 0-3. They had the worst start you can have, I think, in a group stage, losing the first 3 matches. They lost to Czechia 2-1, and Czechia remains top dog in Group D. Romania won 2-1 against Croatia, another upset, another surprise result. People expecting Croatia, that was 2-0, to continue that streak. They ended up losing that match. And then Russia, like we mentioned, kind of clawing back into it, getting a loss actually against Latvia. So Latvia, one of the lower seeded teams, making a pretty good showing. They're kind of in the running still in their group as well.
Absolutely. And honestly, I think Russia really needs to bounce back from this, right? We talk about momentum sometimes, and this momentum can carry over, especially between game days. And Portugal coming off that huge upset win against Poland, Russia on the other hand, actually not being able to defeat Latvia, they really need to try to find their mental stability again and just come back into this day strong.
And to see the context of these groups and the context of the matches today, we have the standings here, so you have a better idea of who is the favorite, who is, kind of the surprise, who's the underdog, the dark horse. We can see it here. Group A, right away, a very exciting three-way tie: Croatia, Romania, and Spain, all vying for the top spot. 2 wins and 1 loss for each of them. And Belgium, with a great player like Ultraman that really dominated the ladder during a few seasons in Runeterra, at least in the European side of things. Unfortunately, 0-3, so a big surprise for them. Looking at Group B, again, Poland and Latvia, they're up there. Poland lost yesterday, but they're still, I think, considered one of the stronger teams in this tournament for sure. Russia and Portugal we're going to be seeing today on stream right away, both with 1 win and 2 losses, so trying to get back into things.
Yeah, I think Belgium and Bulgaria, which we see in Group C, also 0-3, they are the 2 teams which we really need to see step things up, as well as Norway, obviously, in Group D. As we can see, though, overall, it's very close, right? Like every single group has at least 3 teams competing for those top 2 slots. Group B, obviously, being by far the closest out of the 4 groups, where basically it feels like everything is still up in the air.
Exactly. In Group C, again, Italy and France, very strong showings. Italy we're going to be seeing today on stream for the first time. So big, a lot of Italians, I think, in the chat. A player like Broken Ball representing them, a very strong player as well. Finally able to see him on stream and see what decks and what kind of strategies they bring to the table as well. Austria had that win yesterday. Again, 2-1, pretty good showing from them. And Bulgaria, very strong team with a player like Brachet Kata that's been showing up individually as well in the tournament scene here in Europe. Again, these are teams that you didn't expect to be 0-3. Norway as well, with Marcus, who's won 2 Fight Night tournaments. This kind of grassroots community scene, individually performing great. In a team setting, not so great. I mean, 0-3 start is the worst you can have in this tournament. So they definitely have to try and bounce back and get some wins today. This is a do or die moment for those teams, because if you're 0-3, you can still make it back. But if you're 0-4, you're out. You're not making it into the playoffs.
Exactly. And obviously, as you mentioned, there are some fringe case scenarios where there can still be tiebreakers. How we would dissolve tiebreakers is we look at the overall records, so like a 2-0 is better in that context than a 2-1. Then you would look into how does your team actually perform against the best team in the group. And then last but not least, if all these things tie, they would actually play another game, and that would be crazy hype for next week.
Max, it's great to have, the walking rule book here with me, because if I have any doubts, I know you're going to be there to save me and correct me if I say anything wrong, and make sure the viewers know exactly what's happening at any point in time. So that's, a great thing to have as a co-caster for the tournament today. But I think we can start moving into the match we're going to be seeing coming up. The first match on stream is going to be Portugal versus Russia. Portugal coming off a high. They had a win yesterday against the favorites in their group. They started off 0-2. They needed that win yesterday really badly, just not even from a perspective of having to get a win to make it out of groups, but also a confidence perspective. They get that win, and now they feel like, okay, we just beat the best, in theory, group in our team in our group, and now we can challenge Russia, win here as well, coast off that confidence, and maybe make it out as a first seed even in this group if they have that confidence. We see there Manitas, Pepsi Cola, and Cyber Dragon on Team Portugal, and for Russia we have Humble Opinion, Ace, and Nice Racer.
Yeah, really looking forward to this. Honestly, I think probably 2 of the teams that, if you asked pre-tournament, that people wouldn't have expected to be 1 and 2 at this point, right? Like, as we can see here, Portugal coming in as the 5th seed, super high up there. Russia as well in the top 10. You wouldn't have guessed that they would actually be struggling to find their wins, and actually now potentially already face something that is a very dire scenario for next week, right? So this game, and we can't stress that enough, it's going to have so much importance for how their whole tournament will develop.
And some background on the players, I think there's, a lot of variety here. I think we have Pepsi Cola. He had a Pokemon background, so, also CCG, but very different from Runeterra, I think. Completely different universe, that's for sure. Manitas coming from Hearthstone, so a bit more expected, kind of the big digital CCG of the past decade. A lot of players have that similar background there as well. And Cyber Dragon coming from League of Legends, Overwatch, and TFT. So every different genre, he's like, all right, I'll master this, now I'll master this, now I'll master this, and now I'm into Runeterra. So very different backgrounds from all these players, but they're all here to show that they can compete at the top level in Runeterra. Kind of the new challenge for all these players, and they're, in this first big tournament. So definitely doing a great job so far.
And where to pick and bans.
And these bans are looking a bit too early there, so a bit premature. I think this might be still leftovers from yesterday, but we'll be checking out the bans for today in a tiny bit. And of course, the decks, quick reminder though, they are closed deck lists, so players do not know what each team is playing. They know the champion combinations, they know the regions, but there's a lot of space for surprise factors, a lot of space for bamboozles. You can pretend you're bringing one deck with certain champion combos that may be, almost guaranteed to be this certain deck. And then all of a sudden you're bringing one copy of each champion, and it's not that deck at all. It's a completely different deck. And we might definitely see that. That's part of the strategy here. Again, it's a format is very unique for this tournament. There's 9 decks. There's a pick and ban phase, kind of like League of Legends, where you ban a champion instead. So very new format compared to the typical kind of best of 5 conquest 1-ban format that TCGs normally have. And very unique format for these players to adapt to and to learn how to master in a very short period of time.
And we've seen that the top teams actually have been utilizing exactly the strategies you've been talking about, right? Czechia, I think, one of the front runners when it comes to actually like bamboozling your opponent, actually don't make them safe about like, what does it actually mean when I have this champion with these region combinations? Because frankly, with some of these teams, you never know, right? Some decks are obviously more prone to this than others, and it's easier to execute. But all the teams will have to really embrace this format and ensure that they use it to the best of their ability, because this can make or break your actual match day, right? And this pick and ban phase, I'm really excited about, as we can see with the lineups.
And we see right away some bans coming in. Ashe is banned right away from Portugal. Portugal cannot play Ashe anymore. Russia made that ban, and I'm not surprised. Ashe is, I think, in the current tournament landscape, in the current meta, probably the strongest deck. Not because, I would say it's the strongest deck in a vacuum on ladder, for example, but in a tournament meta where it beats so many mid-range decks due to its tempo, its crazy board state with the Yetis, for example, and the fact that, unlike other mid-range decks, it has a great way to draw into more cards with Assessor. It has all the key points that you want to have in a tournament deck, and it's pretty hard to target when there's 9 decks being brought. It's not like a normal ban strategy where you can target a certain deck and make sure they can't win with it. So I think it's a very common ban. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of it today,
Absolutely.
just throughout the whole day. We saw it yesterday as well. It's one of the decks it's very scary to face. It has a lot of great matchups across the board.
And we've seen it yesterday banned almost every single match. And that's actually speaks to the power of what you're talking about, right? Actually, we see exactly what we would expect here, the counter Ashe ban from the Portugal side as well. The way this pick and ban format works is that you actually can only ban out the champions that your opposing team is using. So really utilizing and recognizing the power of Ashe here, ensuring that none of the two teams is able to utilize them in the current environment.
Looks like Russia will be banning Lux, Aurelion Sol. Not the most standard of bans, I think. Definitely not a deck you see every team bringing. It's not kind of one of the key net decks that everyone is bringing here. It's, I think, more of a specific choice that Portugal decided on, and it does get banned. So very, very maybe surprising for me as well. I think maybe because you don't play against it that much, you're a bit more scared of what it can do. You're a bit not as familiar with the matchup maybe, and you decide, okay, let's just ban it. Let's not have to deal with that at all. Let's face the evils we know. Let's say, and we see Fiora banned from Russia, so Russia cannot be playing this Fiora Shen list. Again, another very good mid-range deck.
Yeah, and this is the point where you need to start thinking about, okay, what does the opposing team actually try to facilitate with their bans, right? The Lux Aurelion Sol ban speaks to me that they are really scared of potential control matchups, so I wouldn't be surprised if the last ban from the Russian side would be either the Karma or the Trundle here, maybe even the Heimerdinger, to ensure that they have a better lineup when it comes to the control decks compared to Portugal. Because Portugal is banning out all the mid-range, control becomes more valuable because neither of those two lineups run pure aggro lists. One that you can argue on the Russian side, that there might be some Diana and Nocturne Nightfall, which is a little bit aggressive, but it's not the traditional aggro deck. It almost plays a little bit more like a combo deck where you just like vomit out your hand like one turn and just like dish out a bunch of damage.
We do see the Elise Kalista deck, which again, it's with Targon. It could be Fearsomes, but again, we don't know exactly what it is. It could be, I don't know, it has Targon, so it can't be Endure actually, but again, we don't know exactly what the deck list is, so there are a lot of options. We'll have to see it on stream to find out. If you're curious about the deck list, we will be seeing them at the very end of the day. Because of the closed deck list format, it means that we can't just, throw out some deck codes in the middle of the stream, because obviously other players could snatch those up as well. So we'll be seeing them at the end of the day. You can, satisfy your curiosity. For now, we can just speculate, Max, and we have some key, hints at what that can be, but no 100% guarantee.
Absolutely. And we see the Vi ban coming in here from the Russian side. So basically exactly what I was talking about. They're trying to limit the control options while taking away the powerhouse of Ashe. And that speaks to me that they're probably going to themselves pursue something that is going to be a bit more control style, or maybe even the Soraka Tamkench target for their first game.
And of course, because the bans are, it's very hard to target a deck we talked about. It's very hard because there's so many decks. It's 9 decks. It's a very new and unique format. It's harder to kind of get the tournament strategy, not just what decks work and how to sequence and how to pilot your own deck, but also what to ban and what your lineup strategy is bringing into it. So it's good you mentioned it, because of course these players aren't just banning, the 3 decks I think are strongest. They're banning the 3 decks that they don't want to face because they want to play certain other decks that might have a bad matchup against those decks. So there is a lot of, obviously in the game itself, these teams are going to show up and show what they have in Runeterra. But even in this pick and ban phase right now, this series has already started. This is already a crucial moment in the series on what decks you ban and what strategy you have going forward.
And we've seen this in some of the previous games where the pick and ban can really decide the fate of your match, right? And it's so pivotal to ensure that you have a good strategy going into it. And we see both of the teams taking their time here because you need to think a lot about the scenarios that you're in, what's best for your respective lineup. And it's getting very complex because you're looking at 9 different decks and how they interact with each other, how they modify their respective matchup tables. I wouldn't be surprised if from the Portugal side they recognize what Russia is trying here and will actually take away some of the control power in the Russian lineup. I wouldn't be surprised to see another Vi ban here to counter that out, or maybe a Karma or a Lux ban as well.
Yeah, and Viheimer, a deck that might not look too flashy, might not look too, fantastic on a quick glance, especially if you're a newer player that doesn't really have a great feel for control decks. But it's been proven with Gamebreaker, the German player dominating the ladder with it, and some great players, when the skill ceiling is so high, they can really take advantage of that decision making and having so many decisions in a very long game and really kind of have an advantage over their opponent, where you wouldn't have that with something like an aggro list that has a lot less decision making. You just play on curve and just go face, and that's all there is to it. So yeah, it's a spooky one, and Spooky Karma is also a spooky one. So another, like you mentioned, a control ban there. I think both players being very careful about some of these more late game lists.
Yeah, I think it's really important that you ensure that you have parity, because as you mentioned, right, you can't really outban the entire lineup. You can't just take away all the control decks, all the mid-range decks, simply because there are too many of them on the respective lineups when you have 9 different decks which don't have any overlapping champions. So ensuring that you kind of at least take away the best of each world is essentially what these teams have been trying to do. And the most important thing when it comes to this, I think we want to highlight, is when it comes to the comparison between mid-range and control, control is generally favored because you want to be either vastly faster than your opponent or a little bit slower so you can outvalue them. So after the initial Ash bans, we see that both of them have been really targeting the mid-range and control lists to ensure that they have better matchups on their own. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a control deck coming out here from the Portugal side. The one that I'm very curious about is the Karma Quinn. That is something that I frankly have never ever seen, and I'm very curious if this is just a Scouts list that is trying to throw people off with the Karma, or if this is an actual control list that runs Quinn for some reason as maybe a removal tool.
If someone's going to play a Bamboozle kind of champion combination, this was the last champion combination I would have expected to ever see. This is not something I've ever thought about, or I've never had the two names Karma and Quinn in my mind at the same time. I have no idea what this is. I'm very curious to see what it is. We'll see if they end up picking it, and we can, satisfy our curiosity. But again, quick mention as well, the picks for both teams are blind, so there is no counter picking. It's not one team picking first and the other team kind of countering their pick because they know what they picked. They're both blind. Both teams just decide on a deck, and then they find out what deck they're facing when the match starts. So there's obviously no cheating, or no team has any kind of preference in that regard.
Talking about the Karma Quinn a bit more, you mentioned this is not the typical Bamboozle that you would go for, but maybe that's exactly the strategy. Maybe it's so Galaxy Brain that you actually go one step further and just want to scare the living hell out of the opponent and just distract them. It's like, what is this going to be? Do we have to ban this? I don't know what this is, right? Because if they don't know what they have to face, that might be something that's very tricky for them. And with 9 decks in your lineup, you can actually use 1 or 2 decks very easily to try to throw some wenches into your opposing fans, make them think the additional mile, and this might actually put your other decks in a better position if the opposing team decides to waste quote-unquote a ban on something that you probably don't even consider that top tier of a deck.
And it looks like TF Gangplank is being picked by Portugal. This is a deck that, again, we don't know if this is going to be a Bamboozle or the actual, first of all, okay, what we can expect. I think the most common thing, especially this week with KDA cards being unlocked and the meta shifting towards this deck that has become a thing very recently. It has Go Hard, it cycles, it's Shadow Isles with Bilgewater, and the champion combinations are still not really decided yet. There isn't a clear net deck. I think TF with Elise is one of them, but then we have Gangplank, we have Kalista, we have a lot of different variants. Or this could be, going off of Czechia's week 1, where they had the Undying list that was kind of hidden behind the TF, Shadow Isles, Bilgewater as well. I think this Go Hard list plays into that Bamboozle perfectly, because now teams have no idea if they're getting bamboozled, if this is like the counter, like you said, big Galaxy Brain mind game. We're not too sure. We'll find out once we go into the game, because it has been locked in by Portugal, and it looks like the Leona Lux has been locked in for Russia. So a more control list, a more late game list, and we'll find out what it is. We still have no idea. It could be anything. It could be Undying, or it could be, I would love to see this very new Go Hard list.
Yeah, and it's very difficult, right? Because when you're in Russia right now, you need to think, okay, what do I actually mulligan here? Because these two matchups play out very differently. The one is a lot more control heavy. The other one almost plays like a bit of an aggro deck with like a potential to go mid range, right? So you really need to think hard about which cards you want to have in that matchup. And we can see here already, judging from the Portuguese hand, I'm assuming this is a bit more of the go hard list with the cycle, right?
Yeah, this should be 100% the Go Hard list. Like we were talking about, it's a very new deck. It's kind of become a thing in the meta the past week or so. It has a lot of different variants. This GP version is a version that has kind of GP as a top end, kind of an alternate win condition. Usually you want to win with Go Hard, changes to pack your bags. You have pretty much all the cycle cards in the game. You have Glimpse Beyond, you have Stalking Shadow, you have Fortune Croaker, you have Zap Sprayfin that can draw you, obviously the 1 mana Go Hard, for example. And it's a deck that also goes very wide, very early, with a lot of the very cheap Bilgewater and Shadow Elves units. So you're able to stall out in the early game and keep your board wide and safe and have a lot of chump blockers, or even, like you said, pressure. If you're playing against control, you can play an aggro strategy, and then you have the alternate win condition with GP or the Fortune or the Go Hard changing into pack your bags to finish off the game.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think that's what Russia wants to see here. Looking at the hand, it's very slow, so they really need to make sure that they stabilize the board early, and they need to. They have the Luxus, which are really pivotal, I think, because they can both act as a removal as well as ensure that there is some kind of clock. Because this Portugal deck does not run out of steam. They have so much card draw, and the later the game goes, the more real the threat of the amplified Go Hard becomes, and there's a chance that suddenly your board is gone and just dies to the 5 damage.
And there we see Fortune Croaker, like you said, there's so much cycle in this deck. They literally, this deck is made to not run out of fuel. Every single, like half their cards cycle and replace themselves. Like Fortune Croaker, cards like Glint Beyond, we see Salvage, we see Zap Sprayfin. It's all about getting card advantage and you can just continuously flood your board with cheap units. And normally in that strategy, you flood your board with cheap units, you play a lot of your cards, and you're out of cards for the mid game and the late game. In this case, this deck kind of shores up that weakness by having so much cycle and making sure it can continue that pressure for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, and one big benefit is also this deck is fairly new, right? So like really understanding which cards you need to watch out for, how you interact with that deck is something that is still being determined, and it's still something that the best players are still trying to figure out themselves on ladder. So Russia really in a bit of a rough spot right from the start, but their strategy here will have to be that they are trying to outlast everything that the Portugal team is trying to throw at them. The deck, I'm assuming, probably runs a lot of heal. We see the star shaping already in hand, and it will basically become a little bit of an arms race, but with healing on the side of Russia.
Exactly. And I mean, you can see the double Lux in hand. It's a very slow hand. Bastion to protect a unit. Star Shaping, like you mentioned, it's a late game card. Usually 5 mana heal 5 isn't great because you're not doing much to put anything on the board. You're losing so much tempo just healing. But in some cases, when you have such a strong late game, it's okay to just heal up, survive that initial onslaught, and then take over with your very high value cards like Lux, giving you a lot of value later on. But we see it, the hand for Cyber Dragon, very cheap. But he has, again, so much cycling, so much cantrip, so much replacement cards that he's able to continue the pressure with cards like Doom Beast as well that activate the Plunder for GP. So that's also a very important thing. On the non-attack turns, Doom Beast can be used to activate Plunder because it does hit the Nexus, and you can almost guarantee you have the GP leveled up for when he does come into play on turn 6, 7, or 8, and you have that big, threatening finisher in the late game as well.
I think this is the earliest star shipping I've ever seen in probably like 1,000 games of Runeterra.
And it's a problem because you're healing 5, but you're not putting any unit on the board, or 4 rather, so even less value, thank you. And then because you're not putting a unit on the board, next turn Cyber Dragon plays something like Doom Beast, and that goes face, and then you just lose that 5 you just healed anyway. So it really isn't great value so early on. You want to try and fight the board a bit more, and then out heal at the very end, kind of that last bit, and then you take over. So in this case, yeah, nice racer and the Russian team getting put into a bit of a pickle here, a lot of pressure early on. We do have, I believe it's Manitas piloting for Portugal, and I believe it is Humble Opinion for Russia. So just so you guys know, we do see the names rotating though. That is the names for the entire team.
Ooh, a bit of a misplay here from the Russian team. They're passing when they could have easily gotten the CAC for free here.
Yep, that is definitely a mistake, and that's one of the things you can't do when you're playing the Dreadweight deckhand on defense. If your opponent hasn't used his attack token yet, they can just drag the barrel. They don't lose anything. They had no mana either to try and utilize that barrel for a spell of any kind or removal. And obviously, with 0 attack, the barrel would do nothing to the Solari Soldier. Even if it isn't buffed up, it's a very, very normal Solari Soldier, but still would have gotten that barrel for free. So yeah, could be some jitters early on. First day, first match of the day. Maybe these players are a bit asleep still and need a few energy drinks or something, or some coffee to wake up and make sure they don't make any more misplays going forward.
Yeah, it's 3 p.m. It's early in the morning for us gamers.
For me, definitely. And there we see it. The early pressure we talked about, Portugal going right in, and because Nice Racer or because Humble Opinion and Team Russia used up their mana to just heal their Nexus last turn, they didn't have any board presence, and now they have only one blocker for this not very scary army, but a very numerous army from Portugal.
Yeah, and mass is all they need, right? Mass is greater than class in this specific scenario. They can just swing in, deal 6 damage, which is huge, essentially nullifying the star shaping from last round, which, as you mentioned, was a huge tempo loss. So now both players are at 4, but one has a board consisting of 3.5 units, I would say. And the other one, again, a big tempo loss when it comes to Solari Priestess. Big value, but also doesn't really add a lot to the board.
And here we see a few great options for the Invoke, Falling Comet, Meteor Shower, Golden Scissor. I think the 3 you almost always want to see when you were playing Solari Priestess. They are great, but looking at the deck for Portugal, one of the things, Gangplank is kind of that maybe bigger threatening target, but everything else, the threat and kind of the power they have is very split. It's split over very low cost units. Maybe TF is also a priority target, but overall, these very big removal spells are not going to find, a super great target like you would find against something like a Trundle or a Tryndamere or these bigger statted and just more expensive units overall. There's a lot more cheap stuff in Portugal. They spread out their threats, and it's much less effective to have the big target removal.
Yeah, they're going for with the Meteor Shower here to get the 2-for-1. Probably something that will likely get paid exactly this turn. But as we talked about so much already, it's so easy for Portugal to replace their units, right? They have so much cycle still. Like you're looking at a 6-card hand still, despite having a full board, which is insanity. And this is something now they see actually the attack on the CAC. They don't mess up twice in a row. They realize their mistake, and we'll see how Russia plans to react and if they're going to use the Meteor Shower proactively this round. And
usually the barrel is going to be used to kind of make your removal spells more potent, but in this case, it's just used as a unit you can kill, and something like a Glimpse Beyond is a great target, and you're not really losing on that value. You get that 2-for-1 with the Dreadweight deckhand. You get 2 different units, and you can sacrifice 1 to Glimpse Beyond to just continue cycling. Finally, you find the Go Hard, which is kind of the name of the deck is TFGP Go Hard in most cases. So you want to find that card. You want to play it early. The earlier you play it, you can snowball and find it more easily later on. The Pack Your Bags, of course, to finalize, because you put on a lot of pressure early on, a lot of chip damage, and then you can finish it off with Pack Your Bags and with GP later on in the game.
Yeah, difficult decision here for Portugal from my perspective. I think it's between the Doom Beast plus Go Hard or even the potential TF here. Even the Chronicler of Ruin on the Zed Sprayfin is a potential. So a lot of great options, honestly, for Portugal. And if Russia was able to see, they would be jealous.
And TF, of course, the earlier you play him, especially if you plan on doing a lot of cycling, the better. Because Solari Priestess is not really a big threat. You don't want to stun it. It's not, this very scary threat, especially when you have a huge board. We're going to see TF going for the blue card, going for the cycling, going for the card draw. So like we said, just try and find more copies of Go Hard, flip that as soon as possible, and just continue maybe even leveling TF. And that might be the priority target that that Team Russia wants to hit with that Meteor Shower.
I'm assuming it will be. And honestly, great play from Russia in this turn. We talked them down a little bit for missing the CAG last round, but this play, very, very heads up that they actually attacked first with the Solari Priestess, passed the priority. Thereby, Portugal played the TF, and now they have a better target for the Meteor Shower, which we will assume will go down now on the TF as well as the Butcher.
And of course, in this tournament, we've been seeing, highlighting a lot the importance of priority passing and trying to be reactive and seeing what your opponent plays first, and then trying to find the best line for the mana you have available. In this case, it will be TF going down and also the Jagged Butcher, so a good 2-for-1 at least, trying to minimize the pressure that there is on board right now, because Solari Priestess by herself is not going to do much to stop this entire huge army attacking you next turn, and they have to try and stop the damage from coming through. Not because you're going to die to it, but because that if you go low enough, Pack Your Bag is going to kill you later on, or GP with his barrels when he's doubled up might also kill you. So Go Hard here, like mentioned, kind of the key of this deck. There are alternate win conditions with GP. And a few other cards like Doom Beast, for example, to burn down your opponent. But Go Hard and flipping it to Pack Your Bags is the game plan here for Portugal.
Yeah, for a very aggressive deck, this Portugal has a lot of reach. And this is something that the Russian team needs to be very mindful of early on, because you can't really drop down to a 4 or 5 HP, because suddenly you put yourself in a position where Pack Your Bags can kill you, or a TF compared to, or a GP combined with a Doom Beast might just be enough to X out these last couple of hit points on your Nexus.
We talked about Portugal not having any, huge single targets that are going to be very threatening. GP is really the only one. Whereas for Team Russia and this Leona Lux decks, it's kind of the opposite. We see Lux being a huge target, and something like a Vengeance it's available there as well. And no amount of sharp sights will save your Lux from a Vengeance. It's going to kill you no matter what. And because there is no Ionia, Team Portugal can rest assured that if they play the Vengeance, it's going to go through, unless Bastion, of course, is played. That's the one counter in this color combo for Team Russia.
I was about to say, the saving grace here really is the Bastion that they have in hand, because the open attack also meant that this is kind of still something you can deal with. They're thinking now, do you want to block with the Solari Priestess, and potentially even use the sharp side? From my perspective, one definitely potential line is just like, throw the Solari Priestess under the bus here, make sure that you take 4, go down to 10, then you play the Lux, and you actually ensure that you have your engine going for next round. They decide against that, though. They want to make sure that they don't take as much damage, get the efficient trade down with the Zep Spray Fin and the sharp side. And this will mean that limits their options for the rest of this round, but that ensures that when they play next round the Lux, there's the potential for the Vengeance if they use any other mana at all.
And of course, and that's kind of the thing you don't normally see as well with sharp sight. You normally only think, okay, it's a +2/+2, but in this case, we saw the small, very, disclaimer. It can also block elusives now. So we saw the Solari Priestess blocking these Zap Strafen, which normally isn't a possibility. They were all 2/2, so all dealing the same damage. But of course, the elusive unit is going to be, more elusive. So you want to try and kill that first and make sure that later on, you don't have to deal with that being unblockable and pinging you down 2 more damage later on.
Yeah, good pass here from Russia. They don't really have strong options anyway, but it kind of makes the Portugal team think, right? What are we going to do? What kind of options are we playing around? And passing priority whenever you don't have to play something is something that can be very, very powerful. And now that obviously goes back, 3 mana still available for Portugal, and Russia needs to think, is it worth playing the 3/2 Solari Shield Bearer here, or is it something that they want to ensure they are able to use later? Given that they played Sharpside already, the day break bonus wouldn't be in effect, but given the attack hasn't happened, it doesn't really matter too much anyway.
And I think they just need to have some more units on the board, like I mentioned before. The sharp side coming in so early, not doing anything for the board, and now trying to catch up and be like, okay, we have to play some units, because if not, we were 14 HP before, now we're at 10 HP. If this pattern continues, we're going to be at 6 HP next turn, and then we're going to be dead to Pack Your Bags or to GP. So it's definitely, important to try and have at least some, maybe not chump blockers, you're going to get some good trades with a 3/2, but definitely some more presence on the board. And I think you talk about priority passing as well. In this case, if you're a control list that has just a better end game, you're okay with kind of trading passes and going to the next round and burning mana for both players, because the more you can stall and the more you can continue, as long as your board isn't, too big a disadvantage, the better it is for you, because you can just get to that end game quicker, and then you're going to outvalue your opponent with just the better cards like Lux and the Phoenix we see there as well, the Celestial card.
Yeah, and they draw the third Lux here, and that's something that probably don't want to see, right? Double Lux is already very arguable. At least you get some kind of protection for her. Which is fairly feasible against anything that the Portuguese deck can bring, except for Vengeance, which you have the answer to in Bastion anyway. But the third Lux really hurts. It's basically a dead draw, and it's going to likely not be utilized for the rest of the game.
And the barrier is great for damage pings, but in this specific list, Go Hard, of course, is the thing, and Pack Your Bags when it does flip. But other than that, there isn't this huge damage base like Meteor Shower or Falling. Falling Comment's more obliterate, but still, something like Vengeance, the barrier won't stop it from killing. So it's not as great in this matchup, I think, especially against the removal you expect from this list.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to try to make the best out of a bad situation. Maybe they're actually going to use both of the Lux prismatic barriers to flip the Lux next turn and maybe get some advantageous trades in combat if the Portuguese team decides to go with the open attack again.
Of course, this is a pretty standard. You have a barrier, you might as well attack, get 4 damage in. If Portugal trades with me, their board is a little bit less wide. Next turn, they can't swing and guarantee at least some damage, because there will be that unit advantage for Portugal. So a no-brainer, kind of like the no-brainer earlier that Russia kind of missed with a barrel, but I think they learned from the mistake, and they're playing much more cleanly now and making sure they're trying to get the max value from the cards, and getting some extra chip damage might matter later on as well. So you might as well swing.
Yeah, go hard here on the Solari Priestess to finish her off. And now Russia's in a really difficult position because they need to think, how much value does the unit actually bring? Is it worth saving for next turn? And given that it's only a 1/1, you're kind of pre-committing potentially even the Pale Cascade on top of it, so you can actually get a proper trade next turn. So this one is going to be a big commitment and a big decision coming up here for Russia.
And Pale Cascade is activated. It is going to be a Nightfall effect, so you are guaranteeing the cycle. Sometimes you want to save a unit, but you haven't played anything else yet, and you're not getting the card draw from Pale Cascade, and it feels that much worse. It doesn't feel as worth it. In this case, you're not attacking, so you're not making advantage of that attack value you're going to get, but at least you can save your unit and still cycle. So not as bad, especially for controllers that wants to cycle and have the card advantage later on.
Yeah, we see it utilized here. They're able to cycle. Unfortunately, not drawing into something they can still play this turn, but at least they're saving their Solari Priestess to ensure that they actually have another blocker for the next turn when we anticipate another open swing from the Portuguese team.
And of course, using Go Hard there to kill Solari Priestess isn't because Solari Priestess was this, crazy threat you have to deal with right now because it's going to win the game for Team Russia. If not, it's more the earlier you play the Go Hard, the earlier it goes into your deck, and the earlier you can draw back into it. So it's more of a snowball effect where you want to do it as soon as possible, so you have higher chances statistically to draw it later on and have it flip as well and become Pack Your Bag. So the moment you draw that card, you want to try and use it if you have the mana that turn. You could use it later on, sure, to pop a barrier on Lux, for example. It could be more useful in that sense, but usually I think the earlier you cycle it, the better.
Yeah, maybe for the folks who are not as familiar with the new KDA cards yet, the Go Hard actually just 1 damage drains from a unit, and then when you played it 3 times, it actually flips into Pack Your Bags, and Pack Your Bags does 5 damage to the entire opposing board, and that includes their Nexus. So it's a huge board wipe, and it's a big threat down the line. We are now, and we counted, at 2 Go Hards for this game, so only 1 more and Pack Your Bags will be unlocked for the Portuguese team.
And here we talked about it, the swinging very widely. This is why Portugal didn't block last round when the Lux attacked. You want to try and go as wide as possible, and then you can almost guarantee damage. And looking at the hand for Team Russia, sure, you can save your units, and you can have combat tricks like Sharp Sight and Bastion and Prismatic Barrier to keep your units healthy, but there's still 3 units that you cannot interact with. They're going to hit face. And at a minimum of 2 damage, we talked about them being at 14 HP. Last turn, they were at 10. I said they would be at 6, but they're going to be at maybe 4 this turn if they can't block. And all of a sudden, Pack Your Bags is lethal once it's drawn. Or GP, attacking with a barrel and a Doom Beast is lethal. So this is what you didn't want to allow to happen if you're Team Russia. Going down this low against lists that don't have any burn or don't have any Nexus damage, it's fine because you can just take over the game later on, have blockers, and make sure no more damage goes through. In this case, you don't have that guarantee against this deck that Portugal is running because it has a lot of burn effects. Even TF, even Red Card hits Nexus. So you can't go low or you're going to end up dying next turn.
Yeah, it's an incredibly difficult position for the Russian team to be in. They really need to top deck something like a Radiant Guardian, maybe another Heal 5, but there is not really much that they have in their current hand that actually facilitates the current situation. They are now looking, and we obviously have perfect information, there's a Doom Beast and a TF already waiting in the hand of the Portuguese team. Virtually, Russia is at 1 HP here. Any top deck of any Nexus damage can potentially be lethal here. So really tough spot, and they're passing here. But the Portuguese team will be very happy to just play the TF, just keep on cycling. Salvage is also an option here, or maybe even the Pull Shark, just to ensure that they draw more options. It's probably going to be Pull Shark into Doom Beast if I had to guess, unless some better options present themselves with the TF draw.
And also because you're going so wide so early, it also kind of synergizes perfectly with GP. It's one of the reasons GP is added to this deck. You're getting some damage in every turn. It might not be, a huge amount of damage. You're not going overwhelm units, 7 damage every turn, but you're chipping in, 2 or 4 damage from going wide because you're going to have that board advantage in the early game. And that almost guarantees with things like Doom Beast, with things like TF, Red Card, that GP will come in leveled up. And when GP comes in level up, he has the barrel. And if you have the attack token, it's pretty hard to deal with because he's dealing damage to everything, and including the Nexus, and it's going to chip you down really quickly. And he's also just a big body himself with Overwhelm. So it's kind of I think, a great choice here with this TF deck and this Go Hard list to have that second alternate win condition in the late game.
Yeah, it's pretty much death by a thousand cuts here from the Portuguese team, right? As you mentioned, no single damage instance is actually just going to make or break the game. Frankly, every single damage instance here has been 2 damage so far, the entire game. But nothing really, you can't really do anything against it. If it's 4, 5, 6 different units attacking you, if you don't have the capability to keep up with the tempo that the Portuguese team is putting on the table, then it's really difficult. And now we even see they're still at 6 cards in hand. That's the same amount that the Russian team has, but they have a big board, and they're threatening so much at the moment that the Russian team really needs to take the time here, think what they can do, because something proactive together with Lux might be their only win condition here. But the Vengeance is a big danger and might get utilized here to finish off the Lux.
Or even just kill this Immortal Fire, the Phoenix, because it is a threat. You know, it's 7 attack right now. It's gonna hit you for 7 next turn, and you don't have an elusive to block anymore. The Zap
It would respawn though, right? So I don't think they would Vengeance the Phoenix because he has that additional life, right? I think they're probably pondering between the Pool Shark into Doom Beast versus the Vengeance on the Lux because they really want to stop that engine from the Lux, right? The single 7 damage from the Phoenix, they probably don't have to worry too much because their expectation is likely they're going to finish off the game next turn anyway. Ooh, a different line, the Fortune Croaker. Big top deck, and they get rewarded in the form of the Doom Beast.
Yeah, and there's lethal in hand. There's no more Star Shapings. Was used a bit prematurely maybe for Team Russia. So right now, at 4 HP, Team Russia has no heals in hand, has no way to get that number a bit higher. Doom Beast is doing 2 on each of its procs, and there's going to be obviously more than 6 mana, plus a Go Hard also being drawn, so Pack Your Bag getting closer, and GP, so great draws, all the answers they could possibly want if you're Team Portugal. You have lethal in hand, but just in case, if something goes wrong, if the Star Shaping is played next turn or top deck from Team Russia, you have the GP to finish it off maybe in 2 turns.
Yeah, and we got a glimpse there into the Latvia versus Austria match. Looks like it's Heimerdinger against a Nivea control. Very interesting matchup. We saw the Heimerdinger deck with like a big board, but the Nivea and the Ruination on the other side waiting. Can't wait to see the result of that match because that looks very interesting just from the board state that we had a glimpse into.
Attack token for Team Russia. They do draw Leona, so that is kind of a pretty impactful card compared to the rest of their hand. We were looking at a pretty poor hand with Invoke coming in too late, with Bastion that can save a unit, but you want to be, protecting your board more than just saving a single unit, for example. And for Team Portugal, these Doom Beasts are at Nightfall, so you have to play any single card before, and then with the 6 mana still up, you can play both Doom Beasts and get lethal. Of course, we don't know what Team Russia has in their hand. I mean, we know, but Team Portugal has no idea. And also it's closed deck list, so they might be only running 1 Star Shaping and that was it. We don't know, but they have to assume that maybe it's not, a great idea to go for that all-in lethal with Doom Beast, and then they heal up, and then maybe you didn't make the most impactful play, like playing a GP, for example. So they might play it safer, play the GP and have that Doom Beast as kind of a secondary, if the GP doesn't work, we can just finish them off next turn. And they're not at threat of dying right now, It's the Immortal Fire is going to hit you for 7, sure, and the Lux you can just chump block, but you're still at 16. You're still pretty healthy.
Yeah, very good point. And when we look at the hands here, we can argue that essentially is already won for the Portuguese team, but they don't know that, right? So they need to plan around every single option that is at the disposal of the Russian team. And they already saw that that list is running Star Shaping, and usually these lists at least run 2, from what I have seen so far on ladder and in tournaments. And so they totally might be playing around that second Star Shaping to ensure that they are, as you mentioned, not exhausting their entire turn, trying to go for a preemptive lethal that they don't have to push. They still have a major advantage on the board. And this open attack doesn't really do anything to them. They might even go for a skip here because essentially it doesn't matter too much. I think they're actually very grateful for the opportunity to remove one of their units, though, because that ensures that the Gangplank barrel can actually just hit the board as well.
Exactly. And I'm going to expect, I think, it's almost like kind of a checklist. You play GP first because he's more impactful and he has, you're telling the Team Russia, okay, I'll play GP. Do you have an answer for this? Yes. Okay. Next plan, next step. I'm going to go wide and attack with all my units. Do you have an answer for blocking 2 of these units? No, I win. Yes? Okay. Let's go to step 3. And step 3 might be the Doom Beast, like kind of the last resort. And when the mana has been used to block the kill GP or to block the units that are attacking on the open attack next turn, there's no mana left to kind of heal and use a Star Shaping to stop the Doom Beast. So there's a checklist of things you have to do, a priority order for Portugal. Play it cleanly. Don't get too excited. Don't just play your Doom Beast and oh, wait, they healed up and now maybe I lose the game. But again, it is looking very good. And also the fact that Go Hard, 3 have been used. So the Pack Your Bag is just waiting to be drawn. And as I say that, it gets burned by Solvich.
That hurts so much. I felt that just like all the way to Berlin. Holy, just destroying your own Pack the Bag says is really detrimental. That being said, the good news is every other Go Hard that they still have in the deck is also Pack Your Bags, so they still have the opportunity to draw it. It's not lost forever, but obviously it'd rather have to be these 2 things reversed because then you would have just won the game.
Looks like Portugal is not listening to what I said. They're going to go for the excited play here. They see 6 mana up for Team Russia. It could be a star shaping. We know it isn't. And they're going to be like, all right, I don't want to waste any time here. This is game 1. Let's get it over really, really quickly. We have 6 mana up. We'll play both Doombies. They've been activated already thanks to the salvage. And the final spark comes in. And it's not going to do much, zero mana, so you do still have the 6 mana for that potential star shaping, but we do know it's not in hand. And if Portugal goes for the all-in, goes for the risky second Doomish, which I think they will, because lethal is being presented here, you kind of have to, right? You're getting excited, You're going to win your first game, and they will be taking it here because there is no heal left for Team Russia. So too slow, too little, too late, it seems, for this Lux deck, and this Go Hard list showing us why it is so strong. I think a great first showing, and showing all the strengths it does have with cycling, with the very big pressure early on, and also the chance to burn down your opponent with a Doom Beast. So everything we talked about was demonstrated here by Portugal.
Yeah, strong deck and very well piloted by the Portuguese team. Very much thinking about every single turn along the way, ensuring that they chip in damage every single turn, just always keeping the pressure up. And initially, it didn't feel like a lot, right? We mentioned like the death by 1,000 cuts strategy here, essentially. And initially, it's 2 damage here, it's 4 damage there, and I can heal for 5 or 4 in that case. No big deal. But actually, it is a big deal because now suddenly you're running out of steam, and the Horde list, it just doesn't. It feels like they have infinite opportunities to come back into the game and just like to replenish their hand and to always throw something onto the board. And you're now on a clock, and the Russian team needs to figure out how they deal with that deck if it becomes more popular than it already has been. That being said, for now, this is obviously over. Portugal won with that deck. The format dictates that they cannot play again with it, at least not today. And now Russia needs to go back to the drawing board, needs to think, okay, does our strategy and our evaluation still hold true? I think in general, their game plan was solid, going more for the control deck strategies. I think they had a very poor draw in this game and probably also were not 100% prepared for the matchup. And I think those two things together would probably account for the win. And now they have the chance to actually turn it around as we go back into the pick and ban. We obviously have the bans still intact from the last game. And we need to see how Russia decides which deck they want to pivot here.
Like you mentioned, we will be seeing the TFTP deck also grayed out, not because it was banned, because it was already, you have a win already with it, and because you can't, just keep playing the decks you win with. That would be a bit broken. It cannot be played again for this match number 2. Reminder, this is a best of 3 series, so Portugal currently 1-0. If they win the next game, they win 2-0. They won 2 out of 3 matches. If Russia wins, they have a chance to get the kind of minor reverse sweep, win 2 games in a row and take it back and win this series. And also a reminder about the standings. Both of these teams are at the bottom of Group B. So they're both fighting, maybe not for survival, that might be a bit, too dramatic, but they're definitely fighting for, a good chance at making out as the second or even first seed out of this Group B.
Yeah, it's a big game. We mentioned on the top of the show when we started, right? Because you don't want to be in the position where you're 1-3 going into your last week, and you're either at the mercy of the opposing results, or you need to go 2-0, and then potentially even still have to pray to the RNG gods to ensure that the other team's results are in your favor. So big game here, and we see the Russian team pick the Elise Kalista Targan deck that we talked about initially. This is going to be a bit of a surprise. We have seen Mistwraith versions with that, which are just specing Targon for Pale Cascade, but this might be something else entirely. We don't know for sure.
And this matchup is, I think, not what you want to see for Team Russia. You're down right now in the score. You're queuing up an aggro deck, maybe for surprise, fearsome. A lot of decks just cannot deal with it. It's a very polarized matchup because it goes into fearsome. Decks like Tom Soraka don't have blockers, for example. Certain decks in the meta just can't do anything against fearsome. They're just too slow or just don't have the right cards to deal with it. But one of the decks that does have cards to deal with it is going to be Trundle Tryndamere, that has board clears like Avalanche. Look at a Mistwraith. Their attack goes up, but their health does not. It stays at 2 the whole game. So anytime you develop, obviously you want to develop with these aggro lists, you want to develop your board and then attack, because you don't really have spell mana to be used on an open attack to kind of get the value out of it while you're attacking. I guess Risen Mist is one of those cards, but that's more of a niche situation. And if you develop, if you play a Wraithcaller turn 4, an Avalanche comes down and clears your entire board and resets all your momentum, this is a deck that doesn't have the kind of cycle that TFTP does, even though it is also quite aggro. It has Spell Cascade, sure, it has a few more cards, but overall, if it doesn't work out early and you get to the late game, you're not going to win the late game. There's no chance of really redeveloping and winning in the late game. So not the matchup that Russia was hoping for, especially considering their backs against the wall, 1-0 down in the series. And I think Portugal will be very happy if they end up queuing Trundle Tryndamere against this Elise Kalista.
Yeah, honestly, if this is a mist-wraith list, I tested that fairly extensively, and it is, as we see now, the mist-wraith and the Risen Mist on our screen. It's a matchup that I've tested fairly extensively together with Pulse, and he even splashed Demacia to ensure that they have the 1-mana tough card for every single unit on the board, to ensure that they have a bit more of a tool to deal with cards like Avalanche and Withering Wail. And even then, it was a very, very favorable matchup for the Trundle Tryndamere deck. And I don't think that this is something that the Russian team is going to be happy to see. That being said, the deck can have some very explosive starts. And if the Portuguese team does not actually draw their Avalanche, and the Russian team is able to potentially threaten something like the Atrocity in the late game, there is definitely potential here, and we're going to have to see an explosive start. Starting hand's good, though, for Russia.
I'm going to be honest, great minds think, alike, because I also played this fearsome mist-wraith list with Triple Range of Resolve as a splash. Interesting results. Maybe not going to be, the net deck I recommend to viewers at home, but definitely an interesting thought process to think, okay, what's the weakness? Avalanche. What counters Avalanche? Range of Resolve. In a Trundle heavy meta, I think that was maybe a good call. In this meta, maybe not so much. There aren't as many board clears nowadays, and you can go into other regions like Ionia for Go Get It. Great synergy with Wraith Callers and Rekindler if you're playing a more top-heavy version. Or, like we see here with Targon for Pale Cascade, one of the strongest cards in the game, allows you to push damage and also cycle, and also that extra health helps in a case like when you're facing an Avalanche, for example, to boost the unit from 2 health to 3 health and get that extra swing in, plus the attack. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest benefits of this mist-wraith list. It is fairly adaptable in its splash, right? It's very, very flexible when it comes to making a good meta call, understanding which decks are you actually going to face, how are you going to succeed in these matchups. As you mentioned, Range of Resolve, big card against big area clears, but it's not really helpful in more aggressive lists where it's actually just straight up removal, right? And the other card, that you mentioned with a 5-mana
Go Get It.
Ionia card.
Go Get It, the KDA card.
Oh yeah, Go Get It, sorry. Big card when it comes to control mirrors, right? Because you're actually able to negate some removal, put additional mist-wraith on the board, and you don't want to have that though in aggro meta, right? So like big meta call here. We're assuming that this is a Pale Cascade splash with Targon in this specific instance, and honestly, it's kind of a bit of the best of both worlds, right? So if you don't want to decide on either of those, it's more of a mixed meta. Maybe Pale Cascade is just the lowest common denominator between the options because it always recycles itself. It's a very, very powerful card. I think Mogwai even called it yesterday the most powerful card in the game, super broken, to quote him directly. And I don't think he's super wrong on this.
And there we see off stream a Harrowing coming in. It looks like a very threatening Harrowing. The Harrowing player is at 8 HP, but he might be swinging in for a whole lot of damage. And we're not sure how that game will conclude, but quick sneak peek for the viewers at home. The off-stream match you're watching there, I believe it's Latvia against Portugal in this Group B as well. So that's what we're seeing right now. We're not sure what the outcome will be, but it looks very scary because those are Anivias, it looks like, and they're going to be doing board clear damage as well. So I would not want to be in the position of the player that's taking that Harrowing damage right now.
Yeah, I've hardly seen a situation where I was facing 4 Anivias and lived to tell the tale. And I'm very curious to see how this develops. Maybe even we're able to see the final swing here for lethal. That's 27 damage. Come on, that's ridiculous.
I think the math checks out. Even if we're, EU casters, maybe we don't have the math perfect in our heads, but I think that's a bit overkill. I think you have what it takes. They're going to be, of course, there's going to be blockers now for Team Latvia, but Team Poland bringing this Anivia list and showing maybe why they brought it and kind of what is so scary about it in the late game. You're not only going in for damage, of course, your units are disappearing, so they're ephemeral because of Harrowing, but you're also clearing your opponent's board, so it's kind of a 2-for-1. Ruination plus lethal, pretty good card, I guess, in that current deck.
Yeah, and it looks like the Austrian team is actually able to survive here by blocking with the Y, reducing the damage from the 27 we talked about down to, I think it's 17, right? So they're going to live while only on low HP and might have a chance to finish them off in the next turn. Obviously, situation very dire from the Austrian side.
Well, it is Latvia, not Austria. I know red and white combo combinations for European countries is maybe the worst you want because there's so many countries that have that same color combo, and Latvia not being one of the more popular countries, let's say, in Europe. But that is Poland on the bottom against Latvia at the top in Group B. But yeah, I was also I had to think about that one for a bit. But looking at this score, at this match here, Team Russia, of course, playing the aggressor now, kind of the opposite of what we saw in Game 1. They're playing the fearsome list. And we're seeing from Team Portugal, kind of an awkward start. They didn't have ramp, they didn't have avalanche. This is a very different list. It's not the standard list we used to see before. We see cards like Avros and Trapper. Maybe looking at Ash, Noxus, and why it's so strong, and just, okay, let's just play this card in Trundle Tryndamere as well and put that in as well. So a very different start, and not having avalanche makes it so that this team Russia, this open attack here is pretty scary. A lot of spiders. At least might flip as well if we're seeing some of these fighters survive, which it looks like it won't be the case. So at least won't be flipping this turn at least. But the board is being cleared here for Team Portugal. They still don't have any kind of board clears to deal with a wider board, and a lot of damage is still coming through here. So it is looking a bit scary for Portugal. You do have the Catalyst of Aeons to heal a tiny bit, but like we mentioned before, maybe you need to start fighting for board and trying to make a presence, either through a board clear or through playing a Trundle, and not so much healing, which saves you for now. It stalls a tiny bit, but you'll end up taking even more damage the turn after.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Also, looking at the rest of their hand, they have so many big and clunky cards, nothing really that they can properly play. They're going with the Catalyst here, but that loses them so much tempo. And now they're facing 3 creatures on the opposing side, with more to come, honestly, looking at the Wraithcaller in the hand of the Russian team. And the Yeti top deck is good, but is it good enough together with the Trundle?
If you lose tempo with Catalyst, at least you make up, you make it back, that tempo back with a 1 mana 5/5 is kind of the answer when you're out of tempo and you want to try and start fighting for the board very cheaply without committing all your mana to one play like a Trundle or a Tryndamere, for example. 5 mana still up, so Trundle can come down. Not much ramp happens, so they're still at 6 mana, which is normally not what you're expected to seeing at this stage of the game. You normally think, okay, Trundle Tryndamere, they're going to be at 8-9 mana. Field of Rush is coming up next turn. They're going to win the game. In this case, much slower, much less impactful. Still don't have an avalanche or any kind of board clear. And Russia can, I think, develop, especially now that the Trundles come down. They have that chance to play this 5 mana, play Wraithcaller, go even more wide, get the buffs on the Mist Wraith as well, and swing yet again the turn after.
Yeah, big Stalking Shadows here from the Russian team, actually securing another Wraithcaller for themselves, ensuring that they are not going to run out of steam anytime soon, making sure that they will be able to keep the pressure up. One of them is going to come down immediately, buff the other Mist Wraith up to 3. And now already, this looks like a scary potential open attack, and they might not even have to go for it. That's the scariest thing. But because while we're at 7 base mana here for the Portuguese team in the next turn, Ruination is not a threat. And we know already, or the Russian team knows already, that there isn't any Avalanche because the Portuguese team would have played it. So barring a top deck, they should be fine to develop even further, which will threaten even harder.
Or even then, play Risen Mists,
exactly.
Develop on burst speed, and you only have 1 more unit slot left anyway, so you might as well just get that burst speed developed. You're getting that +1 unit advantage over your opponent's board for free.
Yep.
And Portugal does have an answer in Harsh Winds, but again, it's an answer that's not doing anything to get you back into the game. You're only stalling and maybe hoping that you have this kind of crazy play like Ruination later on that can indeed kind of clear the board. But in this case, they don't have it, and again, they're just stalling. They're not going to do much for trying to get back into the game. They might survive this turn, but we have a Doom Beast, we have Burn as well coming in later on, and they might just lose the next turn anyway. There's Poland. Looks like, that's lethal. 4 Anivias attacking you on a second turn is probably going to do it, and Latvia succumbs to that icy board clear and Nexus damage from Anivia, and Poland wins game 1.
Yeah, winter is coming, and it's not feeling great. So big win here for the Polish team. And Latvia will have to succumb, as you mentioned, to the icy cold that Nineveh brings. And we'll see how that series develops. We keep you posted along the way if you're interested about that matchup as well. For what we have on the screen, exactly as you mentioned, we have the Risen Mists here to ensure the biggest possible open attack. And even with Harsh Winds, that's at least 5 damage that will go through. And the Harsh Winds means that it will not be any other follow-up from the Portuguese team. No ways to further stabilize the board. And there are 2 more Wraithcallers, well, one of them is Ephemeral, waiting in the Russian hand to refill and essentially do the same thing again next round.
That being said, they are getting favorable trades on the board, so they are trading kind of 2 for 1 with both the Ancient Yeti and Trundle surviving, and Trundle with Regeneration even more so. He's getting that health back, so really no value lost there. It's kind of something you have to commit to if you're Team Russia. You want to go wide, you can't attack with only the units that might get favorable trades. You have to attack with everything, because that's how you guarantee damage goes through. Harsh Wind, we mentioned it stops that, but when you have 7 mana and use a Harsh Wind, you're out of mana to develop. So we mentioned it. You're stalling, sure. You get some good trades, okay, but your opponent still has 4 units on the board. You don't have any kind of board clear, and you're at 5 HP. So that's a problem.
I'm going to ask you two questions because I feel very strongly about this particular block here. Would you have blocked the Elise here and instead of one of the Mist Wraith? And then secondarily, do you actually block the Wraithcaller over a Mist Wraith here when you're in the shoes of the Portuguese team?
I think you have to think about how much damage, like what damage you stay at with things like Doom Beast and maybe an Atrocity is being run as well. And you have to be thinking, okay, if I can survive and stay 1 point above a potential Atrocity, I should block this unit instead. So it's hard because there are closed decklists, so you don't know exactly what to play around. That's the kind of the magic. And for some teams, obviously the nightmare of this format, you don't know what to play around. It could be an Atrocity, it could be just Doom Beast, it could be, you don't know for sure. So it's much harder to tell. But we see here, I think pretty
huge top deck.
Automatic piloting here from Team Portugal. 8 mana, Ice Pillar in hand, you always play it. There's really, I think, not a single situation when you don't do so. And with 8 mana, Tryndamere is maybe also sometimes an automatic top deck, but we have Avalanche. And Avalanche comes in late, but will still be very impactful if you count the numbers there. No EU math or NA math needed here. 2 is 2, and that means Avalanche will clear your entire board.
And honestly, this might have been the reason why they actually went for the Elise and the Wraithcaller block last turn. They were maybe thinking, hey, Avalanche is kind of the only card that still rescues the game for me here. Mm-hmm. So play around your odds, ensure that they have one way to potentially deal with it. They will obviously, like, while they need to think and maybe developing the Trapper first, they will play the Avalanche this turn, 100% guaranteed, maybe even after the attack. And then it will come down to, okay, how can Russia redevelop? They have a lot of tools in hand, and then the second question becomes, will they be able to cut down the last couple 3 hit points? There's currently no healing in the hand of the Portuguese team, so even Stalking Shadows into Doom Beast would be enough to secure the win here, or the potential for a top deck Atrocity that you mentioned earlier already.
Yeah, that's the problem with these decks. They want to go wide and play for board early on, but there's a certain point where you, as a burn player, and in this case, it's not exactly burn, but it is similar concept of aggressive deck. You play for board, and there's a certain point in the game where, because you're losing the value trades, you stop playing for board and you're playing for burn instead to just chip in that extra bit of damage. And like you mentioned, there's no healing right now in hand for Team Portugal. So Stalking Shadows, a great card, and especially in this deck where you run out of fuel and you need that kind of extra last bit of burn. It gives you 2 copies of Doom Beast. One's ephemeral, but the game's over by that point, so it doesn't really matter at all. And big attack here as well. You could have played a Trapper first if you're Portugal, but what this attack does, maybe it's not the attack that, does any kind of huge impact on the game. You're not going to win the game with Overwhelm, for example, but it does pass priority. And it now gives Team Russia the chance to say, okay, I just lost a unit. Funnel's going to heal back up. I need to go wide again. If I go wide, is there an Avalanche waiting for me? So you have to think, do you have to, you can also just Stalking Shadows, for example, and because you can still play Wraithcaller after that and fill your board anyway. So maybe Stalking Shadows to, again, pass priority, see what you can get, and then see if there's an Avalanche or not. Because Portugal, they can't be too cocky. If the priority goes back to them, they can't say, okay, I'm going to pass and wait till my opponent plays something else, because then maybe Team Russia passes as well, and they attack and they go wide with the Risen Mist, maybe if they top deck it next turn as well. So they can't play that safe. They have to, at some point, pull the trigger.
Yeah, it's a battle of reactivity and patience here, right? You want to ensure that you're the last one on the trigger, because as late as you can play the Avalanche, the more value it will get, because there's the chance for another Wraithcaller, which you essentially know the opponent has in hand. And then there's also the opportunity for additional Myth Wraiths or even Francis Skirra to be developed. We see the Wraithcaller together with the Mist Wraith here. And now the question is, do you still play even more patiently and play the Trapper? Honestly, I would just go for the Avalanche here and cash out basically on my Avalanche stonks.
The biggest thing is that the board is already full for Team Russia. So even if you play a Trapper, they're not going to overwrite one of their units and play another unit. So this is the moment. You've been waiting. You're going to get rewarded. Team Russia, again, we talked about last game where with the Doom Beast plays, maybe a bit too impatient, too aggressive maybe. But in this case, Team Russia, like, okay, Avalanche wasn't played earlier, so it hasn't been drawn. There's no chance they just top decked it. I'm just going to play my Wraithcaller.
Whoa, I'm surprised by so many things. One, by the development of the Trapper, because for the reasons that you mentioned. But I'm assuming that was because of Doom Beast, right? They might have expected a Doom Beast and wanted to cash in even further on Avalanche. But then not playing the Avalanche, going for opting into this potential open attack here, is very interesting, because that essentially pre-commits a Flash Freeze and the Vengeance from the Portuguese team, and still leaves them very vulnerable to potential tools like the Mark of the Isles we've just seen drawn, or a potential Doom Beast via the Stalking Shadows.
The moment that pass was made, my mouth was open, your mouth was open, and the Portuguese player's mouth was open. That was not an intended pass, I believe. The Avalanche was, I think, a clear play to be made. All your units survive with Trundle healing back up, and the entire opponent's board, except for that red color, is cleared. That was clearly a mistake. They have a flash freeze and they have a vengeance. They can use all their mana to stop any damage from coming through here. If they don't, I mean, both units are above 3 attacks, so it would be lethal. So they have to do both. And that was definitely not what they wanted to do. That being said, they are going to clear a lot of this board here, but there's going to be a lot of trades happening. You're losing a Trapper and a Yeti as well, and you still have that Avalanche for later. So it is working out, and they do have Feel the Rush. Next turn, they will have 10 mana plus a 2 spell mana. So maybe they're not punished for it, but I think that was clearly a mistake from Team Portugal. I think their reaction was pretty clear as well on the camera. They did not intend to pass there.
Yeah, big mechanics misplay here. Very rare to see in a card game, but obviously something that can easily happen if you're not patient and you don't choose your clicks wisely. And in this case, not necessarily punished. And the Russian team now is thinking about the Mark of the Isles on the Wraithcaller, whether pushing the 2 damage here, ensuring that a single Doom Beast is able to secure the potential victory off the top is an option. I'd probably go for it, honestly, simply because I don't expect to be able to push through any further in the next couple of turns. You see already the big trades. Okay. They're going for the Mark of the Isles. It looked a bit on my screen like this was the Mark of the Isles on the Vengeance Mistwraith, and that's why I had that very strong reaction. But they're trying to trade against. No, this has to be a mistake as well,
that was
right?
Also, yeah. I don't know what's happening today, Max. I don't know. We're the #1 caster curse pair in the history of Runeterra, but normally, EU Masters, top 16 countries, best players in the world. We have been seeing a lot of clear-cut misplays that is just very clearly mechanical and human errors, like you mentioned. This is not the players thinking the wrong line of thought or the wrong sequencing. This is the players wanting to click on one thing and clicking the incorrect thing. So maybe we need some better, FPS background pros, something like Cyber Dragon for Team Portugal coming in, because there is clearly some human error occurring here. The misplay would have died anyway, so you didn't. Giving it Ephemeral with Mark of the Isles wasn't the worst thing in the world, but you did waste a card, you did waste 1 mana, and you did not push through, like you said, 2 damage. So if they draw a Doom Beast, they're going to really hate themselves, I think, for not hitting that play there.
Yeah,
this is looking scary for Team Portugal now. They do have Ruination and Feel the Rush this turn, and they're going to be pushing a lot of overwhelm damage, and there's nothing that Team Russia can do unless they draw double Doom Beast off the Glimpse Beyond, and this might be game. I mean, It's going to be a lot of overwhelm damage.
And they're going for it, and honestly, I don't think there is much the Russian team can do. I think the correct play here is to follow that up directly with a Glimpse Beyond and hope that you draw at least another Doom Beast or maybe Stalking Shadows to ensure that you have options still available to you. That being said, even that, it doesn't look like would be enough, so they probably have to draw the Atrocity here, because otherwise they're just dead to the attack without getting another chance to develop further.
And it has to be now, because if you do it after Feel the Rush, that's kind of a priority. That's kind of a pass or a turn you're using up, and then it's back to the attack token with Portugal, and they just attack and you just lose. So the draws are not what you wanted to see. You see a second Glimpse Beyond, but it'll be too late, I believe, for it. And
Not yet. They can use it now, and if they draw Atrocity, they win the game.
Right, so but not Doom Beast. That's the key difference.
Exactly.
Okay,
they're losing another option here. The single Doom Beast wouldn't have been enough anyway, simply because you would have needed 2 due to the misplay earlier. So they really have to hope for the Atrocity here. And the 2 draws coming in, that's 1 Doom Beast.
Oh no! So they don't hit it. They might not be running Atrocity. That's a possibility. We haven't checked it out because we're still speculating. It is expected though in a Mistwraith list, but there is Feel the Rush coming in. A whole lot of damage coming through. The math definitely checks out.
With the swagger remote, with the fierce from the Portuguese team, and he's actually putting his head in his hands. It's like he knew about the misplay. He knew that you almost threw the game with that Avalanche misplay, but it doesn't end up being enough in this round.
And Portugal takes it 2-0 in this best of 3. Again, starting off not the cleanest match. I think we're going to say that up front. Both teams have to maybe go back to the drawing board and fix some of their, mechanical errors. In the end, Portugal, like viewers in chat tend to say, never punished. Make a possible mistake not playing the Avalanche. Maybe it was kind of the big brain play of stalling even more and waiting to play later on. I don't think so, though, because
looking at the player cam, I'm fairly confident that was not a calculated play.
But still, never punished. They draw Fuel the Rush. Fuel the Rush is, well, we've seen it already in this tournament as well, having a great impact in the game, especially in the late game where you have that 10 mana plus 2 spell mana that was saved perfectly, having used that Flash Freeze and Vengeance to stop the lethal from Team Russia. And yeah, there's nothing to stop. There's no Ruination being played in the fearsome list, more of an aggressive list with a lower curve that wants to end the game early. When it gets to play Ruination, it's probably too late for it anyway. So yeah, lethal from Portugal. Portugal goes 2-0 up. They get a win. They're fighting now for the top 2 spots in Group B, but they didn't do it very cleanly. So the confidence from yesterday may be really big, going 2-0 up against Poland and beating the favorites. The confidence today, maybe not so great, but a win is still a win, and they do get a great result here in the first match of the day.
Yeah, and if you're on the other side of that group, right? If you're Latvia, if you're Poland, you're looking at this match, and it's kind of a good and a bad thing for Portugal, right? Good, you secured that win, you put yourself in a better position for next week. But if you're Latvia or Poland, you look over to this match and you're like, I can beat this, right? This is something that if there's a misplay like that against a clean play from one of our teams, these teams look beatable. So the second spot, super contested here going into the next week, and a really exciting group, and it's going to be shape up really nicely.
And talking about misplays or clean play, when you talk about clean play in TCGs, it's more about teams not making any mistakes, because when the skill level is so high and the teams are so evenly matched, and there is of course variance in card games, so every little slight edge that you can get over your opponent is huge. And any slight misplay, one little mistake, you might think, oh, I just forgot to play the card this turn. It's not that bad. But then next turn you die. And you get lethal. So it is really important. And having clean play is crucial. I think most of the teams that are going 3-0 are favorites to win this. When we watch them play on stream, they're playing perfectly. And that's what you will have to expect from the favorites in this tournament. Portugal, a win is a win. I'm not going to go against that, but you do have to try and play more cleanly and get those wins with confidence, and making sure you're looking at the rest of the tournament and having a chance to make it out of groups as well. But that's all for this first game of today. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll come back with game 2 in just a little bit. So stay tuned.
Don't go anywhere.
Some of y'all don't listen at all. The same they be pushing your buttons. Got a grown man having withdrawals. I don't mind if you don't listen that much. Yo, I smile what you say for the crowd. Cause some of y'all don't listen at all. Some of y'all don't answer that call. Realize the movie that I was watching, it's the end of the world. Illuminati is coming. Gather the boys and girls and watches it all unfurls. They clutching at all their pearls and no one asking for guidance. Stimulus check, won't you catch up that? I got then they said that respect they black. Politicians and they said don't know how to act. That's why we sitting on the wrong track. Back to the long track. And it's okay to be rich. My mama always told me I was destined for greatness. But my mama also, she told me take care of the kids and everybody around the world that can't fight for it. So it's a kuna matata, beast on the water, pray to provider, please don't divide us. Keep that and try to face your intruder to be someone brighter. Yeah, I don't mind if you don't listen that much, but some of y'all don't listen at all. The same they be pushing your buttons. Got a grown man having withdrawals. I don't mind if you don't listen that much. Yo, I smile what you say for the crowd. Cause some of y'all don't listen at all. Some of y'all don't answer that call.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 4 of this group stage of the Masters Europe Legends of Runeterra tournament. We just saw a great match there, Portugal beating Russia 2-0. Not the cleanest match, but still a great match, of course. And now coming up, we have Bulgaria versus Italy. Italy, one of the favorites to win this tournament. They started off very strong with 2-0. They did lose yesterday, so a bit of a hiccup there in their progress through this group. But Bulgaria, 0-3. They have some great players like Brachet Kata and really not showing up just yet. And it's a do or die moment for them. If they lose this match, they're out of the tournament. I think, can we guarantee that?
Mathematically, not yet 100%, as far as I can tell. They still have a chance to potentially go 2-4 together with the other teams in the group and be tied and potentially win the tiebreaker in the end. But you don't want to be in that spot, right? That would assume you will, if you go 0-4, you need to win both your matches next week, and then you also need to have a favorable tiebreaker and/or win that tiebreaker match against your opponent. You don't want to be in that spot. Like if you're Bulgaria, you need to get that win, even if you're the underdogs going into this. And Italy obviously are the favorites. You want to ensure that you secure this victory, because otherwise your tournament life is not going to be in your discretion anymore. Any win that you secure, a 2-4 by the end of it, might just not be enough to actually make it to the playoff stage.
And looking at the rosters here for Bulgaria, the 6th seed coming into it, Brachet Kata, the pilot for the team for most of the games I've watched until now, but also just a great player. Individually has been performing in the grassroots tournament scene in Europe and also showing up, well, not showing up here yet. They're 0-3, but hoping to show up today for sure. He's accompanied by Kalmashin and Just Neutrino. Kalmashin, a very experienced player as well, coming from the World of Warcraft TCG, also playing Hearthstone, also playing TFT, and showing up, at the Grandmaster level for all those games. So really putting in the work in many different genres. And he is a bit of an older player, more experienced. He's 30, whereas Brachet Kata only 20, and Neutrino is 19. So a very young team with kind of the experience, kind of anchor, helping them out maybe with the pressure and certain situations. And they need to, they need that experience, I think, in this game where it's do or die and they have to get a win. Looking at Italy, we see Bulat, Broken Ball, another big favorite individual player here in the EU scene for Runeterra, and Meliador. And same situation. Bulat is 19, Broken Ball's 20, Meliador 31. So again, both of these teams have very similar setups in terms of the ages and the experiences. Meliador, his background is a very interesting one. So he is a player that is a world champion in 2 different board games.
Oh, wow.
2006 Confrontation World Champion. That is the name of the board game. I've never played it. I don't know what it is, but that's still pretty impressive, I think. And the other one was Warhammer Fantasy Battle World Champion 2016, so 10 years later. And he's maybe proven that he has what it takes to win and to be one of the best in the world at a certain game. Could it be the same for Runeterra? Italy is 2-1, and they want to, make it out of groups and become one of the clear-cut favorites for the playoffs as well.
Yeah, and we're going to picks and bans now, and I'm very curious to see how the adaptations look like for both of these teams. Looking at the Bulgarian lineup, we see a lot of the classics, right? We see the Ash Sejuani Noxus list, which we've seen banned out so much today and yesterday, and we probably also expect to see get banned out here. We see Deep, we see the Trundle Tryndamere list, classic, Fiora Shen. Then some of the new spice. There's an Ezreal Draven list, something that has become very popular since the just recent Ezreal changes. For those of you who haven't checked the patch notes, Ezreal's triggered target count has been reduced from the 10 that it was increased to down to 6, but now actually it only deals 1 damage for every spell, but an additional for one that also targets. And then we also see the Lucian Kalista, with the Lucian also receiving a buff. So the Bulgarian team really embracing the patch here and ensuring that they are actually adapting their lineup to the environment they're in. Lucian can now trigger in the same turn that he levels up, ensuring that there is a lot of outplay potential, and there's the potential for a big swing. And the classic two Ash bans here to start us off.
And Italy also embracing the patch in maybe a different way. We see Shyvana coming in, a champion that was banned yesterday in some of the matchups as well we saw on stream, but definitely not a deck that we've seen at all. Lucian Shyvana, I think, is a combo we haven't seen yet, so I'm excited to see that played and see what that deck list might contain. Also, we see a Garen there sitting by himself with Shadow Isles. Again, we don't know guarantees, we can only speculate, but I'm going to assume that is a deck that I think the Italian player Broken Ball has been playing and enjoying a lot, and kind of defending against the rest of the scene, thinking, this is a meme, this is not a serious deck, but he thinks it's strong enough. We see it, putting his money where his mouth is. He brings it here to the tournament, and it's a deck that has Harrowing as a top end, possibly as that splash for Shadow Isles, and the rest of it is just elites and just stats. You just play stats and cheat out more stats and kind of Demacia, the movie basically. And maybe it's played here as well. And I think it would be really cool to see that deck in action.
I guarantee you it's going to be elites with the Italian player that is just speaking so highly of that deck. I would be very surprised if it's something else. On the other hand, there might be mic games, right? They might be exactly banking on that knowledge of that exists in the community of him being such a strong advocate of that archetype and saying, oh, maybe actually just like this might be a Demeter Shadow Isles list that is maybe something like Undying that just like runs a single Garen to throw people off. That's not what my is all about.
And the bans, like you mentioned it, a lot of strong decks that we're going to be seeing banned a lot, I think, in this weekend, for example, is going to be Ashe Nox and it's going to be Fiora Shen, two mid-range lists that are very good at, combat because they have so many spells. They have either a lot of tempo, like Ashe Nox, or just the combat spells, like the barriers for Fiora Shen or the Frostbite for Ashe Nox. And then to round out the bans, we see Italy banning out the Spooky Karma from Bulgaria, and Bulgaria banning out what seems to be a very standard scouts. It's not a Quinn Karma, it's just the Quinn misfortune that we all know and sometimes love, sometimes hate, but banned out here, so we won't be seeing it in this game. And looks like the decks are locked in. Deep coming in for Italy, my favorite deck in all of Runeterra, so very happy to see it. And we see Lee Sin Zed combo for Bulgaria.
Yeah, honestly, like this is going to be a very exciting matchup between Deep and the Lee Sin combo deck. Generally something where I would say the Lee Sin Zed deck is very favored against these control type decks simply because they have the opportunity to over the top them very efficiently and very early on. They have an ability to deal with big heavy hitters, but the Deep deck is a little bit of an odd one out in this scenario because they can flood the board very efficiently. They have a lot of potential removal for Lee Sin. So if you don't draw what you need to protect your Lee Sin, it might actually be able to go down to a Devourer. It might be able to be dealt with via Vengeance. Or you might just be so low already that a single Atrocity just runs you out of health because of a 13 damage Nautilus. And this matchup, I think, is a very skill-heavy one. You need to really think about, okay, what is the opposing tossing? What is he representing in his hand state? And it's going to be a very skill-testing one, so very exciting to watch this live now.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, I mean, the Lee Sin combo is a deck that can beat you, like the name states, Lee Sin with combo. And when you get to the late game, if you make one mistake and you make one bad play, you waste your mana when you shouldn't have in a turn that could be lethal, you might just lose. So it's going to be a tricky one. The good thing here is if you're Italy, the biggest change to Deep is the fact that Slaughter Dogs now exists in the game. And normally when you're fighting for the board early on and you have to defend from a big aggressive push or something like Scouts or even the Go Hard list with TFGP, you can't, I mean, you play Slaughter Dogs because it's that strong, but you feel bad doing it because you're losing board presence. Against Lee Sin Zed, Eye of the Dragon is not going to lethal you, early on. That's not a lot of pressure. They both stall out. And you can really take advantage of Slaughter Dogs early on. You can play it for no tempo and then get that tempo later on with a huge swing when you do go deep on turn 6 or 7.
Yeah, honestly, strong hand from the side of Italy here. And excuse us while we are trying to figure out the technical difficulties between getting the hand from Bulgaria on screen as well. And everything that Italy wants, they have in their hand. They have the Slaughter Dogs, or as you'd call it, it's the Slaughter Decks, because it's essentially what it does, right? And they have additional toss via these the Drag Dredgers and the Maokai. Maokai also a tool that the Bulgarian list of Lee Sin combo can't really deal with, right? Bar a leveled Lee Sin, it's not something that they can easily threaten. Maybe they have the chance via Lee Sin's signature spell, but it really would be a hard commitment to actually go for that. And going too deep very quickly is something that Italy wants to achieve because that threatens so much. A Nautilus turn early on turn 7 or 8, where you can actually throw down another 1, 2, 3 sea monsters, is exactly what the Lee Sin combo deck cannot deal with. It can deal with singular threats, but it cannot deal with a big board consisting of multiple beefy units.
And you mentioned, turn 7 Nautilus. Normally that would be fantastic, but when you're playing against a deck that has Will of Ionia, it could be a bit of a party pooper later on. That being said, Deep has shifted from this deck that kind of heavily relied only on Nautilus to really open up its possibilities later in the game to now having Slaughter Dogs as a chance to kind of give you that tempo early on and not have that single, like you said, the single unit that's putting all the pressure. Instead, you kind of widen out, you have a bigger board. You can play Will on Nautilus still, of course, but again, you're just stalling because it'll be played next turn again. You have to deal with it all over again. and there still will be a few sea monsters attacking as well. So it's not as easy to defend if you are the Bulgarian team.
Yeah, and sea monsters is one of this list, and you mentioned you are a connoisseur of the fine arts of sea monsters as well. That has so much adaptability to it. We see a lot of tech here already. We see a Lure of the Depth, one of the cards that's honestly in our master circle is so heavily debated because it costs a lot of tempo, but it also has a lot of swing potential for your Nautilus turn if suddenly you are able to throw down an additional 1 or 2 theme monsters that you otherwise wouldn't have been able to. And we also see Stalking Shadows, something that I frankly have not seen as much of yet, but I actually, like, looking at it, don't dislike. I think it's a very smart tech that potentially can ensure that you draw exactly what you want to have. And Ephemeral Devourers of the Death are absolutely fine because they're still removable.
Not just that, but the fact that Stalking Shadows works very well with Lure of the Depths, because if once Nautilus is on the board, the bigger problem is that, okay, all your sea monsters maybe cost 0 if you're playing Abyssal Eye or Devourer, if you discounted it twice, for example, and you can play 1 or 2 of them, sure, but then, I mean, you were going to play them anyway because you have so much mana. With something like Stalking Shadows, all of a sudden, you can start drawing into a ton of sea monsters and just play every single one of them for 0 mana, maybe for 1 mana because of the discount. So you get a lot more value from Lure, and that's maybe the reason why we're seeing it, have a resurgence now with a few, countries bringing Lure of the Depths in their deep deck where normally you wouldn't play it, I think, in the past few patches. That is one of the synergies and maybe one of the reasons why it's being played again.
Yeah, very interesting to see. And also really interesting how Bulgaria develops such an aggressive line here. I think one of the biggest benefits that doesn't really get talked about much of the Lee Sin deck is that it can threaten so heavily early. And frankly, from my perspective, one of the primary reasons to run Zed over the alternatives that we've seen of Diana or even Karma in some of the lists is that you have an additional win condition. That Zed potential with some gems or maybe even a Zenith Blade threatens so much damage early on. We see already the Italian team on 12 health at turn 7, and there's more to come here with the Mentor of Stones or a Lee Sin following this turn and the next.
This is a scary turn here for Deep and for Team Italy because you have 5 mana. You can only play 1 unit basically from hand. It can be answered by something like a Will of Ionia. We talked about this list, the Lee Sin list, not having that much pressure. Maybe I did forget about, Zed being an issue since the beginning of the dark days of Runeterra. He was always kind of a champion that was okay, but always there, and we're seeing why. He does put pressure early on, and you have that kind of alternate, more aggressive playstyle if you're playing this Lee Sin list against a slower deck like Deep, especially if it's playing Slaughter Dogs and these like no tempo plays. So we see here, Jaw Hunter's attack token. You can attack the Zed, try and kill it. Something like a Will might come out. Normally want to save this Will for a Nautilus later on, but because you have the board advantage and because you're looking so strong now with Slaughter Dogs being such a slow, no tempo play for the Deep player, you might just get lethal off of Zed and not off of Lee Sin.
Yeah, and we're seeing in the bottom here, actually Austria this time around against France, and we're just seeing them kick off. Looks like a Mithras list for Austria, and on the side of France, this looks like the Heimerdinger Targon list. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, looks like the Heimer.
Yeah.
So just starting off, the game obviously is still at 20 HP. First few rounds there, nothing conclusive yet, but we'll be seeing that happening off stream, and we'll be updating you guys as the match plays out.
Yeah, going back to this game here, very, very strong passes from the Bulgarian team. Not having any of this and just like wanting to okay, you need to do more because what you do right now is just not enough. That's essentially what they're saying. And the Zenith Blade top date, very interesting, might just actually put them in a position where they slam that on the Zed and threaten additional damage because they have both Will and Deny to potentially deal with additional threat and or protect the Zed.
Now it's 6 mana though. You can play 2 of these 3-cost units for Team Italy, so you're a bit, playing a bit more safe. You can use that mana more efficiently. We did just see Italy not attack last turn. They had the attack token with Jaw Hunters. They could have killed the Zed, but they priority passed. Bulgaria said, okay, just keep developing. I'm going to pass as well. I'm going to wait for your attack and then play Will. And Italy's like, all right, I'm out of here. My Jaw Hunter's still on the board. I'm not going to die next turn now that I have a blocker. I'm just going to pass. Even though you could get the kill on Zed, because it has quick attack now, it'll be more of a problem to deal with on the defense turn. But you say, okay, I'm doing good enough. I have a blocker now at least. And I know the Zed player is going to have so many spells to answer. If I do try and attack, so it's probably not going to kill the Zed anyway. I might as well just try and, take the pass there and burn the mana for Team Bulgaria. So very interesting, but very effective, I think.
Yeah, very interesting line. I'm trying to think, what kind of card are you playing around? I think it's kind of between two statements, right? Are you not afraid of the Zed, or that you don't really feel like you need to deal with it? Because I don't really see and please correct me if you see any options, I don't see a strong way that this gets hyper punished when you attack with the Joel Hunters into the Z, right? These decks usually don't run cards like Astral Protection, and that would be one of the only cards that I envision would be like really punishing that Joel Hunter attack.
Yeah, it could have been good just because you can play the Will on fast speed, so you can just wait for the attack and then play Will, and maybe just these players kind of going into the more comfortable priority passing kind of line, and then all of a sudden it was like, well, this pass might be good enough. I'll just take it. I think definitely a curveball, not what Bulgaria expected, but in the end, I think worked out for Team Italy until now, until they're seeing a Zed that has now Overwhelm. And this chump blocker at 1 health is not so great. Now the 3/2 Wander a little bit better. You have the lifesteal as well, but against a unit that strikes first, you won't have that lifesteal.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of a movie when like this record scratch happens. Like you might wonder how I ended up in this situation. It's because I didn't attack with my Joel Hunters last turn. Definitely like a justifiable decision, though, as you mentioned, simply because they burned a lot of mana on the side of Bulgaria. And now they need to figure out how they deal with the board. I think the Deadman Wanderer definitely super helpful here because the lifesteal is going to come in clutch. It's able to trade with the goat effectively, and the Joel Hunters would be able to still secure the block on the Z clone, which would not get trample as of yet because it needs to have connected twice, and the clone only gets the keywords, including the overwhelm damage, once that actually has leveled up.
And of course, this is the last turn where Zed, I think, is going to be the star of the show, because once the deep player goes deep and he has, a 10-8, a 7-7, Zed is quick attack is not going to be very effective anymore unless his attack gets boosted by quite a bit. So, and also the overwhelm will not be effective either because there will be such big health pools for the units, for the sea monster units for Team Italy. So again, this is the star of the show here right now for this attack turn. He is going to get through some damage for sure. Italy will survive. That's kind of what they want. They want to stall with this deck. And if they're able to go deep next turn and the Slaughter Rock is able to transform, they could get a crazy, Terror of the Seas into, some of their sea monsters. Maybe not lethal, but definitely get back into the game and have a big board presence once again.
Yeah, this looks very timid and very controlled at the moment. It's going to get crazy in the next couple turns. There's another Joel Hunters ensuring that they don't run out of sea monsters. Definitely not the greatest of pulls with another Shipwreck Hoarder. That's not what you want when you already have 2 in hand. But if you're able to draw Nautilus here, there's so much power that you can put on the table. And you need to draw it though, right? And we need to be looking for the deep trigger here from the Italy team, and we need to ensure that they actually have something good that they pull with starter docks. Otherwise, the Zed actually might be able to close out the game.
Yeah, and 6 + 6 is 12, and Italy's on 12 HP, so they have to block, obviously you don't normally want to block an ephemeral unit because it's going to die anyway, so you kind of want to, if you can, let that go through and block the actual units, the ones that are not ephemeral. In this case, you don't have that liberty because you are so far behind, and the pressure is coming on from Team Bulgaria. We see, of course, Brachet Keta is the pilot for Team Bulgaria, and for Italy, I believe it is Bulat. It is not Broken Bowl, that's for sure, and it definitely isn't Meliodoro, who is... has red hair from what I saw in the picture. So I believe that is Bulat, a very young player as well. But the blocks here do make sense. Mentor of Stones on the gem comes in for him early on to have that trade possibility into the Wander. He does kill the Wander as well. Italy, 9 HP. They're doing okay, but there's still a 7-6 Zed here. Well, it'll be a 5 after this turn. But yeah, definitely looking scary.
And there's potential for more, right? Like there's still additional 3 gems and a Pale Cascade and another Zenith Blade waiting in Bulgaria's hand. That 7-6 Zed is so threatening already. And the Maokai as a 1/4 body here pales in comparison.
The good thing is that I think we don't know for sure, but I'm pretty certain that Deep is coming in pretty soon. There is the perfect 4 + 3. The only units played here are going to be Joel Hunters or the Beast Below, I believe. With this Maokai flip, Deep might happen this turn. So it will be a 7-7. It will be a great blocker for the Zed next turn. But now it's not just Zed. Now Lee Sin has joined the party, and now you have to deal with both threats. And they both have very different threats. Lee Sin's going to combo you out, and that's going to hit you with overwhelm damage, and you have a blocker that's not great like the Maokai. So it's looking scary if you're Italy. It might be too little too late with this Deep list.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage that's being threatened here, and we look at the hand of the Italian team, and there's not really anything that they can do to interact with a potential open attack that gets gemmed up. And this is scary. This is really, really scary. They probably have to actually hope to draw some options here that they can interact with that open attack. But even then, we see that Bulgaria has the answers with Will of Ionia and Deny, and this is going to be a really, really tough way to come back from for the Italian team. Although the Shipwreck Hoarder here from the Slaughter Dogs is not a bad draw.
Yeah, it's one of the better ones. Definitely better than the Beast Below, for example. More stats and has a great effect to go with it as well. But like you mentioned, I mean, I think the Maokai sapling trade there with the Lee Sin was to get it low enough so that Devour the Depths was possibly an option if it was drawn to obliterate it altogether, because that is one of the things that you can do against Lee Sin, even if it has a barrier. You can obliterate it with Devour. In this case, because Bulgaria is so far ahead, they have a chance, like you said, to play low tempo cards like Will of Ionia that normally just stall, to just end up winning the game here, or at least putting a lot more pressure on Team Italy. And Lee Sin, yeah, is going to be hitting here. There's a lot of spells still in hand. We talked about, Sonic Wave, Kill Cascade, Will even, and 6 mana still up as well. And there's a flip as well from Lee Sin.
Yeah, and this is such a tough spot to be in, right? Especially when you have deny backup. You're going to feel so good if you're on the shoes of the Bulgarian team. They instant surrender from the Italian team. They know that they even can't interact. And even then, as we mentioned, Bulgaria would have had the answers. Fantastic play out of Bulgaria off of a very strong draw. And they made very, very short work of that deep deck that Italy brought.
And we talked about the beginning, maybe Deep having a better matchup against Lee Sin's Zed. I kind of maybe forgot about the whole Zed portion of the champion lineup for that deck, because it does put on a lot of pressure early on. There aren't great options to deal with it, with your blockers all having, very low health pools with Doll Hunters and Wanderer, for example, in the early game for Deep. And we mentioned Slaughter Dogs just not having an impact early game. You lose out the pressure early on. And then when you want to have an answer for Lee Sin, it's already too late because you have to deal with Zed as well. So too much pressure early on from Lee Sin Zed that Deep couldn't handle. And that's one of the weaknesses for the deck. It's a deck that if you get to the late game, it's explosive, it's fun to watch. You see these huge monsters, about to demolish your opponent. But if you don't, sometimes you just don't get there. In the mid game, you lose already. So it is tough, but Deep, finds a weakness there and gets a loss in the first game.
I don't want to harp on it too much, but we need to remember that there was that opportunity to actually attack with the Jaw Hunters and really threaten that Zed and in that one point, right? And we obviously knew we had the hand, but the options, even in theory, were very limited to protect the Zed there. So that's probably something that the Italian team will have to go back to and review whether or not that was the right decision to make. Obviously, burning mana is nice, but if you can't deal with a threat that already exists, you might actually just have to go with what you can do in the respective situation.
Although I think if they would have attacked, it would have been even worse, because there was a will, and there was the 6 mana still up for Bulgaria, so they would have willed the Jaw Hunter. There was only 2 unit mana up still for Team Italy, so they couldn't play it again. They had no other unit plays. That was the play where they had 5 mana and 3 cost units, but they couldn't play 2 of them. They could only play 1 of them. So it would have been even worse, I think, because the will would have been played. It would have been low tempo, but the board was clear for the Deep player, for Italy, and it would have been an open attack with maybe an attack buff on Zed, and that would have been maybe lethal that turn as well. So again, it's hard to tell, especially for the players that don't have full information. They don't have caster vision like us. Even for us, it's hard to tell. So for the players, even more so. Definitely a tough game, though, and Deep does take the loss there. And of course, Lee Sin Zed cannot be played anymore for Bulgaria. They now have that win, and it's basically a banned out deck, or like we see there, grayed out with a green checkmark. It means they have a win with that deck already.
Yeah, and honestly, big win for the Bulgarian team here, because they want to ensure that they're fighting for their tournament lives here, right? So being 1-0 up against one of the favorites in Italy to potentially take the entire tournament is such a big momentum swing in their favor. And now they have to think, okay, how can we follow this up? My cheekiest, my most preferred player is that they just pick Deep themselves. And I was like, guys, I'm showing you how it's done.
I would love to see that as well. But the biggest thing also with Deep is that it's not really considered a tier 1 deck. It's a deck that, like you said, is very debated, not just what card you're running, but just the fact you're running it in the first place. Like, bringing it to the tournament is one thing, playing it in the tournament as your first pick is another thing. And when you lose a match on a deck that doesn't have kind of the Ezreal Draven, that's a new one, and Leona Lux coming in from Italy, that's definitely, an interesting matchup we haven't ever seen before, I think, in the tournament scene, at least not on a big stage. But talking about Deep, again, if you lose the first match and you're losing the match with a deck that you didn't have that much confidence in, or is generally not regarded as a great deck, playing it again is almost like you have to have a really strong mental state to say, okay, I'm going to double down and play it again and maybe just lose 2-0. And then maybe you think it's not my plays that were bad, it's maybe the deck choice that was bad. So I think, I agree with seeing a change here. Leona Lux is being played instead for Italy. And the Ezreal Draven, after the Ezreal buffs, is the deck played here for Bulgaria. I believe this deck might probably have kind of similar to Ezreal Swain, same color combo, of course, but maybe a lower end without Leviathan, without Swain, and having maybe like a Farron as a top end, I believe, will be probably the what we will be seeing here from Bulgaria.
Yeah, very curious to see what kind of deck choices and card choices they actually went with, because Ezreal is still being figured out, right? The patch just happened this week and on Wednesday to Thursday, and players had some time to think about it, and there's still so much that is being worked on. I've seen so many Ezreal Freljord decks on ladder. I've seen experimentation with Ezreal Shadow Isles, going back to the list that Teal Red back in the day made very popular of like Revive Ezreal and various other options that go in a similar vein. Ezreal definitely a hot commodity in the current meta, and I'm very curious to see which iteration the Bulgarian team arrived at, and if that iteration is actually able to secure the win here for them and keep their tournament hopes alive.
In this Leona, I believe it's Leona Aurelion Sol. I believe I said Leona Lux, but it's Aurelion Sol. And this is a deck that Broken Ball favors a lot in tournaments. He's played in a few Fight Night EUs on Fridays, community tournaments, where he's playing individually, of course. He's not playing with this entire team, but already shows flashes that he does indeed like playing this deck. He's played it before in the past few weeks, so I'm not too surprised to see it here. We'll see with the Eclipse Dragon buff that we saw there. It's now 7-7 instead of a 7-5. If that makes the deck that little bit better, and maybe that's the reason why he's still running it, even after seeing some maybe not so great results. But it is, like we mentioned, a late game deck. You want to stall out late game, and then you have that ramp into Aurelion Sol. And ideally, in the ideal world, you flip Aurelion Sol and just take control of the game that way.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting matchup because I imagine that the Italian deck has a lot of heal at their disposal. I'm expecting at least 2 Radiant Guardians, maybe 3, then maybe even a full set of Star Shaping on top of that, right? So there is the real chance that the Bulgarian team will have to 100-0 the Italian deck in a single turn when they have an opportune timing. We see the Pharaoh that you mentioned, though, so there's definitely opportunity for punch through in the late game as well.
That being said, we're looking at Leona Aurelion Sol. Leona does indeed stun units, so we'll have to be careful. Obviously, a lot of the power in Farron, being an 8-mana card, is the Overwhelm and the fact that it can attack and punch through some damage, as well as give you card advantage and decimates later on to burn down your opponent's Nexus. But the big thing is the Overwhelm. When you have the attack token, Leona, if you develop that, Farron can indeed stun with her effect. So it has to be something we're going to have to watch out for later in the game.
Yeah, we apologize for the minor technical hiccups, but we actually have the hand back up here, and we now see that actually the dragon is already waiting in the hands of the Italian team. So all they need is the Aurelion Sol to ensure that they have the combo ready. Turn 7 Eclipse Dragon, turn 8 Aurelion Sol is what they want to see. And obviously, if you're a fan of the Italian team, that's what you want to see as well.
Looking at the picks here, Meteor Shower can deal with kind of the 2 champions that are going to be a problem in this Bulgarian deck. It's going to be either the Draven that we see on board already or the Ezreal coming in later. Meteor Shower dealing 4 is going to very easily clear both of those units. And because we're seeing Noxus with PNZ, there's not really any kind of protection spells or health buffs in those colors. So we're pretty much guaranteed to kill those units or those champions instead. Or you can get, like we saw there, the Challenger, who's a 5/5, who does the same thing, but has maybe a body later on that stays in the game, of course, in the board. And because Ezreal has such low attack, he's a 1/3, it's very easy to play that Challenger unit, kill Ezreal, and then still have a beefy unit to challenge maybe a Draven as well later on.
Yeah, it's basically the high risk, high reward play, I would say, is picking the warrior here, because as you mentioned, the Meteor Shower doesn't really have a way for the Bulgarian team to interact with that, right? One of the units will just be gone, right? You can delay it in Ezreal or Draven. There's no way for the Bulgarian team to stop that. The warrior, on the other hand, while it is able to actually potentially threaten 2 or even 3 units, it also has the risk that it can actually be very easily be threatened from the Bulgarian team. It's another unit that gives targets to Ezreal via Static Shock, via Mystic Shot we already see in hand. And we also see the Flock, which is going to be very crucial here in potentially dealing with the warrior.
We'll see what the option is here. Of course, Ezreal is a very unique champion because it kind of has like an alternate win condition. You want to not only be playing for keeping your board healthy, chopping down your opponent's Nexus health, but also having his little level up mission accomplished as early as possible. Get the target 6 units, and then he flips and does damage depending on what spells you use on targeted units or just on the Nexus. It does 1 or 2 damage basically. So the earlier you flip him, the higher chance you have of clearing out your opponent's Nexus very early on, just burning and bursting him down like you used to see back in the day with Karma Ezreal. This is a different version, but still a very similar mindset.
Yeah, in the picture between Austria and France, we see Austria with a big swing here with their Nightfall deck. And the Heimerdinger list is still in the back foot despite having a big board, but it looks like not every unit is able to block here because of all the fearsome. We'll have to see if that's enough, but it definitely looks like Austria is still in the lead here and in a commanding position to potentially take that. I would consider upset win against France.
And looking at the game we're looking at right now, I think we see an open attack. It makes a lot of sense. Playing against Targan, they have units that, when they develop, especially on defense, things like Solari Soldier or the Solari Shield Bearer, can provide just not great open attacks after that those units are developed. So instead, we see Draven, who's going to be killing any unit on the board here, open attacking an Ezreal with elusive tag, guaranteeing to go through that 1 chip damage, but also getting that free Mystic Shot, some card advantage as well for this turn, and 8 mana still to play, so they have a lot of options.
Yeah, good passive from Italy, because they expect Bulgaria to obviously use that Mystic Shot, as we talked about so much already in the previous match. It's so pivotal that if you are a more controlled deck, if you feel more comfortable going to the late game, that you really utilize your passes to ensure that the opponent doesn't get information, that they are not able to shape their play towards what you're putting on the board. They could have easily, what they were probably going to do now, drop the warrior and just like went with it, or just drop the Solari Soldier and went with it. But they actually decided to ensure that they want to keep reactability, and they wanted to make sure that they don't give any information to the opponent so they can shape their play towards what is best for them.
And a lot of plays to be thought about right here for Italy, and no clear answers. If you play the warrior, a 5/5, beam is a thing. 6 mana still up for Bulgaria. They eliminate it immediately. If you play Solari Soldier first to stall, and you'll have only 4 unit mana left, you can't play the warrior, for example. You could have played single combat there to try and trade the unit that was being targeted by Mystic Shot into the Draven or the Ezreal, but with the 6 mana up and a unit that revolves around targeting spells and removal spells, it's not a safe option at all. It would probably be countered by, like we see in hand, a second Mystic Shot. So yeah, both players playing very safe, and Italy, I think, too scared, maybe too respectful there. Delaying, of course, the Ezreal level up is great. Stalling to the late game and maybe having a better chance of dealing him with invoke cards, with removal cards, or with the warrior this turn that you can play Solari Soldier first, but the beam is still a thing. Warrior can come down and then beam can answer.
Yeah, the good news is that now that they have more reactability in their hand, they can actually do both, right? They can put down the soldier, potentially follow it up with the warrior, and then they still have the chance to interact with Pale Cascade and or the single combat. And this might actually put them in a better position. But I think the mindset here is very important. Essentially, the Italian team is telling the Bulgarian team, you need to do something. I'm actually comfortable in this current position. I'm fine stalling later. I'm still at 19. You need to do something, because next turn I'm potentially threatening an Eclipse Dragon, and you don't know that I don't have Aurelion Sol in hand yet.
Exactly, and that's one of the things that you have to look at if you're playing on ladder or in tournament, and you're playing an opponent that has a scary, late game deck, and he's giving you priority passing, and you're both burning mana, and you're both stalling, and you're equal parity in that sense. But then you think, who has the better late game? If it's not you, then you shouldn't be priority passing. You shouldn't be burning mana, because you're not utilizing that early game and mid game where you have the better pressure and the better odds to win. You're giving that up, and the late game you're not going to win against a better deck, a control deck that has a better late game. So. You have to be very careful, and I think Team Bulgaria knows this. They have to try and do some plays here. They can't play so reactive, and they have to try and deal with something like this. The warrior with Ravenous Flock, 1 mana, deal 4, pretty great. Pale Cascade comes in, and all of a sudden that doesn't happen. So a lot to think about here, and it looks like there's going to be the great counter here from Team.
Given that we see 3 Ravenous Flocks here in Bratchet Caddis and the Bulgarian team's hand, where do you land? I know that's also a big hot debate when it comes to the players on the Masters ladder, at least in Europe. Ravenous Flock, OP, yes or no? Give me your 10-second speech.
Of course it is. I mean, come on. Black Spear deals 4 for 3 mana with a harder condition, and Ravenous Flock deals 4 for 1 mana with a very easy condition if you're playing it in the right decks. Come on. I think that's a very easy answer. Definitely a card that has been on my radar for a while. Hopefully it isn't on my radar for, after the next few patches. Maybe see it toned down a little bit. I think it's quite strong. But Pale Cascade here looks like a huge, a great play here from Italy. But again, because Ravenous Flock is so cheap, we can see a second Ravenous Flock come in. We could have seen a Mystic Shot Ravenous Flock come in. I mean, we can see a lot of different options here. And yeah, double Ravenous Flock will do it. We'll kill off this warrior. No single combat mana available to at least get some value out of it before the Ravenous Flock did end up killing the warrior. So Ezreal Draven, they still survive. The targeting still happens onto that the warrior with 2 more procs with double Ravenous Flock. And I mean, Italy is still very healthy. They're at 19 HP. And for a deck that wants to burn you down, you're looking pretty safe. But Ezreal and Draven are still on the board. And this level up condition is getting closer and closer.
Yeah, honestly, like the Bulgarian team, I think are feeling still pretty comfortable in the spot, right? It's similarly to the last game where basically nothing has happened for like a few couple of turns at the start. This is going to get explosive very fast because one, Bulgaria is running out of health as one of their primary resources, and two, the Italian team will be big time under pressure from the leveled up Ezreal, who should only be a few targets away.
And Draven doing his thing, quick attack, always on attack token, taking down one of these units because you are trying to block and stall out if you are Team Italy. We see the hand, we see the reason, in hand why you're trying to stall. You have Eclipse Dragon, you have Aurelion Soul, you're at 7 mana already and you're still pretty healthy. We'll see if Ezreal and him leveling up this early is going to be enough to take over the game before Aurelion Soul does that himself and takes over with, flipping maybe and going all in. But it'll be tough. And the good thing for Team Bulgaria is that they have a very easy way to pop spell shields with Mystic Shot, with Ravenous Flock, with very cheap spells, and then can kill Aurelion Soul with something like a beam, for example.
And there's already the Ezreal level up. And together with the Executioner's unit text every single round, that now is a cleared board next to the barring obviously the Eclipse Dragon that was just put down for the Italian team. So suddenly a lot of pressure there from the Bulgarian team, because Ezreal has the potential to deal a lot of damage very, very early on. And we can see here highlighted the Eclipse Dragon. You mentioned it, recently buffed from a 7/5 up to a 7/7. And they're obviously going for the Daybreak effect here. They want to ensure that next turn they have the ability to slam down Aurelion Soul for 8 mana.
That being said, the math checks out. You have 7 mana. The unit has 7 and 7. 7's everywhere. Lucky number for some maybe not so lucky.
Not for this Eclipse Dragon, not a lucky number.
The unit goes down. He was buffed. He was trying to get into the spotlight. Finally going to make it into competitive play. First turn he comes down, immediately destroyed by a thermogenic beam. So not the best outcome for him or for Team Italy. They do have the ramp effect at least. It's not an effect that you need to have the Eclipse Dragon on the board. Instead, interesting play here. So gets that ramp on the second Eclipse Dragon. They still can ramp into Aurelion Soul next turn, and now they have the chance to have some counterplay with Single Combat, for example.
Yeah, I think they're a little scared because the hand of the Bulgarian team is still fairly big, right? They have what I can see here as like 6 cards that are hidden for the Italian team, plus the 2 axes. So they really need to think about, I'm at 16, but how much damage can they deal? That's always a question you need to ask yourself against the flipped Ezreal. And they want to ensure that they have some level of interactability. They don't want to give full information to the Bulgarian team that they can just go crazy and potentially end the game right here, right now.
Looking at the bottom there, we see France playing Austria. Austria is going crazy, like you said. They are definitely going crazy. I think that is it looks like a harrowing, right? There are ephemeral units there, so yep. It might be a harrowing. They're going in for, looks like lethal, only 12 HP on Team France. They do have a pretty big board to block with, though. They are playing Heimer. It looks like Heimer Vi. We see some turrets there as well, so they have the option to block that, and it looks like Team Austria going for their do or die moment, playing the harrowing. Their hand looks pretty empty and trying to get the win there.
Yeah, the Hush might come in big here for Team France. Able to secure that one additional blocker might make or break the game here. I can see the numbers 100%, but this looks like 3 fearsome units from the animation, and we'll see if that's good enough. There might be the opportunity for a potential, because those are flip fusions, right? There is another attack. One of those Doom Beasts. That's my bad, sorry.
And we could see a Hush as well on one of the fearsome units to have that block possibility as well, with mana still up for Team France, but looking at the board we were just looking at right now, we saw a Mystic Shot thrown on the Eclipse Dragon. Eclipse Dragon answered that with a Single Combat. And of course, being at 7 health still, Thermogenic Beam wouldn't be a possibility because it is a slow speed spell. So there was no counterplay. The Ezreal does end up going down. And it was looking great for Team Bulgaria. They could have played House Spider, gone wide, and gone for a big open attack next turn. The mana has basically been used already by Team Italy. So they have the Eclipse Dragon to block, but that's basically it. Instead, things take a turn for maybe the worst for Team Bulgaria. Their board's not as wide anymore, and they lose Ezreal, which is maybe their win condition. Draven's great in the early game, but right now, attacking into an 8/4, he's not going to do much.
Yeah, also the 8/4 it's gonna swing into you, and it's gonna ask, okay, what are you gonna do? You had 8 HP. Do you really feel comfortable at 1? Probably not so much. So this is probably gonna get jumped or either traded with the Draven.
And of course, no Overwhelm on the Eclipse Dragon, so you can block with a 1/1, or you can just play a 1 mana, heal for Ravenous Flock, making a showing once again.
Great card.
And eliminating the Eclipse Dragon. And Aurelion Soul can come down next turn, sure, but again, he needs to have some backup. He needs to have some more units to help him level up. By himself, he's scary, but not that scary. Especially not when an opponent might be attacking you like we see here with a wide board with a lot of very small, cheap units that are going to guarantee damage going through.
Yeah, big board here for the Bulgarian side. They basically identified their alternate win path. Progress, they also big draw from their end. They decide to go with Farron, basically saying, okay, what do you have? How do you answer this? Sad news for them, they actually have the answer on the Broken Ball side. And we see France is closing out the game here, going 1-0 up against Austria.
And of course, that match is going to be best of 3 as well, so we have to wait for the rest of it. But looking at this match also, best of 3, Bulgaria, 1-0 up already, won that first game with Lee Sin against Deep, and is looking in a good position to win it here as well. Aurelion Sol, maybe, again, similar story to Deep. Too little, too late, very impactful, but if you don't survive the mid game, there is no impact to be made when you're losing and you're looking at your defeat screen already. So a big wide attack here. The Aurelion Sol will block the Farron, but the damage is done because you have all these decimates. They're going to burn you down the next few turns. You have a star shaping to answer, but this is a lot of damage coming through from a wide board, and then decimates might end it next turn.
So appealing to the player in you, are you going for a potential trade here? What are you utilizing your axes here? Are you threatening more damage? Do you keep them for later? Are you maybe trying to potentially get rid of the Aurelion Sol? We already know what the Bulgarian team is planning for, because they're obviously not going to just make it a 9-8. They're going to throw another axe on that.
So the difference here is that if you put these axes on a unit attacking Nexus, you're going for the all-in kind of burn strategy. You want to, you're maybe looking to be in a bad position later on. You have to get this damage in now to close it out next turn with decimates, and that's your all-in. If you go for the trade on Aurelion Sol, you're saying, okay, I want to still fight for this game for the next few turns. I want to have board presence. I want to deal with my opponent's biggest threat. And it's a very cheap way to deal with it. I mean, you're just sacrificing 2 axes, 2 damage, and you can kill Aurelion Sol. Pretty good trade-off. And you still have the decimates to burn down your opponent. Your opponent's at 7 HP, so you're still fine, I think.
Risky play. They basically called and said, we don't expect you to have Pale Cascade, because a Pale Cascade, they would have completely ruined the day of the Bulgarian team. But the Italian team does not have it, so that play goes through as intended. And this now means they have a full board developed on the Bulgarian side. And we already see the semi-dancing here from Bracket Cat being very happy with how that series developed so far. I
mean, they're 1-0 up, and then they're in the driver's seat to win this game as well. And another great thing, because their board is so wide, normally when you play Decimate, you're almost giving up playing for board, and you're just going to the burn strategy. You're playing only for Nexus damage. But because you don't really even have space to play units anyway, you're like, okay, I guess it's just autopilot. I just play my Decimates, and if my opponent doesn't have a star shaping, I win this turn. If he does, then he lives to survive, to the open attack next turn, but he's probably going to die anyway. So yeah, the Pale Cascade is in hand there now, but again, too little, too late.
Adding insult to injury, honestly, the Pale Cascade top deck, that's like the worst card that you feel like, okay, you could have been great last turn, mate. What are you doing here now? And this is looking rough for the Italian team. They still have the star shaping, as you mentioned, to keep themselves alive this round. But what are you doing after?
And at 8 mana for Bulgaria means they cannot play both the Chump Wump and the Decimate. That's the little small silver lining for Team Italy, but it's a very wide board. You're only blocking with this Solari Priestess. You have the mana to play. You have 10 mana, so you can play Ravan and also the Star Shaping. But again, there's no more healing. And there's the Decimates. They're a card that, because it's generated by Farron and because both players know it's generated, it's shown face up. So you're looking at that threat nonstop. You're seeing a Decimate. You're like, okay, they're in hand. I know they're there. They're going to kill me next turn if I don't draw more heals.
Yeah, they're going with the Living Legends here. And honestly, not a bad draw. They get the free 2/1 Challenger Spider. I'm assuming that the Warrior will actually be the follow-up here. Or actually, no, they don't have mana for the Scourge. Never mind. They will actually probably go for the Warrior on top of it. Then they can reduce the size of the board at least a little bit going into the next turn. But their backs are really against the wall.
Yeah, 2 Challenger units in both the Serpent and the Warrior. Pretty great at thinning down your opponent's board. But like you mentioned, there's still another Decimate exactly for Nexus health right now for Team Italy. So it's going to be a top deck war going into it next turn. Living Legends, of course, is a card that is great when Aurelion Sol is flipped. It's basically just win the game, the card. But because they're under pressure right now, and because they want to have as many options as possible, they utilize it. If none of the cards are useful, that's fine. We just play Ravan and start shaping like we're going to do it anyway. But if they are useful because it refills your spell mana, basically, you're fine to play and then just see what the best option is. In this case, they found some good options there. They thin out the board. They kill this Draven. There's no way to answer here with only 1 axe. And the board is a little bit less threatening now.
It definitely is, especially because it's only 3 units towards the 2 units of the Italian team, and they also have the Concerted Strike to ensure that they have interactability even for that last unit. But they need to draw a heal here. If they don't draw anything that actually secures them additional hit points, then it's not enough to just die to Decimate. And they have the Pale Cascade for 1 additional draw here. So I'm assuming Living Legends into Pale Cascade will probably... No, that actually doesn't work, because then your hand is full. It has to be... Oh, there's no way. If
they open attack,
Decimate is just gonna...
Decimate, yeah.
Yeah, the Decimate is just to win here. If they Decimate, there's no way for Italian to actually get the draw off of Pale Cascade. Because Living Legends fills your entire hand, so the Pale Cascade replaces itself. So they have the chance. Living Legends into Pale Cascade is probably going to be the play.
And then it'll be just the heart of the cards, They'll have to believe in every single card in their deck. Well, actually just in the star shaping, because that's what they want. Yeah. And if they don't find it, then they lose this game and they're out of this series. It's a best of 3, and Bulgaria's already 1-0 up. They're 0-3 in this group, so this would be an upset, and this would be Bulgaria fighting, for a chance to make it out of this group, and Italy losing the dominance they had. But we'll find out here. We see the Moon Silver rather into the Pale Cascade. So very, they save 1 mana at least.
Yeah, Guiding Touch or Star Shaping or Bust.
And looks like that's another Ravan.
Oh, I see the Shani mode already. It's not going to be good enough. Ravan is not going to make it here. And that's 2-0 for the Bulgarian team. Big upset. And honestly, so important. We talked about it already for the Bulgarian team to ensure that they still have the fate in their own hands. They go into the next week 1-3. Not what they would have wanted, but at least they have the chance with a 3-3 scoreline to potentially force a tiebreaker.
And Ravan, maybe a very hated card now from Team Italy. They top deck it naturally, and then they top deck it again, the 3rd copy from the Pale Cascade. So not what they wanted to see, of course. Again, both games, they played out very similarly. Deep List and then Leona Acel. Too little, too late, not enough, stalling and keeping the pressure away in the early and the mid game. And Team Bulgaria taking advantage of that, pushing through the pressure with Zed in the game 1, and then with Draven and Ezreal in game 2. And even without Ezreal, able to win with Farron as well. So a lot of alternate win conditions in that matchup as well from Team Bulgaria. And very happy, I think, to finally get a win in this tournament. Their first win on day 4, maybe a bit late, but, they have to try and claw back into this group and maybe make it out. Quick correction, I have been notified by the Portuguese players, the players we saw on stream in match 1. We did call one of their plays a misplay with Avalanche not being played early on. We didn't know the full deck list, and obviously seeing both hands, we can make some calls that are maybe a bit premature in some cases. For the Portuguese team, they did let me know that they were playing around the harrowing, because they could block all damage if they would have just passed like they did. If they would have cleared the board and then a harrowing came in the turn after, it would have been even scarier. So that was their line of thought. They ended up winning that game with the Field of Rush later on. So maybe they're correct, and that's why they're the players and we're the casters. So quick correction there. Some misplays still. We did see some minor stuff, but definitely less than I think we said earlier. As long as
the other team doesn't get back to us and just claims that the Mark of the Isles play was intended as well, I think we're good. 50-50 is about the accuracy that I think we have to go for. That we take it.
We'll take it. I think it's going to be all from this game too, of course. We still haven't seen France and Austria finish. They're still playing that game, so we'll update you after, I believe, a small break, because this is it for this game here between Bulgaria and Italy. Bulgaria does take it 2-0, like we mentioned. We'll be seeing the 3rd game coming up, Norway versus UK, after a short break. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Wave, look, why you mad? Get to the bag. It's long face, tuck a case, get the cash. I've been living fast, still far from average. Real talk, all this shit is right outside what I imagine. Young, black and raspy, catch me with a lab. Young, nigga make the slap that make her body do magic. Won't stop till my bank account magnets. Looking like I'm still running paper routes backwards. Money bags, no advance, snap back like a rubber band. Pretty thing with a suntan, make it bounce back when you do the dance. Call my song, we supposed to pick. See your things through a different lens. Living fast, only one chance. Never pants, how we do the plans. Right? I practice what I preach. They lie and put around my way, think get lost to see. Not sure what you wanted, but I'm what you need. I know my high just started, better hit a peak, yeah. Wave, used to just wanna blend in. Big flex, how I do the syntax now that I got the attention. On the rig, you make it really hard, I just wanna be friends. Treat the night like a vignette for what's coming next, hard to see the end. Yeah, I tread water in the deep end. I'll die young and live plenty days on my defense. In real life, just pretend, let them sleep in.
Welcome back, friends, to day 4 of this European Masters Legends of Runeterra tournament. Of course, we've seen a lot of matches already. 3 days of tournament matches already. This is the 4th day. Some matches are do or die, like we saw the last match there. Bulgaria winning, getting their first win in the group. It's a vital moment for them. They needed to get that win there. Italy going to 2-2. So from fan favorite to losing the 2 matches this weekend, now, you know, seeming mortal and maybe seeming like they're vulnerable and maybe they're not going to make it out of groups. Nothing's set in stone just yet. But moving into the match, we're going to be seeing for Group D, which can be considered the group of death, I believe. We're going to be seeing UK versus Norway on stream and Czechia versus Germany off stream. A quick little explanation as to why maybe one of the more exciting matches like Germany-Czechia isn't on stream. The biggest thing here is that this is a round robin tournament group stage, which means that every team plays against every other team in their group 2 times. The first time around, Germany and Czechia were on stream, and this match, UK versus Norway, was off stream. This was day 1 of the tournament. Now that we're on kind of the mirrored day where the same matches are being played, we're going to have the match that was not on stream before, Norway versus UK, on stream this time, to give all the countries and all the players and the teams kind of an equal chance in the spotlight to prove what they have to bring for this tournament and to prove that they're some of the best players in Europe. So we want to keep it fair, and that's the reason why UK and Norway are playing on stream today.
And to add on to that, I think Norway we actually have not seen at all yet on the stream, right? So I'm really excited to actually see them perform live and actually be able to commentate one of their games here. And this is obviously due to the nature of the double round robin group style, right? Where if you only have two games played last week, then there's no opportunity to actually showcase both sides. And that's why we're actually still looking forward to this match between the UK and Norway. Norway basically in a similar position like Bulgaria was in the last game. It's almost do or die for them. They really need this win to ensure that their tournament hopes can stay alive and that their fate stays within their own control.
And look at
the UK. Go ahead, sorry.
well, just looking at the roster really quick, since it is being shown now on stream, just to go over the players and who they are, their background, and kind of some backstories so you guys, as viewers, can understand not just, these mechanical robots, gods of Runeterra playing, but also where they come from and who they are. From UK, we're seeing Fly, Matthew Folks, and Spikes. Matthew Folks, maybe one of the more relevant names for a lot of viewers. He does have a big background in TCGs, especially in MTG. He's been a big player. He moves around a lot. He's currently in Mexico. Little trivia there. So this is an EU disclaimer, little asterisk next to the title. He is currently in Mexico, but he did qualify with UK. Spikes and Fly also rounding out that team. We saw him yesterday on stream as well playing. And for Team Norway, still no win. Marcus, one of the best individual players in Europe right now, has won two of the only two Fight Night EU tournaments. So has won some grassroots community tournaments and shown up individually. But in this group setting, with this new format with 9 decks and playing with a team and having discussed plays, he's 0-3. So something has clearly gone wrong there, because he has a great read on the meta and he's a great player. But alongside Radigar and Trish Fangirl 69, great name there, he's not able to get a win yet in this tournament, and this is a do or die moment for him.
Yeah, and Matthew Fox here rocking the Magic Grand Prix profile picture, so really making clear where his background is coming from. But really, really strong Runeterra player, despite obviously being. And UK is also pretty much in the situation where 1 and 2 is exactly that cutoff, where you need this win so badly, because this way, if you are 2-2 after the first 2 weeks, a 1-1 or a 2-1 in the last week can actually secure your playoff spot, depending on how the rest of the group falls. And every single team wants to be in that position. So really, really big game for both sides here.
Not just that, I mean, in any other group, if you're 1 and 2, the win here matters a lot. But in this group especially, in the group of death, where you're trying to get that maybe second place spot to make it out of the groups, and you're facing against two quite literally tournament favorites in Germany and Czechia, you have to win against the, in theory, worst team right now in the group, which is currently 0-3. If you make a mistake here and Norway gets a win against you, Norway, statistically probably not going to make it out already to this 0-3 and placing just great teams in Germany and Czechia. But it pretty much dooms UK as well. So UK, for both these teams, this is a do or die moment. Norway to try and accomplish a Hail Mary, reverse sweep this next days 4, 5, and 6 of the group stage and make it out of the group of death. And for UK, just trying to fight maybe against Germany for that second spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, looking at the lineups here and the bans, the standard Ash ban first from the UK coming out that we've seen so much of today already. Norway, though, switching it up with a Diana ban, taking off the Nightfall list that we've seen run between Diana and Nocturne.
And could be, some bad matchups maybe with something like a Tompkins Soraka. You don't have a lot of blockers against Fearsome, against Nocturne, against Stygian Onlooker, for example. It could become a bit of a problem. And looking like a lot of aggro bans from Norway. They're banning the Callista, which I believe is Callista Elise. So again, could be a Fearsome deck. We don't know for sure. Looking at the rest of the deck list, some interesting decks brought here from Norway. We see a GPMF. This could be a classic burn list from maybe 2 patches ago, so a bit outdated possibly, but it is still viable. It did get some nerfs to make it rain, for example, but it can still do a lot of damage. And the rest of the list, I think, pretty standard, nothing too crazy. There's a lot of great tier 1 decks, really. And the same from UK, Deep being brought again. We'll see if it's played. But other than that, yeah, the decks are pretty similar, I think.
Very targeted bans from Norway, as you mentioned. I wouldn't be surprised, if they followed this up with Ash or Fiora, is what I wanted to say. And that's exactly what they're going to do. So I wouldn't be... I'm assuming that Norway is now gunning to ensure that they actually play some more control or combo Soraka Tamkench style decks themselves, because now they actually put themselves in relatively favorable matchups. There is no very aggressive list anymore to punish potentially greedy control or combo lists.
And both teams banning out the aggressive lists and the more aggressive or one of the better mid-range lists in Ash Noxus. And both teams, looking at the decks available, that are almost mirrored. I mean, we see Deep for both players, we see Tron Tryndamere for both players, we see Fiora Shen for both players, we see Karma Thresh for both players, we see Tompkin Soraka. The only difference is the Leona, the Asol Lux deck for Team UK, and the Lee Sin Zed deck for Norway. So both teams bringing similar decks and also similar strategy in terms of the bans and what matchups they want to try and find.
Yeah, I think Norway is pretty comfortable in the spot. I think this is exactly what they wanted to achieve by starting with the Diana and Callista bans to ensure that the environment they would be performing at, there is no hyper-aggressive strategy. I would not be surprised to see a Lee Sin here, or maybe even the Tahm Kench Soraka list, because those decks are very, very strong against a very predominantly control-heavy lineup that is waiting on the other side.
And there we see it. Looks like the lock-in for UK is going to be Karma with Thresh. So Spooky Karma, some variant of it. We can't be sure, but we're going to almost guarantee it'll be some variant of Spooky Karma with the addition of the new KDA cards, of course, Go Hard being one of those alternate win conditions with Pack Your Back coming in clutch, especially if you're able to double the spells and cycle through a lot more Go Hards into your deck. And for Team Norway, it's going to be Lee Sin Zed, a deck that was nerfed. Lee Sin was nerfed, 1 mana, more expensive, did get a bit more health as well. But we already saw it perform today. It got a win for Bulgaria against Italy in that Lee Sin versus Deep matchup, and could find a win here as well. We'll see if it's fast enough to deal with Karma Thresh.
Yeah, in general, Lee Sin is considered to be fairly strong against control matchups that are more slow. I think the Thresh Karma list is a bit of a special one, though, because they have so much interaction that can really throw off the Lee Sin list, because they have limited ways to fully protect the Lee Sin. Namely, it's mostly Bastion and Deny to ensure that the Vengeance or potential Ruination don't get rid of the Lee Sin. So I think Zed is going to be very pivotal in this matchup to ensure that there's a lot of early pressure, to ensure that the Karma Thresh list cannot comfortably go into the late game and then just answer the Lee Sins one by one.
And Lee Sin Zed is a deck that, with an attack token, suddenly it's like almost a deck-wide buff, because Lee Sin and Zed both get gain a lot of value from the attack token. And something like a Karma Thresh list that has Steel Tempest, that maybe has Concussive Palm that can stun a unit and stop that attack value from coming in, could also be clutch. So very important to note, we're going to be looking at the stuns. The Concussive Palm is going to be mulliganed, it looks like, so maybe a bit too expensive for the early game. And Go Hard's also both mulliganed. Definitely an interesting mulligan. Normally, I think Go Hard, you want to have them early to cycle them early on, but maybe they think that they're not going to get to Pack Your Bags. They have to go for an alternate kind of stalling strategy instead.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very interesting decision to keep the River Shaper. I would consider more a card that's relatively slow in this matchup, more of a value tool, right? They draw the Concussive Palm again. That's obviously what they knew in advance, so they kicked the other one. Smart play all around, believing in the heart of the cards to ensure that they at least have that option available.
And Go Hard normally against aggro lists, it's great because you can get not just the Go Hard into your deck again very early, but you can also drain and kill a unit off maybe. But against the Norway list, against Zed Lee Sin with 2 health on Zed, Lee Sin pretty healthy, and overall a lot of spells to help out with your health and the gems and the Pill Cascade, maybe they're not as effective on the board, and it's more of an investment play. But I think with this deck, they think there's going to be too much pressure early on, and they need to just try and stall out and protect their board early instead of investing into the Pack Your Bags.
Yeah, we see very standard pass play here at the early turns. Eye of the Dragon is going to basically be the advanced pass play, where you ensure you get a unit on the board, and the attune ensures that you are still not falling behind when it comes to tempo too much.
And this is the Eye of the Dragon coming in early on, stalling out against Spooky Karma. Not a deck you normally are too scared of in the early game. River Shaper, only 2 attack. Hapless Aristocrat, again, not very strong either. But it is, a great spell to have early on to put on pressure as well. You get an extra token in the Dragonling once you have that spell synergy going on, and you can start pressuring your opponent a tiny bit. Yeah,
and every little point of damage counts, right? The one attack doesn't really do too much in the early game, obviously, but it needs to be answered at some point. The River Shaper comes down here, and now the thought between the Norway team is, okay, do we actually Zenith Blade this Eye of the Dragon? And I think that's what they're going to go for.
And it happens a lot. It's kind of a weird play sometimes, but when you don't have other units, and we've seen this happen a lot with the Lee Sin Zed list, that they kind of rely on units, a few key units, and then they have a lot of spells to back them up. When you only draw Eye of the Dragon as a unit, you kind of have to buff it up. It's kind of, it's the play you have to make at this point. It isn't great because there's not great attack synergies on the Eye of the Dragon. It does get a bit more survivability, but overall, the overall damage, for example, not going to do much here, but it can at least trade with the River Shaper and stop the attack.
Yeah, and honestly, one thing they're probably thinking about now is when the River Shaper attacks, which I'm assuming it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. But would you hush there? Like, if the River Shaper actually wants to cycle through, would you prevent that via hush?
I think it's not as important. Maybe you want to save the hush for something more important later. But again, in this matchup, there isn't really much more to hush. Actually.
That was my thinking as Oh, I was like, okay, is there any other option though? And it feels a little bit awkward if that were to happen, but I'm assuming almost that that's top value of Hush, where you just like ensure that the control deck doesn't get to draw an additional spell.
In the opposite case, of course, I think Karma Thresh would love to have a few Hushes in hand to stop Lee Sin Zed, but unfortunately in their color combos, it is not a realistic possibility unless they're cheating in some way, and that would be a big no-no here on stream especially. But
On my wall.
Max will come get you. Don't worry about that. That's a threat. But right away we see, looking at the hand now for Marcus and for Team Norway, we talk about the attack token being so important. It's only really important if you have your Zed or you have your Lee Sin. If you have a Mountain Goat, sure, you can attack and get 2 damage in, but it really isn't that scary.
Yeah, and they're trying to ensure that they have pressure on still, right? The gems that the Mountain Goat creates are so pivotal for that deck. When you look at it as a card, you feel like, okay, this is not an actual card. This is not card draw. Lee Sin actually makes that an actual card because it adds so much to his level of condition, adds so much threat to the one-turn kill potential. And without cards like Mountain Goat and the Mentor of the Meek who are able to create those gems, Lee Sin as a deck would not be as strong as it is right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of little pieces that are not too flashy. They're not too interesting when you look at them at face value. A goat is a goat, not the craziest character lore-wise or in the game either, just a 3/2. But when you start thinking about the synergy between Eye of the Dragon, between Zed, between Lee Sin, every single card in the deck has synergy with 3 or 4 other cards. It's like a branching tree that everything just starts making a lot more sense. And that's one of the reasons why both of these cards are being played. The spell synergy with Lee Sin level up and also with Eye of the Dragon, it's like that its proc on a lot of different turns is great. And for now, we mentioned it, both players stalling, both players don't have the most aggressive early game, especially if you don't find Zed, if you're the Lee Sin Zed player. But the board is definitely now in favor of the Norwegian team. They have some damage coming through here and a very strong, both the Mountain Goat surviving and the Eye of the Dragon still here at 2/5 thanks to the Zenith Blade.
Yeah, Samples Vigor coming clutch here, ensuring that the Mountain Goat lives, the gems created. That essentially means that you're threatening to create another one next turn with the next attack on 2 turns from now, I guess, with the next attack. And I feel like although they have not drawn the Sin or Zed, which would obviously be preferred, they're making the best out of a relatively bad draw and ensuring that they keep up the pressure. They're setting themselves up for a relatively quick Lee Sin level up if they're actually able to draw it.
And the Spooky Karma player, I mean, a full hand, a handful of very scary threats if you get to the late game, a handful of removal or at least some spells that can be clutch later on, like Concussive Palm and the Crumble as well. But you're playing against a deck that has Ionia. So all of a sudden, if you're losing on board and your opponent's able to develop before you and you have to be playing spells at fast speed onto an open attack to stop your opponent, and your opponent has the mana to have a deny to answer, you're going to be in big trouble later in the game. And we might see that happening where Team UK might have a chance to stop a Lee Sin or a Zed from coming in, or even just an Eye of the Dragon, and they might think they're safe, and then all of a sudden Deny comes in and it stops you, and you maybe die to that. So definitely a card to watch out for. Deny, a very key card to have in hand for Team Norway.
Yeah, you might wonder what that go hard is on the goat, because it doesn't really accomplish anything, because obviously the gem is the easy response. But the UK team actually had 10 cards in hand, so they want to ensure that they actually play something to ensure that they get a new draw off next turn.
There's an awkward hand as well. 6 mana, you can't use anything because your spells are reactive. You don't want to waste the palm now when you can use it later on to maybe stop an attack. You are only losing 3 mana because of the spell banking system in Runeterra, which is fantastic, of course. But because you have, the Karma, it's just too early to play her. You have no other units. Your hand's looking very awkward, and this is one of the things that could happen with Spooky Karma. You have a great late game hand, but early game you have no pressure and no board presence.
Yeah, even the rekindles for next turn and the turn after are feeling awkward, right? You can't play them on turn 6 anymore after the nerf that they got a while back. And on turn 7, you don't really have anything that they can revive yet. You really would have wanted a Thresh in this situation. As we in the picture see the German versus Czechia match, and that also looks like it's Spooky Karma with the River Shaper being thrown down from the team from Germany. Why it's not 100% clear to me what Czechia is playing there.
Yeah, it could be anything. It could be, the bamboozlers. They did, they started off the whole bamboozling strategy. I think that teams later caught on possibly with the Undying List, for example. But we'll find out later on. Of course, we'll update you guys as we move along with all the scores for all the matches that are happening off stream as well.
Yeah, and now UK is pondering about if it's worth throwing down the palm. Essentially, it only costs 1 mana here, right? Because they would have to throw away 3 mana anyway. And that basically just puts them down to 2 mana in spell banking instead of 3. And one mana concussive palm seems very tempting here, and I think they're going to go for that.
This is the turn wasted, but they're able to do a 2-for-1 here. They have both the stun, so one unit's not attacking, not pushing through that extra damage, and one unit is also dying to the block here because this block will go into any of these units except for the Eye of the Dragon, which is why it's being stunned. If the good attacks, either one of them is going to be dying.
Yeah, it's actually the attack turn for the UK though, right? So this is really just like to utilize the concussive palm to ensure that they get some amount of tempo, right? And they ensure that they have a unit on the board for the upcoming attack next turn.
True. There's the Hapless Straw, great at stalling. Actually, a very cheap unit you can play. Obviously, it has 2 chump blocks because there's the single, first the Hapless, and then the Spider coming out as well. You have a chance to block 2 units. Would have loved to see that card probably earlier on, where you can stop some of the chip damage coming in from the goats, for example, but they're still pretty healthy. Karma could come in. You don't have the Mist Call to protect it if it does end up dying somehow, which is the biggest, the key piece they're missing here. They would have loved to have all the spell mana bank last turn to guarantee the 6+3 this turn. Unfortunately, the math not checking out here. They're going to take the risk anyway. I think they know they're quite far behind on board, and they have to start maybe making riskier plays to get back into the game to make sure they don't die. Maybe not this turn, but the turn after this.
Yeah, definitely. Exactly as you mentioned, right? They are now putting themselves in a position due to having played the Concussive Palm last turn. They don't have the opportunity to missed call, but they're still going to go for it. An option like Sonic Wave here, which obviously we see Norway doesn't have at their discretion, it would be really, really big. They still have the Pale Cascade, which they are actually going for.
Maybe looking for a Sonic Wave, which
looking
is found,
for it,
so.
Exactly. Wow.
Listen, heart of the card. When you're 0-3 down in the group and you have to win this game no matter what, you have to start, believing in the heart of the cards, believing in the miracle and the Hail Mary. And this is what Team Norway is seeming, it looks like they're trying to do here. They find the Sonic Wave onto the Mentor of the Stones. Of course, Karma, because it was 6 mana, they tapped out. They have no reaction, which is normally not the case for a Spooky Karma deck that has so many spells, has Concussive Palm, has so many spells that can stop what your opponent's trying to do. In this case, only 2 mana. No options. None of the cards can be played here, and Karma will be going down very early.
Yeah. Now, obviously, the block's going to come in from the 3-2, probably going to go up against the 4-2 Goat. Yeah, there we go. Now, the question for the team from Norway is, do you actually play the second half, the Resonating Strike, after the Sonic Wave as well? They don't know, obviously, that there is no actual reaction between UK, and I think they're just going to go for that as well and not keeping the Hush option open because they feel like that's just not needed.
Yeah, I think this is a favorable board state for them. They're killing the Karma. They're pretty happy with it. They don't want to risk using all their mana, like you said. They want to see if there's a response first. If there could be any response for 2 mana, I'm not too sure either. But yeah, take it slow. I guess not. I guess once they see there's nothing, they're like, all right, let's just go all in. Get some more damage in, because we know if you go to the late game and Karma comes down, we're going to be in trouble. And we have to start doing this damage right now and trying to find Lee Sin, hopefully in the next few turns, to get lethal to turn after this, because if not, Spooky Karma is spooky in the late game. That's the whole point of the deck, and it's going to take over very quickly with leveled up Karma on turn 10.
Yeah, and we see the Norwegian team here counting their cards like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we're good. We don't have to play the gem here. We can bank the spell mana and actually keep our options open perfectly. And the Sin is top decked. So suddenly Norway actually being in a dominant position here, whilst slowly the UK hand is getting unbricked. Now Rekindler actually enabled to revive the Karma. That's probably going to be the play if I had to assume. And then obviously there's still a big open attack though next turn from the Norwegian team.
That's the problem. Again, same story as last turn. Sure, you get Karma back on the board. Sure, Rekindler is a great card, and this turn is going to show why. But you're using 7 mana. You have no other plays, and because your opponent was able to drag along this board state from the very early start of the game, where this Eye of the Dragon with Overwhelm and this Mountain Goat have survived, they're still ahead, and they're making the threat even more scary next turn. You go into the next turn, you have a lot of spells in your deck, you have Crumble, you have, you're going to try and stop this Lee Sin from attacking, but all of a sudden there's a deny still up, and because the mana is going to be there for the Norway team in an open attack, they're going to probably foil your plans to stop Lee Sin, and it might just be lethal next turn. We see the Zenith Blade here prepping for that.
Yeah, I'm assuming this is just going to be like enough gems to level up the Lee Sin next turn, and then just like trying to threaten the Karma again while having the deny backup. Ideally, you can do both. I'm not 100% sure where the Lee Sin level up is at right now, but that is the ideal play, and potentially you can even keep the Hush as an option as well.
And now
another deny. Wow.
10 mana up for Team UK to survive. That's the game plan for this turn. We have to try and survive this round. Looking at their hand,
Nothing really there, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no Vengeance, there's no Concussive Palm, there's no Steel Tempest. We mentioned all these cards that are great against Lee Sin. But in this case, you have the Crumble. Slow speed, though, so that's already an issue when there's an attack token and burst speed combat spells here from Team Norway. The Lee Sin level up, of course, we mentioned the gem synergy and the Mountain Goat, showing why it's in the deck, showing, I have my place in this deck as well. I'm not a superstar, but I'm here to make an impact, and it's doing so there. The Mentor of the Stones as well. Lee Sin level up, and the gems going all in here. Because it's a burst speed, there's no reaction from Team UK. 4 mana up for the deny, so they have that possibility if they need to solve a Vengeance or a Concussive Palm. And yeah, what can Team UK do here?
Yeah,
look for answers.
19 damage. They have to look for answers with the Karma spell, but even then, given that your hand is full, you don't really get much out of it, right? Go Get It doesn't really do anything. You still take the same 19 damage as you did before, as you can see here using the eye. And yeah, they're really having a Hail Mary here, but the health potion is not good enough. That's not 10 health that you're gaining, and even that wouldn't be enough.
And we talked about it. I mean, there aren't any options here. We're looking at all the blocks possible and all the, if there's any avenue here. Team UK obviously exhausting all options, but right away for us looking at the hand, it looks like there just isn't anything there. They're missing the Vengeance, they're missing the Concussive Palm. Even if it was there, though, there's the deny backup mana. Perfectly executed by Norway. They obviously knew this. They saved exactly 4 mana to have the chance to deny. The Shen comes in, the win comes in, and Team Norway, like Bulgaria, trying to claw back into this tournament. They're not dead yet. They get the first win here against Team UK. 1-0 up in this best-of-3 series and possibly a chance to win their first game of the tournament here as well.
Yeah, backed into a corner, but coming up really strong here. Very wise choice, honestly, in picks and bans. We've mentioned it before, really banning out the aggressive strategies that would do very well against Lee Sin Z, and then going for the control counter in Lee Sin Z, ensuring that they have this one-shot potential. And even with a terrible draw, I would argue, up until that Lee Sin top deck, without any Z, without any Lee Sin, with limited options when it comes to the rest of the board, and only the goats and the Eye of the Dragon, they were still able to capitalize because the UK team had a pretty terrible draw as well. Super Brick, we mentioned it, we talked about it a little bit, but well-deserved win from the team of Norway, really ensuring that they capitalize on their draft start and their bans with that very smart pick and ban phase and a Lee Sin Z deck that actually was able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and I mean, the caster curse or the caster blessing, depending how you look at it. I mentioned Lee Sin not being in hand. You're getting to the turn where you have to have Lee Sin in hand because he is, kind of the star of the deck. And right then they draw it. So obviously for them, very lucky. They found their answer when they needed it. They also found, I believe, the Sonic Wave when they needed it as well. So double top decks where they got very favored. And maybe that's a little bit of luck they needed to finally start, doing better in this tournament and getting a win here as well. Quick update before we go into the pick and bans for Game 2. France did beat Austria 2-0, so they did win that last match off stream. That happened for Group C, I believe it was. So both Bulgaria beating Italy and France beating Austria 2-0 in that last match. And right now off stream, Czechia is playing Germany. We don't know the score for that yet, but once we get it, we'll update you guys right away. Of course, a very important match in this Group D as well.
Yeah, Czechia is still the only team that's undefeated in the entire tournament. They're obviously trying to keep that up, where Germany tries to ensure that the gap between them and Czechia is being closed, so they are not in a position where they have to fight for second seed and maybe can put themselves in a position to fight for first.
And quick little tidbit here, quick trivia. Marcus from Team Norway, the pilot we saw there in the last game, he's a player that just won a tournament on Friday, community tournament, Fight Night EU, playing deep. It was a 2-deck tournament, so you have 2 decks, no bans, and he brought deep, which is a big, pretty, ballsy move to make, and he won the tournament. And he had some crazy matches with deep and with Slaughter Dogs. We'll see if maybe that confidence and maybe seeing the potential of the high roll that deep can offer sometimes is the option that they might go for here to get the second one in this best-of-3 series. Also considering that they banned a lot of aggressive matchups, so they have matchups where they can stall out in the early game, play for tossing, play for Slaughter Dogs, and have that explosive turn before the control decks take over in the late game. So it's a chance that we might see deep here. It's a risky one. I think the deck has a lot of weaknesses, especially when you'll have to close out a series, but it's a possibility.
Given that Karma Thresh is still open, I would be very surprised by a deep pick because that deck just hard counters you so much. And given that they already were committed to that deck prior, they are clearly willing to play it and able to pilot it. I'm assuming that deep will probably still be on the back burner. my guess, if I had to put some money on this, is they might go with the Karma Thresh themselves, or actually the Tahm Kench Soraka. I think those are like the two decks which I would definitely see as viable options, given that all the aggressive matchups are being banned out.
Now, we mentioned UK losing with Spooky Karma. It's sometimes hard to bring the deck you just lost with, especially when you're down in the series. This is a best of 3, it's not a best of 5, it's not a best of 7. It's, you lose 2 games, you're out, it's over. And if you lose 2 games with the same deck, it feels bad because you start thinking, did I make a mistake in just the tournament prep in terms of like bringing this deck and thinking it was my best chance here? And we see a change for both players. We're going to see Fiora Shen locked in from Team Norway and Tom Soraka locked in for Team UK. So Max, we were both wrong. I mean, it can happen when there's 9 decks. Obviously, it's very hard to call what the better matchups are and what the mind state is for each team. But in this case, interesting picks here for both teams.
As I said, like 50% is usually where you want to be at. It's Tahm Kench Soraka, but it's the wrong side of the predicted matchup, right? We take those as we we take those.
And the Fiora Shen is going to be interesting. It's more of a mid-range list. It has a lot of plays for combat and combat spells with riposte, and River Shaper making it actually have, again, same as Ash Nox, both mid-range lists that initially you might think might run out of fuel very early because they play on curve, they play all their units out, they don't have card draw. But River Shaper and Assessor for both those different decks give it that extra fuel and make both decks really the contenders in the mid-range genre or group of decks, for example, to really pull out ahead. And might be the reason why we see it here. And a pretty great curve here for Team UK as well. Star Shepherd into the Star Spring landmark right away.
Yeah, and a bit of a mediocre hand for Norway, who might have exhausted all their luck for today in that last game, unfortunately. Essentially, Norway will have to be a bit of like the aggressive deck in this scenario. Shen Fiora, a bit of a tempo mid-range deck, which can do essentially both, right? They can be more control-y, they can play more aggressive. They would want a more aggressive opening here, though, because the Star Spring, which we already see in the hand of the UK team waiting, is something cannot interact with. It's something that will be a win condition at some point in the game if they are not able to reduce the Nexus health of the UK team 2-0 by that point.
And as far as I know, no landmark removal in this Fiora Shen list. So it is a clock that once it starts ticking, it's not going to stop ticking. You have to just beat it before it blows up, basically. When it hits 22, then it's GG, it's game over. It's the alternate win condition. So going to be racing, like you said, against the clock. You can't play that slow. You can't play that respectfully. I think if you're Team Norway, you have to try and go in a bit earlier. And Tahm Kench, for example, also a big deal with Fiora being at 3 attack. Very easy to just chomp her and consume her and put her in Tahm Kench's belly. But no Tahm Kench in hand, so at least they have that going for them. Opting to play for board a bit more. We mentioned mid-range being Fiora Shen being a deck that wants to play for board as well. So the units come down first, and then you get the heals later on, and maybe this turn to the next.
Yeah, and please correct me if I'm mistaken. I would even go as far as saying Demacia and Ionia don't have any options to deal with landmarks yet, right? Obviously, we already got the confirmation from the game team that those will be added at some point. But as far as I can tell, I don't think they have any hard removal for landmarks as of yet.
Yep, that's correct. Of course, through the way the Call of the Mountain expansion is happening, we're going to have one big download of cards at the very first, start of the expansion, then a smaller one, and then a second one later on. And those first and second kind of secondary expansions will shore up the weaknesses some regions have. We haven't seen a PNZ champion yet either from the Target expansion. So definitely something to wait and watch out for. But for right now, when you see the colors, okay, there's no landmark removal. I can play this one Star Spring and it's going to stay here the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it's such a big threat. It already heals for 2 here. It starts leveling up the Soraka, which is going to be a big tool for the UK team to ensure that they have something to refill their hand constantly, generate some card advantage, while ensuring that they can attack and actually threaten some damage, not to actually deal Nexus damage, but to ensure that they have the ability to trigger the Star Spring every single turn. And obviously the Norwegian team recognizes that threat and starts off with a single combat here against the Star Shepherd via the Fiora.
Yeah, only 1 mana up, no counterplay, even though Tom Soraka has a lot of counterplay usually, but at 1 mana, it has, I believe, nothing but Shakedown, and Shakedown, obviously, in that situation does nothing. So taking those while you still can, while there's no risk, because Tom Soraka has a lot of counterplay when it comes to spells, and we see it in hand, Double Pale Cascade, and the Guiding Touch there as well. Denies are great against spells, but not against burst speed spells, which a lot of the spells in this Tom Soraka list are. So in that case, this matchup is going to be very tricky with 2 denies in hand already, like you mentioned at the start of the game.
Yeah, I think difficult for Norway to actually play this game. They are in a position where it becomes really difficult for them to interact with the opposing game plan, right? And honestly, one of their primary best opportunities might be to actually go for the Fiora win condition here.
Both players have alternate win conditions. This is not Runeterra. This is, an alternate universe where one player is trying to play units and healing up for a landmark, not doing combat damage, and the other player is just trying to level up his Fiora and get the 4 duels that way. Already on 1 counter, we saw this in combat last turn. So, but again, I think both players are going to play very reactive. The Tom Kent Soraka player to Team UK, we see Fly there piloting. He wants to keep his spell mana up. Not because he has cards to answer Fiora, maybe because he wants to make Team Norway believe that he has cards to answer. And he does actually have 2 Pale Cascades. So, and yeah, Team Norway, no riposte. So no barrier to help with that damage. And Deny, again, we are not going to do anything either. So, and 2 mana still up. So this Soraka can come down safely. And there's still counterplay from Team UK available.
Yeah, slow and control is the name of the game here. You want to ensure that none of these 2 win conditions is necessarily bound by having to execute fast, right? And given the Norwegian team didn't really draw a very aggressive draw and they don't have the ability to go very fast, they're really embracing this opportunity to just make it a more controlled style. We see River Shaper come down with the opportunity to potentially replenish some cards. Fiora challenging the Fortune Croaker here could be an option to set up for the River Shaper attack, but we see the Pale Cascade in the hand of the UK team with a potential punish, and the team from Norway recognizes that opportunity and that potential, and hence opts in for the pass as well.
We mentioned that Tom Kent being important. He is drawn there as well, so there is a chance to potentially eat up this Fiora. The Deny can deny that spell, though, can deny the acquired taste, so there is that value for the Deny at least, but dreading 4 mana for 2, maybe not ideal. And we also see Soraka's signature spell there, Soraka's Wish, which is a card that when you're playing for Landmark and the Landmark cannot be removed, that could be a card that can win you the game. Once you have a few Astral Protections or a few, your units are low enough, you can all of a sudden go from maybe 10, 11 on the counter to 22 in 1 turn for 3 mana.
Yeah, not a card that you would want to main deck, but it's definitely something that can have a lot of blowout potential later in the game. So Soraka was 6 health, 7 when she's leveled up. Same for Tom Kent here. There's so much healing that can be executed via a single card for just 3 mana that can completely throw off your calculation when it comes to, oh, I will have still like 2 or 3 turns for that Starspring win condition, and suddenly you don't.
And Tom Kent comes down for 4 mana, but again, the same story. Team UK still has 3 mana up, and I can almost guarantee you that for the duration of this game, they are never going to use that spell mana unless it is a pivotal moment in the game where they're going to be getting a trade onto Fiora, for example.
Yeah, unless they are forced to interact, they want to keep that reactivity, right? The Challenger Dragon here, big draw and honestly big play from the Norwegian team, because that might actually force some reactions from the team of the UK. Now they're tapped under the magical 2 mana for single combat, though. So UK is now pondering, okay, does it make sense to attack here? Opting against it.
Yeah, it's normally with Soraka, especially with healing up, etc. And because her health pool is so big, you almost always attack, because if your opponent blocks, you get more heals off with your Starspring. If he doesn't block, you get some chip damage, which isn't going to be a win condition most of the time. You're going to win with Starspring, but sometimes you want to win with Star Shepherd into Zenith Blade, into the Overwhelm, for example. So it can be, and getting that free damage, you might as well take it. In this case, I think their win condition is 100% going to be killing the Fiora and getting the Starspring off.
Yeah, and honestly, I think given that the opposing team has 2 challenges, that's the reason they didn't attack, right? Because otherwise they give the opportunity to actually have a very strong open attack that threatens the reaction. While we see in the camera, the German team against the Czechia team. Now, big attack here with the Karma, with the Lee Sin deck, threatening the Karma that gets answered by Deny. So the potential lethal from the Lee Sin might get prevented here. We don't see the hand of Czechia, but they have a lot of mana at their disposal. This might come into a counter war.
Max, Lee Sin into Spooky Karma, almost lethal. Does this remind you of anything? So again, the mirrored match state from game 1 between Norway and Team UK. It looks like both these teams in the Group D having very similar experiences in this day 4 of the tournament. And we'll see if it's lethal there or not, but it's definitely like at the end of that game 1, it's coming to that closure there. Either Spooky Karma is going to take over, or the Deny is going to deny the Deny, and it might just be lethal. I don't think we see another Deny here. And I think Team Germany can't do anything to stop Czechia's first win there.
There's still Deep Meditation waiting in hand, but
not enough mana to do both.
Not enough mana to do both because it's not discounted. So they're looking at their options, but Key Guardian might be the only thing that they can use here. And they are hoping for the miracle draw of just another deny. That's not deny, that's ruination. And that's GG, the emotes throwing out. Czechia, still in a prime position to stay undefeated even after day 4.
And they draw the deny after off the deep med, but it's not enough to they don't have enough mana now to stop it. So Czechia takes the first win there again. A mirrored matchup. If you want to win a game one of your tournament match, play Lee Sin into Super League Karma. The experience is that you're going to win there. But big win for Czechia. Looking at this game, all of a sudden Fiora has disappeared, Max. I'm not too sure what happened, but she is not here anymore. I think the viewers probably saw it, so they definitely know. We don't have to go over that, but we were a bit distracted. Obviously, they're on the left side, and Fiora is now gone, so that win condition is not there anymore. Star Spring is not gone. Relentless Pursuit is coming out. Probably, I think.
Looking at the life totals, I'm trying to reverse engineer this. I'm assuming it's the Croaker actually that got challenged by the Fiora, because then I'm assuming the Pale Cascade went down on the Croaker, making it a 4-4, which would line up with his current stat line of 4-1, having fought against the Fiora in combat.
And this pursuit was going to be this Screeching Dragon trying to go for a big combat spell, but again, we talked about the clutch of the Soraka's Wish coming in, going to save all these units because they have such a high health pool. Well, not the Croaker. The Croaker might die, but the Croaker has not consumed Fiora. He just killed her, which means that there is no Fiora in Tom Kench's belly. That could have been a possibility for Norway to come back into it. I'm pretty sure if Fiora was consumed by Tom Kench and then spit back out, she would still have the counter from before, the 1-4. I'm not sure, though. This is one of those things where until you actually play that exact situation, you don't really know for sure. But not the case anyway. Tom Kench did not consume Fiora.
Deny is big here. Deny is really, really big here, because otherwise that would have been what I see is like 3, 7, 9 points of healing towards the Star Spring win condition, which is big, on top of obviously ensuring that you have a super strong board that the opponent cannot easily deal with. The second Pale Cascade here is most likely going to be the option to ensure that they are able to trade, or
both. You save the Tom Kench. There's no mana up for Team Norway, so the Screeching Dragon is what it is. It's a 4-3. It's attacking and it's threatening you, but we talked about it. There are spells and there is a lot of combat spells and combat tricks, and even an Astral Protection drawn now as well to keep your units alive. That's
Astral Protection is so big, because now obviously while Tom Kench will be left at 1 mana, it will be healed up a little bit by the Star Spring. That will trigger the Soraka level up. That will ensure that there's the opportunity for Soraka open attack, ensuring that the Tom Kench goes to full health, and then that combined with Astral Protection might just actually be enough to ensure that the Star Spring win condition is enabled.
Not just Star Spring win condition, or maybe just the Tom Kench win condition, because he's going to be eating up every single unit that's played. There's one more deny in hand that Team Norway can go for, but trading a 4-mana deny for a 2-mana acquired taste that they're getting every turn anyway doesn't feel good regardless. So we'll see what ends up happening. But looks like right now Team UK pretty in control of this match. The Shen draw might be huge, but without Fiora and without a challenger unit to kind of synergize with that Shen, maybe not as great.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good at all, honestly. You're looking at the hand, and there's just not much there to pressure, right? And this Star Spring win condition is just like ticking there and waiting. And you, as we mentioned, Demacia and Ionia, they have no way to interact with it. They are just at the mercy of that either not being drawn or that just ticking up constantly. And they don't figure it. We praised them a lot on their choice initially. When it comes to the team Norway, but it really looks like they got a little bit bamboozled, and they actually see it the same way I do. There is no out, there is no win condition here. They surrender the game. It's 1-1 now, and we're going to the last game where both of these teams are fighting for being able to make it out of groups.
Yeah, Tom Straka coming in clutch for Team UK, clawing back into this game. Team Norway had a chance to win this game and finally get a win on the board, an actual series win for their country. They don't find it just yet, and the reverse sweep is starting to machinate for Team UK. We could see anything happen in this game 3. Again, some of the decks will be, of course, unavailable for the two teams. Lee Sin Zed for Team Norway and the Tom Straka for Team UK. So only 5 decks available for each team now, and this is crucial. Trying to find the right matchup for your team might be massive.
Yeah, and honestly, like given that Soraka Tamkench was an option, and I've talked about it at length in the pick and ban before, I would have considered a good pick already. Going with the Fiora Shen, which has not really good interactability with that deck whatsoever, putting yourself in the position to potentially get counterpicked by a Soraka Tamkench. Not the ideal deck choice, definitely not the ideal outcome for the team of Norway. And now they have to go back to the drawing board and need to think about, okay, what can we do? Maybe they still actually play the Soraka Tamkench themselves. As we mentioned, probably a good pick actually into most of the control lists. And also against Shen Fiora that the UK still has available themselves as well.
Yeah, if you see one team do well with the deck and win with it, you might think, okay, taking notes, I got it. I'll bring it now as well. We'll see. We'll see if you like that payback coming to you, but we'll see what ends up happening here. Of course, both teams have many options available. They have to think, this is kind of the thing with tournament settings compared to ladder settings. On ladder, you might have a deck that's very good against the field and you can just spam games with it and probably climb if you're a good player. Sure. But in a tournament setting, there's many more layers when it comes to the strategy. You want to try and find not just the right decks to bring to the tournament, but the right queuing order, the right bans, the right thinking about what your opponent's going to bring and then bringing the counter to that deck and going like 3 layers deep into that as well. So there's a lot more to think about here, and it's quite tough, especially in this format with 9 different decks. And right now, 5 decks available for each team to kind of predict exactly what your opponent's going to bring. There's so many options, but that's what both teams are trying to do here, just trying to mind game in the pick and ban phase.
And one of the few decks that I see in the lineup that actually would do, I would say, fairly well against Soraka Tamkench is the Trundle Trinity. We've seen that quite a bit played out because both of these decks saw quite a resurgence when Feel the Rush and the rest of the KDA cards got introduced. And I think the Karma Thresh matchup, it really depends on, do you run Crumble? How do you actually position yourselves in that matchup? Which exact list do you actually run? But against all the other decks, I feel like Soraka Tamkench will be heavily favored, and I would not be surprised to see that picked up here by Norway. But UK, as I said, has the option to potentially counter that thinking line from Norway using the Trundle Tournament list or maybe the Spooky Karma themselves.
And of course, reminder, this is a best of 3, so this is the last game of the series. And if for Norway, this series was do or die, but now specifically this game is do or die. If they lose here, again, like you said before, not mathematically, but in the world we live in and in, what is possible and what, there's not a miracle going to happen. They're going to be out of the tournament possibly. So very important moment for them. For the UK, I would say equally as important, even though they are 1-2 right now, because they're facing Czechia and Germany, and there's a very low chance that losing here, they're going to make it out of the group regardless. I think both of these teams are really fighting for their survival, and not just in this match today, but in the group stage in general.
Yeah, I think you put it very well initially, right? These two teams have to consider their respective opponent as the weakest potential way to get actual wins in this group. On the other side, as we've seen, Czechia is currently playing Germany, and those two teams look incredibly strong. We saw the game that Germany won yesterday with some incredible lines that they were able to unveil and pursue in their game. And that's something that we've also seen from the Czech team, who on top of very stellar gameplay, brought incredibly creativity to picks and bans and to the draft system. So both of these teams look incredibly scary. You don't want to drop games into the team that you have to win against if you want to make it out of this group.
Also important to note, Czechia winning 1-0 now against Germany makes it so that if UK wants to make it out, they have to give up, obviously, the first seed. Czechia's they've earned that. They're the best team. You give it up. You're not fighting for first seed anymore. You can't have that prideful energy if you're Team UK. Now you're just fighting for the scraps. You're fighting for second place. And Germany losing today against Czechia puts you in a much better position. If the two top dogs are trading wins, then maybe you're in more of a pickle because you're just going to end up losing to one of them and then you don't make it out anyway. So very important for UK to win this game, and also very important for the UK, I think, to have Czechia take that very clear first place and then fight for the scraps with Germany in the next 2 days of the broadcast. So next weekend, the days 5 and 6, which will be the final days of group stage before the playoff weekend.
Looking at these options, which decks would you actually go for if you're the pilot of the respective teams here?
I think I mentioned before, not just talking about matchups, but the confidence, right? Losing on a deck can really mess with your confidence. So Fiora Shen, I wouldn't expect it. I think it's something that losing on the deck and then bringing in again, even though maybe the worst matchup you had against that Tom Soraka is gone already, it makes it a bit better. But I think confidence-wise, it's still a bit of a risky play. Deep on the other side, like I mentioned before, coming off of Marcus's win on Friday in the the Giant Slayer tournament.
A comfort pick.
It's maybe a comfort pick. It is a high rolly deck. He did have a lot of luck in the tournament to win. And I can say that as a caster. I'm not saying anything. He's a great player, but there was some really crazy 0 to 100 turns with Deep and Slaughter Dogs where he was able to win the game and cheese wins basically with Deep. He might think this is my chance to bring it and do the same here, but I think it's a risky play. It's maybe a comfort pick, but still a risky one because Deep has a lot of weaknesses as well.
Yeah, on the side of the UK, I'm really pondering which option to go for. I wouldn't be surprised to see the run back of Thresh Karma, although as you mentioned, right, their confidence in that deck might be a little dented after that incredibly brick draw in game 1 and that loss to Lee Sin Zed. The other option that I would consider very valid are the Trundle Trinimilist, which has a very strong matchup against Tam Soraka. If you want to go with this mind game of I think their hypothetical best pick here is Soraka Tam Kench, so my best deck against that hypothetical best pick is going to be Trundle Trinimir. Or last option that I would consider as very valid here is Lux Aurelian Soul, because that deck can also be very greedy. I went with 3 out of the 5, and now they're going deep and just completely throwing me under the bus. But
looks like
it is what it is.
We're always wrong, Max. It looks like it's going to be Fiora Shen. So we mentioned it. You just lost with it, so it does maybe feel a bit bad confidence-wise. But because you just lost, there's normally when you lose a game, it's because you had a bad matchup. If the skill levels are pretty similar. So once the best deck against your Fiora Shen is gone, the odds of bringing it and having better matchups go through the roof a bit. I think in the way the tournament works, especially with how Runeterra has a lot of polarizing matchups, I think, in some cases. So statistically, I think maybe it's the correct choice. Maybe not, mentally the subjective choice because you just lost with it, but it does make sense. And looks like Deep, I said Norway was going to bring it, but instead UK brings it. I'll take those, 50-50 like you said before. If you get one, I can get one now as well.
Exactly.
And Deep is brought with UK. We'll see what variant of Deep. There are many variants with Lure of the Depths, without Lure of the Depths, with Withering Whales, with Atrocity. There's many different variants for some of the tech cards. And we'll see exactly what UK has brought and what chances it has against Fiora Shen. That can be an aggressive list and can put on a lot of pressure early on.
Yeah, you mentioned you're a connoisseur of the deep arts. How do you see this matchup? If you were to queue up into this in Masters queue against Fiora Shen, how are you feeling? Do you think this is favorable for Deep? Do you think it's kind of draw dependent?
I mean, Fiora Shen it puts pressure early on, but not as much pressure and doesn't go as wide as some other decks. So the Slaughter Dogs possibility and sometimes Maokai, but again, it's very hard because Maokai into single combat, into Relentless Pursuit, into Riposte is just the
Screeching Dragon
so weak.
now.
Screeching Dragon as well. I mean, that's why it's so weak. And Maokai just feels bad a lot of times with Deep. If he survives, great. But in the current meta, you play Maokai, he never survives more than one turn. So it really does feel bad, although he is kind of the toss champion, so you have to play him in Deep. It doesn't feel too great. Other than that, you do have great options like Devourer of Depths to obliterate Fiora, or a Shen, or a Screeching Dragon, and that's a great 2-for-1 trade where you're trying to play for board and create a more favorable board state going into the late game. So it's going to come down to the hands, I think, for the most part. Also having a lot of cheap units, Dreg Divers, some decks run Hapless Aristocrat even in some cases, Deadwind Wander. They're just food for Fiora, right? You're just feeding her and she gets that win condition and then you're deep, but you already lost the game. So it's tough to...
Yeah, from my perspective, I think I'm a little happier than if I were to queue into Scouts. I think that's even more unfavorable for Deep, but I'm also not as happy as I would be going into a super aggressive matchup where I can just out-heal them, or a control list that is not Ionia that I would also consider myself favored in. So it's kind of in between those two spots where it's it feels like almost a 50-50 matchup, right? Mm-hmm. It really depends on how the players play and obviously how the draws manifest and what they can do with the respective draws.
Right away, that is looking like a pretty fantastic hand for Team Norway. Unfortunately, they don't have the attack token on turn 2, which would have been great for Fleet Feather Tracker turn 1. Turn 2, maybe a priority pass, a little mind game. Your opponent plays something, and then you can just go for the free swing with the Brightstone Protector, giving the Fleet Feather Tracker barrier. Maybe because they don't have attack token on turn 2, they're going to opt to mulligan both options away and play for the late game because they know that maybe going in early, they're not going to have this great chance. They have the Fiora and they have the Sharp Blade to back her up. They want to have that 3 spell mana banked from turns 1 and 2, go into a more mid-game curve, a more value curve with Fiora into Shen that we just saw drawn. So yeah, great mulligans, and the game plan is pretty clear, I think, for Team Norway.
Yeah, very smart, honestly, from my perspective. Recognizing that with the way that the attack token was dealt and the way that their hand currently looked like, they wouldn't be able to put up enough pressure to really threaten deep before they put up the pressure themselves. And that recognition and honing in on the Fiora win condition is probably what will set them up here for a very strong early game, especially considering that the UK deck with the Deep decided to keep Deadloom Wonder and Maokai, and we talked about the vulnerability of Maokai in this matchup at length.
Yeah, Concerted Strike also very easily dealt with a lot of the key targets for Deep. Drug Edger is going to be great food for Fiora here as well. We see the Slaughter Dogs in hand for Team UK. We also saw a tossed Lure of the Depths, so they are running this kind of Lure of the Depths version that has synergy with Stalking Shadow. So I did just notice it during this cast today, that synergy, so it does make it a bit better, I think, but I'm still on the fence about Lure of the Depths, like you mentioned.
Listen, I've played Deep already since Bridgewater was introduced, and I always ran like 2 Lure of the Depths because I feel like that was the magic number. It's definitely a high rolly card, but in some matchup it feels so good. Having the opportunity to like throw down an Abyssal Eye on turn 4 when nobody's expecting it, like having that card draw engine, and sometimes even just mind gaming your opponent because they are not remembering, okay, actually Abyssal Eye can come down now, or the Devourer can come down now because it might be a turn earlier. It can be a really strong card, but I agree it's a bit of a high rolly card that costs you a lot of tempo. It definitely has its use case, so I can definitely see where it's coming from.
It's kind of a win more card, right? I mean, if you play it and you get cheaper sea monsters and you get to that late game and you can utilize that value, you were probably going to win anyway because you survive the mid game and you're a deep player. You're going to play, you're going to cheat out 7 sea monsters round 7 or 8 and you're good to go. But the problem is surviving that mid game, and Lure of the Depths doesn't do much on board to help you do that. So
it's a really bad catalyst where it's a very specific kind of ramp, and it also doesn't heal you.
Exactly. It's a tricky one. But right away we see here back to the game we're seeing right now and what's happening on board. Fiora attacking. Normally when Fiora attacks, it means she has some spell backup, and she does indeed have the Sharp Sight. Just in case, I think there's nothing in the Deep list that could have stopped or thrown anything for 2 mana because it's a 1/1 that she's attacking, not a Deadloom Wonder. In this case, can save that Sharp Sight for later, the double Sharp Sight actually, and 1 counter on Fiora. Keep that in mind. Slaughter Dogs was played. The big thing for Slaughter Dogs is that it is not a unit, so Fiora cannot challenge these Slaughter Dogs, thankfully, and that allows you to, kind of just stall out that Fiora win condition and not play for board. But again, Fiora isn't so much attacking your Nexus, it's more attacking units, and you can play around that in that way.
Yeah, we mentioned before, right? Like Ionia and Demacia no way to interact with those Slaughter Dogs. They will just like chip away at the deck and will at some point summon a sea monster. And Fiora being the biggest threat here. And the team from the UK recognizes that. They don't play Maokai, they don't play the Deadloom Wanderer here because they understand, oh, that Fiora is actually going to be a problem. And now they need to think, okay, but how do I deal with this? Because now it's Shen and Fiora, and there's a decent threat on the board with 8 power that are being threatened as damage here because you don't have any blockers as of now. And throwing down the Deadloom Wanderer might just run into the direct open attack with Fiora, but the Vengeance will come in clutch. There's currently no deny in the hand of UK, in the hand of Norway.
The Vengeance, I think, is the bigger thing because you want to be careful about Fiora's win condition. At 2 already, she's very scary because all of a sudden you tap out 1 turn, there's 2 single combats or a Concerted Strike even now being run, and it's GG, and it's game over. So it's a tricky one. Maokai being played here, I think, because they have a missed call. Again, Vengeance mana up next turn. We have full information. Obviously, Team UK does not, and playing a Vengeance into a deny with 7 mana up so they can deny and also Sharp Sight to kill the Maokai, and the Fiora is going to be a 2 counters. It's risky. Seeing this, now I think the Vengeance plays a lot of sense. Good. You do lose a lot of tempo on the board. You're going to be hit for face because you're using a spell. You're not developing your board at all. And you could maybe take the riskier route and go for Deadloom Wanderer, and the missed call, of course, but it's risky because if you're on 2 counters, we talked about it. It's something that if you're not careful, in 1 turn it can be GG.
Yeah, also like the Screeching Dragon is just so threatening right here, right? As we mentioned earlier, like it just kills the Maokai straight up, and then together with the Shen, the Fiora can also kill the Deadloom Wanderer without you actually getting any lifesteal from it. So what you're really getting there are like a 1 block or like some health essentially, and the sapling. So I fully understand why they feel more comfortable with the pass here and keeping up the Vengeance option. I'm not even sure honestly though. Do you Vengeance the Fiora or do you Vengeance the Screeching Dragon?
You could, maybe it's Screeching Dragon because you have the obviously the Maokai survives. You can challenge the Fiora next turn with one of the saplings. You're playing a riskier line, obviously, because Fiora can't just beat you down the next turn or the next 2 turns and just win that way. But when you're just going to be losing here otherwise, because you kill a Fiora, sure, but there's still a Shen and a Screeching Dragon on the board. Your Maokai dies. You're not close to deep. You're still in a bad place. So maybe you have to play a bit riskier if you're Team UK.
Yeah, I think I fully agree with you here. Like, those are the two lines that are so different, but it's very interesting to see how they look at this, right? Because if you Vengeance the Fiora here, you're still facing a board of 9 damage. So I almost feel like you're kind of forced. If you Vengeance, you need to Vengeance the Screeching Dragon, because I'm not sure how you otherwise. They're opting for a skip here.
The miscall.
Dead Bloom after.
Did the miscall into Dead Bloom, so you can miscall first, and then you can still get the Maokai double toss this turn, and this is the riskiest play they could go for. But like I said before, when you are in a bit of a pickle and you're falling behind, all of a sudden you have to start making much riskier plays to claw back into the game. If you keep playing at your normal, safe, respectful standard, you're gonna that gap between the players aggressing and you is going to become bigger and bigger as the game goes on, and you're going to lose the game. So I like this. I think it's riskier, but you're getting the Maokai proc off, you're getting closer to deep, you have some health lifesteal as well for the next few turns with Dead Bloom Wander, and you still have the Vengeance for the next few turns. If Team Norway taps under deny mana, you can use Vengeance and get back into the game that way.
Yeah, I like this line. I have to agree. My question is just, if they actually go for more Dead Blooms next turn, like actually just opting all of them, or if they want to keep up the Vengeance. I think this is going to be crucial. I feel like you almost have to go with a Dead Bloom here just to get the sapling, and you can threaten the Fiora, but then you tapped out on the Vengeance, and that is so risky, even if we didn't know that there's 4 spells waiting in the hand of the Norwegian team.
If you want to go deep, this is the hand and the mana to do it. Double Dead Bloom Wander into Jettison. I have to guarantee with the Maokai proc as well is going to guarantee you go deep. You have Slaughter Dogs flipping for next turn as well. And then Vengeance, the big thing is that it is a fast speed spell. So when your opponent open attacks, you can get the full value by using Vengeance that turn and being able to develop the board in this turn as well. Get the Maokai procs, get the health steal if you need to, and have a sapling. At least challenge a Fiora and ask Team Norway, hey, do you have something to help Fiora out here? If not, I'm in a really maybe a good spot. If you do, then all right, that's one less card you have to deal with later on.
Yeah, and I'm really curious about this attack, if there's going to be additional attacks coming in here with the Dead Bloom Wanderers or not. 10 is still like a relatively comfortable range, but we see the Relentless Pursuit waiting, and it's actually going to get played instantly from the Norwegian team, really putting up the pressure here and kind of forcing UK in a really precarious position.
And Lee Sin Zed is also Lee Sin Zed, like this deck, they're both decks that thrive on the attack token because of Shen's barrier, because of Fiora's challenging, because of challenger units with Screeching Dragon as well. So they want to get the attack token, they want to get those barriers on. The barriers would stop the lifesteal as well. So it is pretty clutch here, and it doesn't allow Team UK to develop this second Dead Bloom Wander, at least not for an open attack or a full attack this turn.
Yeah, and now they need to decide, right, if it's worth attacking before, and I'm assuming it's actually not, because this kind of negates the potential attack from the UK, because if they were now to attack, it's very easy for the team from Norway to get some favorable trades there, and then they have an attack plus the additional open attack. So I'm assuming that it's probably just going to be a pass here, or maybe the Jettison.
Yeah, and you attack with Sapling into Fiora. They obviously 5 mana still up for Team Norway. They have a Sharp Sight. All of a sudden, Fiora attacks you back, and you have 1 less blocker as well. So if you're trying to play for a stalling game, I think you're fine just keeping this here. If they want to attack, they're attacking into a Sapling. It's ephemeral, so they're losing some value there as well. And this is more, I think, of a threat from Norway. They're saying, okay, I'm going to put Bronze Pursuit now here. They can still attack with Shen, who's very healthy, 3/5, into, a Tracker, for example, Screeching Dragon into Maokai, or... Interesting.
Yeah, I'm surprised that it's not the...
Oh, I think, Maokai does less damage, so if they want to keep Fiora healthy, they can Sharp Sight her to kill the Maokai as well, and overall they keep, everything healthier. And because of those challenging units, you can pick your blockers. The Ephemeral has to block Shen, and it's not doing much there. It's just tipping him down to 3.
Yeah, I'm still surprised that they didn't Shen the Fiora, but I'm assuming that they still value the board presence more than they value that 1 little health point on the Fiora.
So it looks like Marcus is regretting something. I'm not too sure what just yet.
It might be exactly what I'm talking about. That he's, but you can still change. No, you can't change. He actually committed, but I don't think it's too big of an issue from my perspective. I think they're still in a very, very commanding position here, and the only downside here is that they have Maokai leveling, but they might actually be in a strong enough spot to threaten both the Fiora win condition and a potential lethal attack next turn.
And the Fiora at 5 attack still does kill this Maokai. So even level up, sometimes I think it happened to me and to many other players. You're looking at combat, you're not thinking about the champion level up and the stats they gain. All of a sudden they level up and you're like, oh wait, I didn't take this into account. Regardless, if they took it into account or not, Team Norway not punished for that. Still 5 attack on Fiora thanks to the sharp sight, and Maokai does die. So no free saplings coming in later on. But the damage has been done in terms of the deck being built. There's only now 4 cards left for Team Fiora, and there suddenly is a clock. They have the Fiora, so they have the chance now with Concerted Strike in hand and maybe a single combat to take that. And this was a Relentless Pursuit, which means next turn they still have the attack token.
Yeah, and that's going to be big. Obviously now the sapling will attack and will almost certainly take down the Shen, is what I'm assuming, although the tracker is being harbored here by the team from the UK. And now you know on the side of the UK that the options are limited, right? There's only so many turns that you need to survive, and this will be still a tall order, right? As we see in their hand, there's not much there. There's a Vengeance and a Nautilus. So the team from Norway still has a lot of top decks that just get them there, and they also have the stronger board. But there's still opportunity for the team of the UK. A card like Ruination might be something that can be very valuable here.
So no matter what Team UK challenges here, obviously they want to challenge something because this is an ephemeral unit, so they're not losing out on any value. Again, another check to see what they have. Sharp Sight is in hand. The second Sharp Sight does come in clutch to save Shen here, and we see why this card has been included in so many big tier 1 decks. It's really proven that +2/+2 for 2 mana with that extra elusive blocking capability is pretty fantastic. Similar to Veil Cascade, a card that's definitely made a big splash on the meta, and we see there why. Devourer tossed, Slaughterdogs transforms into, as always, Terror of the Tides. No surprise there. It seems like that card is programmed to transform into Terror of the Tides 75% of the time.
I actually had to reread Slaughterdogs because my opponents always were able to get Terror of the Tides. I'm like, am I doing something wrong? Is this somehow calculated? It's like, nope, it's actually random. You just have to be good at the game and ensure the RNG is in your favor.
And the good thing is that this unit is very, very healthy, 8 HP, so Fiora not quite anything that can deal with it right now. Of course, it looks like Shen's going to be, blocking, using the tracker to drag this fearsome unit out of the way, going for maximum damage onto the Nexus, having that secondary win condition, not just Fiora, but also the Nexus damage, because, of course, they are on a clock. They have only 3 cards left in the deck now after the draw this turn, and trying to go for lethal before... I mean, Nautilus can come down this turn. Fiora can still strike this Terror of the Tides now this turn with Concerted Strike if the Nautilus comes down and if that mana is spent.
Yeah, and honestly, the double Concerted Strike might become the win condition here because now, obviously, the deep deck is in a position, while they're only at 3 health, they have to assume that there is no additional rally effect in the hand of Norway, simply because otherwise they can't win at all, right? Like they can't play around it. There's no way that they can still win the game if that's the case. You always have to play in a reality where you can where decisions matter, right? So they will now drop the Nautilus, and next turn they're able to plot the board with at least the Abyssal Eye, and potentially if they draw an additional sea monster to that as well. They still have the Vengeance as an option, and Concerted Strike then suddenly becomes the best way for the Norwegian team to close out the game.
Mana has been spent, no reactivity available for Team UK, so now Team Norway can think, without having to think about all these other variables. It's only them, their cards, and their mana. What is the best thing you can do right now? And that looks like a Concerted Strike on the Terror of the Tides. Fiora and Shen working together as they normally do in this deck and taking down a big threat. Nautilus obviously is one of the counters to Fiora because she's not powerful enough to take down Nautilus. He's very healthy and he's tough as well, but it can take down one of the sea monsters, and the open attack next turn is not as scary. Of course, next turn there could be Abyssal Eye into Vengeance to have exactly enough mana, and it could potentially threaten a second Concerted Strike and then a Vengeance to answer without a deny in hand, but we'll find out.
One important thing about Concerted Strike for you guys at home, two things that have been added. Like one, obviously the order in which you click matters. That has been the case always. The first unit you choose will strike first, and then the second one will strike. In this case, it's very important because Fiora now got the kill credit because she was selected as striking the second time. And what they have added recently is that when you check the eye, you will actually see which unit strikes first and which strikes second. So if you had something to interact, you could factor that in and potentially negate the effect to your liking.
Looking at the hands here, Jaw Hunters, not ideal. It does give you a sea monster, which will be cheap, but we'll see. I think just with 8 mana, what you want to do is Abyssal Eye, threaten damage on the Nexus, and then maybe look at a Vengeance to answer. Again, this Fiora is on 3 out of 4 counters, so you need that Vengeance to answer whatever game-winning attack Fiora might have on this Abyssal Eye. And there's no deny in hand for Team Norway. Prismatic Barrier, we mentioned it before, barriers do not stop kill effects like Vengeance, for example, so it would die regardless. It's not a damage-based effect, it's just killing the unit outright. And that would be a turning point here for Team UK. Maybe not enough because they're still down on board, and there's the win condition of not just Fiora, but also just the Nexus damage coming in. They're at 3 HP, but at least it would get them a bit more into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And the good news is that they have to block here, right? The team from Norway has to block even with this attack because this is exactly 19 damage. Unless you obviously, if this was 18 damage, I wouldn't be surprised if the team from Norway just said like, okay, I can tank this. That's fine. I'm just going to threaten more, even if that didn't play around the atrocity potentially, right? In this specific case, though, at least they can consume a blocker with the Nautilus, setting themselves up and putting them in a position where they can potentially block every single unit that is still available to the team.
And Team UK trying to do their homework, trying to see all the cards that were tossed to see if there's any possibility they can get some information from that. If they see 3 copies of a certain card tossed, they know they don't have to play around that, for example. So definitely thinking what the better options here are. Looks like Screeching Dragon will take the hit here from the Nautilus. Could Prismatic Barrier to keep it alive and keep a wide board. So it doesn't help the Fiora get her win condition, but it helps keep her board wide to go for the lethal swing next turn off an open attack.
Yeah, and what's really big here is that actually it levels up the Shen, and this means that a Shen-supported Fleet Feather Tracker is also potential lethal. Otherwise, that's only 2 damage, and now suddenly that's another threat. Oh, that's such a good draw. Devourer of the Depths, potentially killing and threatening the Fiora here. But we know that if that's actually the play, then the Concerted Strike will come down, and that's going to be GG.
And if you're Team UK, do you risk it? Because on the open attack, what are you doing? You can Vengeance one of the units. You're at 3 HP, though.
You have to. You just die otherwise to the open attack.
With any combat spell, you guarantee you die. And you're going to expect a Fiora list that has so many combat spells to have something to deal that extra bit of damage and just go through.
Yeah.
You have to do it. It sucks because there's 8 mana up and you know there's going to be an answer, but this is the point in time where you have to just go Hail Mary, just throw that crazy pass, and if it goes in, great, but it's not going to go in. We see the Concerted Strike in hand, and both the Devourer or the Abyssal Eye will be dying to Fiora probably and getting that counter, that win condition settled. And looks like that is going to be a loss from a win from Germany, so 1-1. The series is still there between Germany and Czechia for maybe the top seed of this group D. But in this case, it looks like Norway might make it through. Devourer comes in.
And now the question is, obviously we know there's no interaction, right? But the question is now, do you even Concerted Strike here? We know that if Norway chooses to Concerted Strike, that's the game. They just win the game via Fiora. But there's still 5 mana up. They still have the chance for a Grasp on the Fiora. There's still the chance that there is some other form of interaction that you're currently not thinking of, depending on which second unit you choose for the strike. And you need to think, do I have another way of winning? Do I have to go all in on this Fiora win condition now? It's such a big decision. It is
closed deck list, so you can't. Normally in tournaments, you can just open up the deck list from your opponent, see all the cards, see 5 mana and under, what cards can you play? Nothing that can change anything. Okay, I'll hit go. I'll play Concerted Strike. In this case, Grasp is a possibility, but Grasp is a card that if you've been paying attention to the deep meta, has not been in any I think recognizable deep decks in the past few patches. Whale is in the meta, but definitely not Grasp, and Crumble's slow speed, so you can't play it on fast. So I think with the answers you might expect from deep, I think it's definitely correct to play Concerted Strike here.
Yeah.
Go for the Hail Mary, kill the Abyssal Eye.
Oh no! Oh no!
Did they get the right?
They did it the wrong way.
The Screeching Dragon kills the unit. So Fiora is not
Yeah.
doing anything here.
Oh my god. And you guys cannot see our caster cameras, but we're both like arms up and like shock and awe, mouth wide open. This could have been the game-winning play, and wow.
Team Norway, mechanical. This is something that I think we can very clearly say was a very clear mechanical misplay. If they would have attacked with a Shen into the Abyssal Eye, doesn't kill the Abyssal Eye, leaves it at 2 health, and then Fiora comes in for the 1-hit, 1-2 punch and kills it, Fiora wins. Because the Screeching Dragon killed it first, Fiora did not strike, and the Devourer of the Depths was able to go through and obliterate Fiora. Fiora's gone from the game. Cytherea comes in, there's a Vengeance and a Riptide. You have 11 mana, so you can play both.
Big top deck from the side of the UK. That Riptide is so crucial here to ensure that they have options for everything. Now they look at the board and suddenly you can block everything, you can trade everything effectively, and next turn you can threaten lethal the other way around. You have the answer for Thirstier, and you can even choose, right? Do you want to Riptide it? Do you Vengeance it? I would actually Vengeance this, or Vengeance the Shen, doesn't really matter too much here, because Riptide actually delays your win condition, because remember, Maokai was flipped. This is potentially their last attack here.
And Cytherea, when you have so many fearsome blockers, it's not a problem. If she gets in the attack, then you can just Riptide her away, or Riptide away the Screeching Dragon even, if you think it's going to be, because Cytherea doesn't get the buff as well. You can trade a 7/7 into Cytherea, take away the Screeching Dragon on whatever kill he's trying to make, and then obviously the Big Feather Tracker and the River Shaper aren't huge threats stat-wise. Could this be an enormous blunder from Team Norway? And this is obviously the case where it's not just sequencing and maybe not having full information. It's surrender from Team Norway, and that is a crazy turn of events. Team UK gets the win here. Norway off a devastating and obviously very sad to see mechanical misplay, not just because of losing this game and losing this series, but because that was a series that they had to win no matter what. At an 0-4 score now, they're almost guaranteed to not make it out of the group stage and not make it to playoffs. And it sucks to see them having the win in their hands completely. And because of a sequencing misplay there with Concerted Strike, they're out of the tournament, and Team UK is still in it.
They're not yet. They're now Czechia's best friends. So the way this whole thing manifests, and the only way that Norway can stay in it, is if Czechia goes 6-0, so they just stay undefeated, they win all the series, and all the other teams are 2-4. That's the only way that Norway can force the tiebreaker. So they are now the biggest fans of Czechia in that last game against Germany that we briefly saw started on the other side. And if that doesn't happen, if Germany wins now, then Norway is eliminated already from the tournament as the first team out of the 16 that currently in.
It's good to have, Max, the walking rulebook, here to correct me. They're not out of the tournament, but come on, they're out of the tournament. It's almost impossible with an 0-4 score for them to make it back. Sure, there's a little, disclaimer, but, this might happen. But I think we know, there are some miracles in sports and esports, but most of the time, it's not going to happen. So definitely, I think
that's why the miracles.
They become great storylines, and that's why people watch. I think sports and esports overall it's very exciting to watch, and crazy things can happen. Most of the time, they probably won't, and that might be at the end of their tournament run here. Of course, they're going to play next weekend. Of course, they're going to play out their matches, and there is a chance, like you said, but it's just devastating to see it end the way it did. And Team UK, the complete opposite. They just lost the game 100%. They should have lost the game. They had no mana, they had nothing they could do there, no cards, and they won it out of nowhere. So they're very grateful, of course, and they have a chance now if Czechia wins to fight for that second spot with Germany, and a much more realistic chance in Norway, at least. That's going to be it for this series. We're going to be going to a short break, and we'll come back with the scores between Czechia and Germany, and also the last game for day 4 of the tournament today.
Try
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final match of this day 4 of the Legends of Runeterra European Masters Tournament. A lot on the line here. Still, once again, the same story repeats itself. We just saw Norway. You mentioned it; they didn't lose yet, but they have 1 foot, way out of the playoffs because they are 0-4 right now to start. Belgium in a similar situation, a great individual player in Ultraman, similar to Marcus in Norway, a player that's proven individually on ladder a lot in a tournament setting, hasn't proven too much yet, and kind of the captain for Team Belgium, and they're 0-3. So this is, again, the do-or-die moment. They're playing against Romania. There's a 3-way tie in this group A between Spain, Croatia, and Romania, all 2-1. And Ultraman and Belgium and ZZ Dude and Irvine, they're all sitting at an 0-3 and need to win this game to stay in the tournament.
Pat, I'm still a bit in shock and awe from that last game. Heartbreaking loss, obviously, for Norway there. They had it in their hands, and then an unfortunate misplay just snatched the win away from them. And great for the UK. We're going to be incredibly happy for that win. Let's try to reset. Let's try to focus on the game between Romania and Belgium, though. As you mentioned, stakes are fairly similar, right? Like Belgium is basically the Norway from last game, where they are really trying to secure that win. They were 8th seed going into this tournament, so definitely one of the teams who were considered to be making playoffs at the very minimum. But it does not look good for them. They really need this win to ensure that their tournament lives stay within their own grasps, that they can still impact and have their destiny in their own hands. Whereas Romania is sitting fairly comfortable at a 2-1, definitely overperforming expectations so far. And a 3-1 would put them in prime position to almost not guarantee, but put them in a very, very strong position to secure playoffs next week.
Yeah, and Romania doing the work yesterday, beating Croatia in the group. Getting that second win is huge because now they have that parity between Spain, Croatia, and Romania. So they have, and also that confidence coming into this match. They can win it here. And I think they ended up the first weekend, maybe 3rd place in this group, and now they have a chance to come up first. So they're definitely putting in the work, and they have a chance to make it here. Some background on these players, Ultraman and ZZ Dude, both on TLG, so both on the same competitive team, have that extra synergy between them, maybe. But they're going to need it here to pull a win here. And interesting for Romania, the Katasis has a background in chess, actually. Played at a very high level, had a really high elo, he told me. So a lot of different backgrounds from different games for all these players. But I think the similar skill sets between chess and a lot of different card games can be applied to Runeterra. And that's how we see these players here performing at such a great level. Looking at the decks, though, Max, what's the first thing that gets your attention?
First thing that gets my attention is that we're starting off with things with a karma ban here from Romania. So not actually opting to remove the Ash, which we see removed from the start from Belgium, as basically the standard first ban that is kind of the meta at the moment in this very unique tournament format. And while I still expect the Ash ban to follow through, you're giving out a lot of information with that karma first ban, because that essentially positions yourself similarly to what we've discussed prior, potentially opting for a more control-y deck style yourself, wanting to remove the other control options from the Belgium team.
We see Trundle ban as well, making a resurgence. That Trundle ban that we saw a lot in the first weekend, where Trundle was a 4-6 regeneration. Now it's a 4-5, so a bit more poppable, but still a pretty big threat. Especially it's a deck that has a very clear game plan that goes late and can really overwhelm you, especially with something like a Feel the Rush being allowed now for weekend 2. KDA cards are in, so go hard, go get it. Feel the Rush are making a showing today for sure, and yesterday as well in day 3 of this tournament. But Elise comes in, the ban on Elise, it looks like an Elise Callista list with Targan. From our experience today, we're going to assume it's going to be a fearsome list with the triple Pale Cascade splash for just that extra attack and cycling. And yeah, still some pretty strange bans here. Ash Noxus.
Yeah, one thing I want to...
Go ahead.
One thing I want to point out is we see a Diana Leona list, and that's something I have not seen in a very long time since the first couple of weeks of the Targon launch. I would expect this to be a fairly aggressive mid-range list, but you never know 100%, right? If you're potentially running into some kind of bait, if this is something that completely catches you off guard, we still see the Ash ban come in as expected from the side of Romania, and we will see how Belgium will respond.
Yeah, they were teasing us a bit, the Ash list ban coming in a bit later, but it does come in the end. So Ash, we haven't seen her played today at all, and it just shows how strong this deck is in the current, at least in the tournament meta. It is just very, very strong. Has a lot of great matchups, very polarized matchups as well. Being the one of the strongest mid-range deck with the frostbite effects, helping as a combat spell so much and so cheaply as well. But Lee Sin banned, a deck we've seen today, and we've seen get wins twice as well today. So even off stream, we saw it get a win as well with the Czechia getting that first win against Germany. So maybe players starting to respect it. Of course, these players are playing the last match of the day. They've been seeing all the matches that have been going on. Like, all right, guys, take out your notes. What did we learn? All right, ban Lee Sin, ban Ashe like everyone else did. Just stick to the status quo. And the ban comes in, so not too surprised either.
So what I expect here from the Belgium side is that they actually fully embrace the anti-combo and anti-control playstyle. I wouldn't be surprised if they opt for the Lee Sin Zed themselves, because it has so many favorable matchups on the other side. I'm looking at it in a Nivea list, a Lux Aurelion Sol list, and that's exactly what they're going for. And yeah, 50% of the time, last time was wrong, now I'm right again. We're gonna keep that up, keep the win rate up.
That was actually an impressive one. You actually predicted it correctly, not the swapping team, not the 50-50. No, you actually did the correct prediction. We're going to see, of course, these are blind picks. Players are not counter picking each other, so they were picked at the same time. Lee Sin, Zed, a deck that we talked about, it's been banned for a reason. The Belgium, obviously, they respect the list because they banned it, so it makes sense that they would bring it as well, valuing that list and knowing there's the potential there. And they do bring it for this first game, and looks like it's going to be a Lux Aurelion Sol for Romania, a list we saw today earlier, and it did not get a win. It was too slow against, I believe it was game 2 between, no, game 1 even, Bulgaria versus.
One of them was the Shadow Isles Bilgewater list, I believe, where they played, and essentially they just swamped the board and they were just cycling through the go hard version of that list, and the Lux Aurelion Sol deck was not able to keep up with that kind of speed and tempo. They put down one big dude every single turn, but then the swarm was just enough to deal with that for them. And the question here becomes, I think it becomes a bit of a better matchup here, simply because Lee Sin Zed is not known for swarming the board, right? They're also very focused on 1 or 2 units normally. That being said, I'm not 100% sure if the list, and it really comes down to the exact card choices, has enough options to deal with the Lee Sin and really threaten the kill on Lee Sin, because otherwise you might just be threatened by a big Lee Sin. And we see the judgment here zoomed in big time, and I really like this a lot. But one of those cards that, given that it's closed deck list, can have so much value and can really like catch an opponent off guard as an 8-mana spell. I'm not sure it's something you want to see in this matchup, though, because we already see the deny waiting in hand from the Belgium team.
Yeah, the 4 mana for 8 mana trade is not a good one, that's for sure. So, and 8 mana basically just locks you out of the turn. So it's kind of a Hail Mary play in most cases. And if I think this Belgium team is capable and is competent, they'll have that deny mana up just in case, I think. Right away, we see a pretty standard early game. The GOAT comes back. The GOAT, not the GOAT, maybe. We do see Lee Sin and Zed, so both of the superstars already in hand and going to be in play soon, but definitely an okay drop to see early on to get that gem and to maybe get that trade here. I think you're fine trading into this 3-3. It's going to be a trade anyway next turn, and you get rid of one of the blockers for Zed.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason would be that there's still 2 mana up on the side of Romania, so you might not want to actually opt into it, right? So there is the chance, but they're still going for it. And as we see, and as I just mentioned, yes, the punish. Yes, the Pelican Escape.
Comes in. The 1 health, not usually the most crucial part of that spell. Normally you care about the attack and the cycling, but the health sometimes is able to give you that extra bit of survivability to stay, to keep that unit alive. And that unit will be very important in blocking Zed, or in being a single combat target to kill Zed, 2 attack into 2 HP. The math checks out. If you're playing Zed, unless he plays a gem as well, there's not going to be enough mana to play Zed and something like a Notify, for example. And there's no other spell, or no other unit in hand, rather, for Romania. So if the trade would have happened last turn, the hand is so clunky for Romania, they have nothing to do here. Literally. Both their spells.
That's part of the reason that they went for it, right? They knew that they really needed something to ensure that a potential top deck of a Concerted Strike, a single combat, another Pale Cascade isn't completely bricked, right? So it's definitely debatable in a vacuum if this is a good thing to do, that you just use your 2 mana there to create basically a 2-1 unit that is not super useful. But given the hand state and the board state and the way this matchup manifests, it was such a strong play. And now we can see it pay off. The single combat top deck kills that on the spot. What could have been such a strong play from Belgium gets completely negated by the team from Romania.
No mana for Notify. You cannot play the gem because it is not a fast speed spell. It's a burst speed spell, but it has kind of a disclaimer. And
it
you
wouldn't
can't
even
play it.
help, right?
Yeah, true. And that's going to be Zed going down. So one of the scarier units in this deck, in this game plan for Lee Sin Zed, and we've seen it do so much, especially as an aggressive tool early on against a very slow deck in Lux, Aurelion Sol. And that is a very clutch 2 turns there for Romania to stay in this and to just not feel any pressure early on.
Yeah, and we asked that question initially, right? Like, does that deck from Targan and Demacia have enough answers to like deal with the Lee Sin and Zed threats that the Belgian team is asking and like is demanding an answer for? And this has been a fantastic play that actually allows them to potentially set themselves up to also answer the Lee Sin later on, because now you can actually use your harder removal tools like Concerted Strike and potentially even the Judgment to try to kill the Lee Sin, although obviously not all of them will be successful.
And looking at the hand for Romania, it was awkward before, it remains awkward now. A great start with the 2 outplays with the spells, but now in the mid game, this deck maybe, again, star shaping for 5 mana when it's not healing.
Oof.
So 5 mana, get an invoke card. Maybe not the greatest value in the current situation, maybe okay. They would have burned 2 mana by just passing there, but maybe it would have been useful to keep that mana up to protect something like, I guess, yeah, still Radiant Guardian next turn without having an activator is also kind of weak. So
yeah, it's really sad, especially when you consider that there's actually a 2-mana card in that same region that does exactly that, right? You don't have to pay 5 for it, you can just invoke for 2. And yeah, this was painful, but I understand where they're coming from. They want to ensure that they see their options and can properly map out the plays before. And while it obviously you never know exactly what is the right line depending on top decks, they at least have something to play for. They have the Raging Guardian to at least interact a little bit, but Belgium is stabilizing, and the combination of Mentor and Lee Sin is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, they're going to have a Solari Soldier here to block some damage if they want to. There's still 2 mana up for the Lee Sin, so he doesn't have a chance to get the barrier this turn. Going to get the Challenger spell with either, with Pill Cascade if they want to use it, but cannot get the barrier as well, so some damage will be going through. But again, the support capabilities from the Mentor will help out in keeping the Lee Sin quite healthy.
Yeah, and this is the big decision from my perspective from the Belgian team. They opt against using any spell and challenging the Solari Soldier with Lee Sin, because that would have kept the Mentor alive, right? That would have been another threat for next turn. Now what I'm obviously assuming will happen is that the Soldier is blocking the Mentor, that enables the gems, which is also really nice. But given that there are still so many spells to be played to level up Lee Sin, I believe he's actually at 0 out of 8 because no spells have actually been played, that win condition is not necessarily there yet anyway. So I actually would have liked to see the play where the Mentor of the Stones is kept alive to generate more and more value over turns, especially given that you don't have any other units in hand.
Yeah, and again, the Zed dying early and that pressure being gone is going to be a pivotal moment, I think, in this matchup. It might seem like something inconsequential, just a single combat killing a Zed, very low mana units, whatever. But that pressure is what I think Belgium needed to really take over the game and really force Romania to feel under pressure, to have no answers early on. Especially with a hand they had, which was terrible for the early game when they mulliganed the Solari Priestess at the beginning of the game and one of the soldiers as well. And yeah, their hand's looking pretty awkward. They're taking 5 here. Lee Sin still very far. We see the counter there, 1 out of 8, but they're still in it. As long as they can stall this out, they're going to be fine, I think.
The good news is Lee Sin might be at 1 out of 8 and still needs 7 spells to actually get across the finish line. But the good news is Belgium has 9 spells in hand. So they definitely have all the tools necessary to set that up for success. They don't have the 7th blade though, so there is no 1-turn kill potential. Hence more interactability for the side of Romania. We'll see how this develops. I'm assuming Lux will hit the board here.
Yeah, get the Lux when you can at 6 mana. There's nothing, again, this is a deck similar to Tom Soraka that has a lot of spells to protect itself, Lee Sin Zed, but doesn't have really any spells to interact with your opponent outside of combat. There's no kind of single combat or straight removal spells. It's more playing for your own game plan, playing kind of solitaire with some interaction mixed in terms of defending yourself, not attacking your opponent. So Lux coming down, even if you don't have too much, spells to protect her, it's fine, especially with the barrier as well. You're extra safe, I think.
Yeah, you also kind of need to get that value engine rolling, right? You want to ensure that you can threaten something on the Lee Sin before he levels up. And as we've seen, there's so many options in the hand of the Belgian team. They can level that up so easily. And I'm assuming this will be Eye of the Dragons from the Belgian side, and then 2 spells to follow that up to ensure that 1, you get the Dragon Link for next turn, and 2, you ensure that you use your mana wisely to start leveling the Lee Sin.
Yeah, you're missing something like a Zenith Blade maybe on Lee Sin to get that Overwhelm. I think it's pretty crucial. It's, this deck is combo for a reason. You're comboing a lot of different cards to produce a very strong and almost uninteractable effect when you have cards like Deny and Bastion to stop your opponent from stopping you. But in this case, they're missing some key pieces and are going to try and find them as soon as possible to get that possible lethal, maybe not next turn, but the next attack turn after that.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that there was no second gem immediately from Belgium. This would have actually enabled them to go for a block here, because even a single combat after the block wouldn't have really done anything at 2 mana, right? So they're going to go for the gem now anyway. And while I understand the philosophy of like, okay, let's keep Deny open, the only spell you're really playing around here is single combat, and single combat wouldn't have done anything, right? While this is obviously now going unpunished because the Lux didn't end up attacking, this is definitely something that I consider like a minor optimization that wasn't opted into.
And we'll see now, again, we mentioned this deck with attack token becoming that much stronger, that much more scary, and this is the case now for Team Belgium. They have the attack token, Lee Sin, not quite there yet. Normally, it's you can kind of do some crazy things with Lee Sin where if you have, like we see now with Team Belgium, 10 spell mana up, you can go from 3 out of 8 counters to enough counters to level him up, while also synergizing and giving him more attack and making that level up even scarier when he does level up. So that's the scary thing about this deck. It seems like it's so far away, but leveling him up is part of the strategy as well. So you're just getting that payoff when you can attack with Lee Sin as well with a Dragon Strike. And
they're doing the math here. They're thinking, okay, how far can I get? This is like 9, then obviously the second part of Sonic Wave, the Resonating Strike, ups it to 11, then this level up getting up to 12. But there's still 3 missing, right? So that's the good news if they are on the side of Romania. There's still 3 damage missing. Even if this is an open attack, that will be 1 damage that is still missing, because 2 damage would go through via the Dragon Link. But that leaves them at 1 HP, right?
You're looking at that with a heal, like, wait, everything's healthy.
And there's the Zenith Blade.
And there's the level up. And this is scary. This is combo. This is what we talked about. We just literally talked about it. You have to combo all the cards together. We've seen some Lee Sin Zed players also just drawing into the perfect cards as well. Is there anything that can be done here to stop this if you're Team Romania?
I'm trying to think, but I think you can, right? You can level up. You have enough mana to Concerted Strike and Barrier the Lux. That removes the barrier, deals some damage to the Lee Sin. There's no interaction anymore from Team Belgium because they already tapped under it, and then you can theoretically via Final Spark kill the Lee Sin, but that is assuming that they tap under Notify. So this only happens if there's a Zenith Blade committed from Team Belgium.
And of course, right away we see 12. Because there's no Overwhelm just yet, it's going to be just the 12 coming in. And then after the unit's gone, Lee Sin cannot deal that Overwhelm damage through that Ghost block, let's say. But yeah, this is going to be a tricky one. Still, when your opponent has so much mana up, you can't go all in because you think, okay, my opponent's going to have some kind of answer.
Strong pass.
Do you go for the lethal here and then the risky attempt at a lethal? Because it is combo and you can win this turn if you want to, but it's too risky.
You shouldn't. Honestly, I think this is I would consider this just a big misplay to go for this. Even if it's, you're only one damage off doing it this way, right? And now you're like hitting your opponent for 14 and dropping it to 1 kind of feels bad. But there's so many cards in that deck that potentially like ruin your day if you tap below Notify, right? Even a Hush is a card that you need to think about so strongly, and it's frankly probably something that the Romanian team is praying that they will be drawing right now, because otherwise they are in a really precarious position. They still might try to level the Lux here. Yeah, there we go. Just to ensure that they have some form of interaction with the board of the Belgian team.
The spell hovered here, of course, Notify, double Notify enhanced, but Concerted Strike is a 5-mana spell, so cannot be stopped by Notify. No interaction really available now because of that for Team Belgium. So it cannot do anything to stop this here.
The good news is they have Notify for Lux's Final Spark, which will only cost zero mana in the turn that it's generated, and it's fleeting anyway. So that's their way of saving the Lee Sin. And as I mentioned prior, if they actually had committed the Zenith Blade, this would have been the line that actually would have sealed the deal almost for Romania, because they would have been able to deal with these.
Yeah, and looking at the rest of the hand, there's not many more threats unless they're top decking into something. But there's an Opify, stops the final spark. Lee Sin survives. Next turn is all about protecting Lee Sin, the card game. You have Deny, you have Opify. You're going to try and protect. You're on defense. You don't have the attack token buff. So you're going to chill and just try and survive and keep your Lee Sin healthy. And then go into that next and final lethal turn after that. Single Combat, another interactive spell that can maybe dampen the plans here for Team Belgium.
Yeah, it just feels like it's not good enough, right? It's very strong, but Inopify and Deny are waiting on the side of Belgium, and even the Goat and the second Eye of the Dragon are something that is threatening potentially, simply because you're only at 3 HP, and the Goat threatens lethal. The Eye of the Dragon plus the Dragonling it generates threatens lethal, and it feels like the team from Belgium is able to pose enough threats, and Romania is not able to fight the right answers in time.
See Zenith Blade being hovered, going to be put on Lee Sin again. Because nothing has been threatened yet, they can take the 7 damage. They're fine with that. There's only 3 mana still up for Team Romania. They're going to have more than enough mana for both Opify and Deny if they need it, but I think there's no card combo. They're going to need to have both answers for only 3 mana from Team Romania. Whatever is used, they have the chance to stop it, and then next turn they can go in for the lethal. Like you mentioned, even if they can stop Lee Sin, there's still that extra damage coming in from the Dragonling and the Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah, and obviously Romania is going to opt for the single combat here, which is going to get answered by the Opify. And then you're basically looking at a shutdown board, and technically, like if there was another spell even, they might not even have to respond to the single combat. Interesting to me though that there is no instant pull on the single combat. I'm assuming that they want to keep it for next round to potentially threaten enough different threats that they cannot all be answered from the team from Belgium.
And we're seeing the Zenith Blade or the Eye of the Dragon being hovered here. Either or would have been fine. With Opify, you know that your opponent only has 3 mana, so you could stop anything they play anyway. You don't need to Deny. You don't need the 4 mana. Both though, you still have 2 mana for Opify. You're still fine. So the math still checks out here. It's impossible for you not to be able to use Opify. You don't need Deny here. And next turn, if you needed, we already had lethal with the Dragonling and the Eye of the Dragon. Now he definitely has it with Lee Sin or, the alternate. This is risky. Well, with Barrier on Lee Sin, it's maybe fine to play Mountain Goat, but maybe a bit greedy. I don't think you need to.
Yeah, I would have preferred the Mountain Goat before, honestly, but obviously when nitpicking, I think Belgium is in a commanding position here to close out the game. Their thinking is like, is there anything that can deal with this for like 3 mana? But honestly, why go for it, right? Like you might not currently think about a potential card that might be a one-off in a list that's like the odd one out. I'm assuming that they're currently debating exactly that. Like, does it make sense? It's another threat that you could put on the board with the Goat, right? And that might make or break the game. But that's the whole reason that I personally would have just put down the Goat instead of the Zenith Blade and still kept the mana up.
Well, they can go for it. They know that there's nothing that, they don't know, but they can assume from what they perceive from a deck that has Lux and Aurelian Soul, there's not going to be a great answer for 3 mana to deal with a Lee Sin that has Barrier especially.
Yeah.
And now this is going to be the more patient, like you mentioned, could have won last turn, but took it slow, took it patient, and Team Belgium is now threatening lethal with a scary board, with Lee Sin leveled up, 11 and 6 as well, and a lot of Dragonlings as support cast as well.
Yeah, and they also had a very strong top deck here in form of the Hush, because it actually enables Lee Sin. Otherwise, they would not have been able to actually challenge with Lee Sin, which would have been a lose condition for them as well. That's another part of the reason that I think playing the Zenith Blade there was a mistake, right? Because you didn't have a way to actually proactively enable the challenger and your combo on Lee Sin.
Judgment, we mentioned it at the start of the tournament, gonna be hovered here, and Deny is gonna come in to answer that. We talked about it. It happened. We were correct in our assumptions there, Max. Well done to both of us. But Judgment's going to try and be an answer here, the one answer that can actually deal with everything here, the board and Lee Sin. But yeah, there's still going to be a Deny here and an Opify. So the perfect hand for Belgium to answer and react to anything that Romania tries to do to stop them.
Yeah, very unfortunate. When you're a fan from the Romanian team, they know what's going to happen. They're actually just going to put down both and it's like, hey, do you have the answers? And Belgium is going to respond, Yeah, I do. And happily take the concede from the Romanian side.
And that's going to be the first win for Belgium. Again, history repeats itself, similar to Norway. They had to win the first game. They did. They're now in a 1-0 commanding lead here in the best of 3. Romania, they're a bit sad that both spells got denied, both the single combat and the judgment. A lot of emote play here from both players, like showing us the tournament meta for not just the decks, but also the emotes. But first big win for Belgium. We see Irvine there very happy with the results. And they needed this win. They needed this win to claw back into this group and to maybe make it out of group stage after the group stage is over.
And we see it on the caster cam, right? It's so incredible how elated that player was when they just won the game, right? That shows you how important that win was for the team. Their whole team's hope were essentially in this match, right? As we mentioned, there are some hypothetical mathematical examples where you can still secure a tiebreaker in certain situations, even if you go 0-4 at the start, but it's not realistic. You don't want to go down that route. And securing this win and putting yourself in a position where you can actually come back and starting into the next week with 1-3 as opposed to 0-4 is exactly what they want to.
Yeah, 1-0 start. They have a chance to make it back. Obviously, Romania, they're not in as bad as a position as UK was because this group is not as top-sided as a Group D was, with Germany and UK being, or Germany and Czechia being the clear favorites. There's a much bigger parity between Spain, Croatia, and Romania, all currently 2-1. Any one of them can make it out, whereas Belgium is kind of the ugly duckling of the group. They're 0-3. They're not really up there with the rest of them, and they have to try and fight back now with this first win here that they can get. They're 1-0 up. It is a best of 3, of course, and they have to win this next game, and they'll get that first win on the board.
Yeah, honestly, Romania is essentially in a position where they can secure first seed together with whoever wins the other match on the other side, right? And just putting yourselves in a position where all you need to do is defend your spot next week, right? So for both of these teams, it's incredibly important to secure this victory. And now being 0-1 up, it's all down to like collecting yourselves again, resetting the mental, ensuring that you don't carry over any negative thoughts or damn, he had all the answers kind of thinking into the next game. You really need to think, okay, how can I set myself up for success? And it starts now with the deck choice.
And talking about the other off-stream match between Spain and Croatia, unfortunately, I have to, regretful news, Spain is down currently. Croatia did win the first game. They're 1-0 up. So that is another match that is going to be deciding who's going to be leading the pack after these first 4 days of the tournament for this Group A. Right now, it's close. It's identical, the scores between Romania, Spain, and Croatia. But after today, of course, there will be 2 clear leaders here. And in the other off-stream match, Croatia trying to win there as well. 1-0 up for now. That's the update.
Yeah, and then we see Romania locking in the Karma Thresh list, and they're going to go up against Belgium's Anivia Shadow Isles Control. That is a matchup that I think is very, very interesting because the two decks kind of want to do similar things, right? They want to revive over and over again their respective champions and generate so much value and kind of overwhelm the opposition. And I honestly don't know how that matchup plays out. We've seen a lot of Anivia bans over the first week, and we consider it a very strong meta contender. Yesterday, we haven't seen it as much anymore, so I'm very curious to see it in action now.
And we saw Poland getting a win off stream with the small recap on the left there against Latvia at the very start of the day with this Anivia list. So it's a deck that's proven to get wins. Alan, I know, tried it. I think he played it as well yesterday, I believe, or he has been playing it. He has been favoring this list in this tournament setting as well. So Team Poland got a win with it and proved that it's a deck that can get wins and can contend. Even though on ladder it's not very popular, in a tournament setting, it has its great matchups. Normally, though, you're trying to look for like an aggro list or a board that goes very wide. Rookie Karma isn't really that. So like you said, both players trying to do a certain thing and have a great matchup against certain decks, but not against each other. So it's kind of like both players stalling and both players struggling to do anything because they're not finding the matchup they wanted.
There's going to be like a lot of dead cards in both players' hands because like cards like Avalanche you don't really want to see. Cards like Go Hard and Wild Feast at the start, not super helpful for the side of the Karma Thresh list. And it really is, I think it's going to come down to like who can sneak out their respective combo pieces among all the disruption that the opponent will deliver, right? And I would, in theory, like favor usually the Ionian decks in these kind of matchups because they have more interaction, because they can also interact with the opposing spells, right? As we see here now that the Harrowing, for example, is something that they can interact with due to deny, and hence I think they are in a pretty comfortable spot here. And treat a card that we have not seen in a long time.
They mulligan the Harrowing and they find it again. Again, like you mentioned, that we saw Judgment being denied by Deny last game. In this case, very similar. Very high cost spell. That's fantastic if you're not playing as Ionia. If you're playing as Ionia, you're in trouble. Looks like we're seeing there 1-1 between Czechia and Germany. Germany currently fighting for maybe lethal there. Only 5 HP left for Czechia's Nexus. A concerted strike came in there. I think Fiora might... No, there's no Fiora there, actually. That is Fiora Shenless, but no Fiora right now. Single combat coming in from Screeching Dragon into the Thresh. Only one card for Czechia. We can't see what it is right now, but not many options, and only for 5 mana as well.
Yeah, and they're down to only like a few Nexus hit points, which I believe is 5 here. And they're threatening a lethal here, right? So they're trying to set up an open attack that actually threatens lethal. And the question is, does Czechia have an answer here, or are they actually just succumbing to the pressure of Shen Fiora?
Almost an end round there. It looks like an attack has already been used. Yeah, so that was the end of the turn there. Attack token now on the open attack, like you said, threatening lethal for Germany. 2 cards in hand. Do you develop? I mean, you have 10 mana and you have 10 mana in hand. I think you might develop there.
It feels risky. I think going for the scout attack first makes a lot of sense because that enables you for both sides, right? You get the best of both worlds, kind of. And the Bright Steel formation also really powerful to make the threatening follow-up attack even more threatening.
Of course, we are kind of sidelining the match here on the stream, but this is the beginning of the match.
Nothing's happening. These are like 2 control decks who are just going to pass essentially for the first couple of 5 turns. Yes, we see a sentry and a tavern keeper on the side of Belgium, but they're going to get dealt with by the Romanian team with ease. So don't worry about missing anything over there. Any chance production that we can get that back, I would love to see the end of that game. That's the biggest cliffhanger since one of the series of Game of Thrones.
They're teasing. There we go. Thank you, production.
Thank you.
A bit of a teaser, just playing around, but we're back. We're back in action here. Of course, Concussive Palm hitting a sentry is not the most exciting gameplay, so I think we can put that on the backstage for now. And let's check out the final here for Germany versus Czechia. Unit advantage for Germany on the open attack, only 5 HP. Well, Hapa's Aristocrat is going to help, but Bright Steel formation, Shen leveling up. If they don't get lethal here, they're going to clear the board for sure. I mean, everyone's going to get a barrier, and it's going to be a...
Yeah, they're going to live at 1 here. If my math is right, the Shen is going to be let through. Oh no, the attack actually triggers all the Shen barriers again, right? So that should be lethal. Because even Shen gets the +3, and that's 98 damage. Oh my god.
Yeah, the caretakers, crazy things happen. We see the counter there going all the way up. Unfortunately, no overwhelm for the German players. Surrender from Czechia. So Germany takes the series win there, and all of a sudden, Czechia isn't as immortal as we thought. 3-0, become 3-1. And Germany also go up to 3-1 as well. So all of a sudden, the favorite there is like we thought it would be from the beginning. The parity between both teams, the 2 top dogs in Group D. And Germany takes a huge win there and ties up that group at the very top end. Norway almost certainly out. And UK, that was a terrible result for UK. They wanted Germany to lose and Czechia to be the clear favorites. They can try and steal the second position, but now much more difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, UK not really down and out yet, right? They're only 1 win behind technically, so they still have the chance to turn around the fates next week. But as you mentioned, that's obviously not the result they would have wanted. They rather have like a very clear opponent they have to fight, not 2 of them who are both 1 win up. But it's still something that they can control. If they win both their games next week, they obviously put themselves in a position where they can at least force a tiebreaker.
Coming back to this control matchup, I think what came to my mind when I thought about this matchup is kind of in Pokemon when you use up all your moves and your only thing left you get to do is to struggle. This thing that does very little attack and very puny damage and all. This is what's happening here. These teams are both struggling in the early game. Playing out their concussive palms on Sentry is not usually what you expect to palm. It's not the value you expect to get from a 4-mana spell. And no one attacking because the trades are terrible for everyone. It's just stalling out until we get to the late game. We'll find out. Normally, I think Karma is going to be favored here because the value is almost unlimited on Karma compared to any other card in the game. And because you have Deny to stop so many of the big spells like Ruination and like the Harrowing from Belgium. Passage unearned. We're seeing it in hand. Interesting tech card, especially in this matchup against Go Get It, against Karma and Rekindler.
I love the card. Honestly, I've been pushing myself to masters with 2 different like Freljord Shadow Isles, and in both of them I run at least 1 Passage Unearned, sometimes even 2, simply because it's such a strong card against Feel the Rush. It's super strong against even Mistwraith list. It's a card that actually is surprisingly alive in a lot of matchups and is rarely ever super bricked or completely dead. Definitely can recommend in the current meta, run it as a one-off, try to feel how it is in your respective current meta and the respective elo you're playing in. And you might even go up to 2 if you're seeing a lot of Feel the Rush decks, if you're seeing a lot of Karma Thresh, if you're seeing a lot of Anivia, then this is a card that for 3 mana can counter a Harrowing. That's even better than Deny.
Especially, I think the little caveat here is to mention that if you're running a very late game control list, you're going to have so much card advantage that having a card that does nothing in some matchups is fine, because you don't need to use every single card in your hand. The turn is drawn. You're not playing off the top decks like some Burn or some mid-range lists are. So it's okay having a dead card every so often because it's so strong. Because for 3 mana, like you said, it can deny Feel the Rush, and you just win some matchups immediately because of that card in your hand, basically. So in control lists you have a lot of card advantage, just fine. In mid-range lists, maybe not the best option. Maybe sticks just the cards that synergize with your deck.
Really a meta call, right? Like there might be the call that you might add it into. I've seen actually like somebody play it against me, and I was very shocked in like a Mistwraith list where they actually just like put in some Passage Unearned, and I just felt the rush. And there's like 3 mana. Please put your units away again, thank you, sir. And that was definitely a shocker, but it's definitely more of a meta call in these mid-range lists, which you need to be mindful. Don't try this at home, kids.
And there's the Whale coming in, finding actually some value, which we thought it wouldn't find much of in this matchup, but does kill both sentries there. Does not just only stop the damage coming into the Nexus, but also healing back up to almost perfect, 18, quite close to 20. So doing okay there. Spain versus Croatia, 1-1. My Spanish boys coming back into it. Some bias coming from me, and they have a chance to, take the win there against Croatia. Game 3 for them, so already the final game there. Here in this matchup, we're seeing Belgium 1-0 up, still a chance for game 3 if Romania can win this game.
And we also see Karma Thresh here on the side of Spain.
And again, I think
not just the same matchup. They're also like just facing an Everson Sentry. Either it's like Tryndamere Trundle.
Yeah, it's the same exact deck. So this is something that's happening today. Coincidence. We saw also the similar thing happen in the last group we were casting, the 3rd match of the day. The match we had just seen was being replayed in the off stream as well. So these teams, maybe the meta is more solved than we thought. We thought 9 decks, anything can happen, but it seems like if these similar outcomes are occurring, teams are having very similar strategies when it comes to banning and matchups as well.
Yeah, I mean, these players are, as we mentioned, they're the best in Europe, right? They're the best from their respective countries, and they had now 2 weeks to figure out the new format and exactly how everything comes together. And we are seeing some very clear patterns, right? Where obviously previously some lists were more like, okay, let's take the 9 best decks in the meta. We're seeing more focused strategies. We're seeing more direct approaches, and we also see some decks that are clearly incredibly strong in this format. Ashen Nox being the primary example. I think Jinx Discard was the other one, which obviously, and we didn't talk about it too much, but Jinx currently being banned due to a bug that can occur. We might see her enabled again next week, depending.
So I believe Rekindler just came down by itself, looking to just have a unit to block because there's damage coming through from Anivia, and looking at their hand, they have nothing else to do. They could have played a Palm, but maybe they want to save that for the attack token for Anivia so they can stop that board clear damage coming in as well to the Nexus. Very awkward hand. They have the favored matchup, I think, but that was a pretty awkward hand. And Rekindler on one side dead, on the other side very much alive with a 3rd Anivia coming in, ready to just chill everything down.
It doesn't level up next turn, but it levels up the turn after, and you see how hyped the players from the Belgian team are, because they are seeing, okay, I have a gigantic board in a matchup that might not necessarily be favored, but with the amount of pressure that you can generate here and the amount of follow-up that they have, they must be feeling great.
Yeah, and the Whale was played last turn, so no full board clears either. Even so, in this current board state, wouldn't do much anyway. A lot of very healthy units. Ronation is a possibility, of course, and a Anivia player does not have a deny or anything, but the Ronation on Anivia doesn't really work. It's similar to Tryndamere. There is a last breath effect, and that Navia is coming to come back to get you next turn anyway. So
yeah, I think they're trying to like find solutions here. I think Black Spear is really nice because the buffed Black Spear now actually does 4 damage. So I think the play here that Romania is trying to go for is Black Spear the other Anivia and then Ruination afterwards. So you actually ensure that you fully clear the board. And then the only thing you have to worry about is the Harrowing, which you have the deny for in hand.
yeah, we see this animation go through. Nothing to stop it there. The damage coming through as well. There are some heals, like we saw the whale earlier, but not really that many. And you're at 6 HP already if you are the Romanian team. And again, this board is so sticky. 2 Anivias do go down. The 2 eggs do go down, I believe.
No Black Spear. That's very interesting to me.
Yeah.
Can you enlighten me? I'm really pondering why that is the case.
Yeah, that is unusual. I think they would have liked to kill all 3 Anivias. In this case, now 1 egg will survive. You can always, I guess, Black Spear the egg, but the Harrowing coming in, again, the Harrowing works even when they don't have the attack token now because the Anivias are going to stick on the board, do the last breath effect. They're one of the stickiest units on the board, kind of like the Undying. It's something that once your opponent develops the strategy, you can't stop it. Most of the time, you can clear with Ruination. You're like, okay, reset, we start again. In this case, there's no start again. We're going to start halfway through, and half of the work is already done for the Belgium team.
And honestly, maybe we have misevaluated the matchup a little bit. Maybe it's actually way better for the Anivia deck than we thought, simply because you have that option, right? If you are able to generate that pressure early and force the Ruination, then you can actually use Harrowing in a spot which is potentially uninteractable. And now you can obviously argue maybe that's a misplay from the side of Romania, right? That they are not waiting until turn 10, where they have the opportunity to Ruination and have the deny backup. But now Belgium is feeling great. They have 3 leveled up Anivias on the board. They need to get answered because they're only at 6 HP on the side of Romania. And Belgium is setting themselves up to have a 2-0 upset here. And really, as we mentioned, like keeping their tournament hopes alive.
Yeah, second Ruination comes down. Again, similar story. The Anivias are going to... Yeah, it's... Can they do enough to stop this? I mean, they're already at 6 HP, and I don't know if they can. We talked about Spooky Karma being maybe a better matchup, but the deny is still not coming into effect, really. They were tapped down last turn. They couldn't deny the Harrowing coming down. The eggs are back. You can obviously use double Vial Feast here to stop 2 of those eggs and only have 1 Anivia left.
And then even then, there's like the answer in form of the Glimpse Beyond. I actually would have wanted to see a pass here from the side of Belgium. That would have been something I really want to see because a Glimpse Beyond can draw you into another Harrowing, right? Which you definitely want to play here if you can. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. And fingers crossed for Belgium, obviously, if you're a fan of them, that they draw something that they can properly play here. Are they actually pondering about accepting this?
Looks like they are. I think kind of like what you were saying, they should have gone for the pass maybe earlier as well because they have a board state where if everyone just passes and they go to the next turn and they're open attacking with all 3 Anivias again, it's lethal. They win the game.
Yep.
So why change anything when the outcome on the board is already favoring you? Once your opponent does something to stop it, then you react and then you start committing mana. But when the board's already in your favor and you think there's not much your opponent can do next turn to stop it anyway, you're fine. They're the one that have to answer.
I agree with that, but then I wouldn't play the Wild Feast here. I feel like they're kind of mixing up the 2 lines in a very interesting way that it doesn't really like immediately make sense from my perspective. Glimpse here makes perfect sense from what I can say, because that actually ensures that they can draw a backup
and
again.
Not playing Vile Feast would have given them Rekindler this turn. Now they can't play because they're at 5 mana. So
exactly.
Again, being punished maybe for being too impatient, maybe. I mean, again, these players are here for a reason. They're some of the best players in the world. Maybe they have a different line of thought. And Runeterra is a very complex game with so many different sequencing and so many different cards to think about. Obviously, we have caster vision. We can see the cards in hand for both players and know almost immediately what the more optimal lines of play are. In this case, they still have Rekindler this turn, of course, and they can still have a pretty sizable attack. Whereas Team Romania, they've used 2 Ruinations. They're out of Ruinations. There's no more in hand. Go hard is still go hard. It's not pack your bags just yet.
Yeah, and honestly, like, this decision is really difficult. Like, between Rekindler and just like an open attack, it's really, really hard. And they went with a more greedy line, I would consider, of actually developing further into the board. But they're not getting punished simply because Romania does not have an answer in form of Ruination here. The only thing that they can do here is rekindle themselves, which apparently still is not activated. So Concussive Palm seems to be the best play and the best option, but that's just not good enough, even when combined together with Go Hard.
Double spell on the stack. We'll see what Romania decides for here. Belgium, of course, also waiting very impatiently to see if they have the answers to stop their lethal attack here and to stop them from winning the series 2-0 and starting their rampage in this tournament because they're getting the first win here. But we'll see if they can stop it here. Go Hard onto the Sentry, the stun onto one of the Anivias, and of course a 3-2 coming in as well to help as a blocker. And 5 mana up for Team Romania, which they can't really do much with. They go get it, not going to do much at all.
Yeah, and Belgium obviously wants to make sure that they are thinking through every single step. Obviously, as spectators, it's very easy to see how the optimal alliance look like in this specific scenario now, but they really want to make sure that they tick all their boxes. They're probably pondering between the attack and the grasp directly on the 3-2 that was generated from the Concussive Palm. Decide to go for it, which I would question a little bit because it reduces your mana, it reduces things that the opponent needs to think about. And given that obviously there have not been any denies played yet, there haven't been any other interactive plays been made from the Romanian team so far, I kind of think you have to factor in that they will have an answer. And your passing priority is so you're actually enabling deny plus the Hapless Aristocrat. That being said, that is actually good enough. That actually is good enough to let them survive. And no, it's not. It's actually it's one off. It's one off.
So it's still lethal, I think, regardless of what they do here.
Yeah.
Go Get It also would stop the grasp, but it's 5 mana and you can't play Hapless, and it doesn't do much. I guess you can still play the 3-2.
Yeah.
But it's the same outcome, I believe.
It's the same outcome. It's the same outcome. But deny keeps your 3-2. If the 3-2 and the Aristocrat block, you can block the Rekindler and Anivia. You take 2 damage from Anivia, 3, 5, 6. You actually live. If you
It's the same thing though, because you get the ephemeral 3-2 and then you can play the 0 cost 3-2, right?
Well, no, because the ephemeral dies, right? The ephemeral gets grasp, it gets replaced, and now the grasp goes on it. Right? So like deny plus Hapless actually would have saved them the round. That being said, now it's a 0 mana Concussive Palm. Yeah. I did not know that interaction. I mean, that then doesn't change anything. That actually is still then technically better, I guess, because you can stun the Anivia and then you can trade against the Tavern Keeper.
And they do survive now.
Yep. Yeah, so they would have survived with the other line as well. If they went to deny Hapless Aristocrat, they would have lived at 2. This way they live at 4 though, and I think that is the better line. I have to agree. I didn't know that interaction worked that way.
Yeah, we talked about also the Fiora being eaten by Tom Kench and then released. There's very small situations that unless you see it played with that exact situation occurring, you're not entirely sure. You can make an assumption of how it works, but until you see it, now we know. So now viewers and everyone at home also knows if they ever play this on ladder and go into that exact situation, you can do that to survive as well if you need to. Romania survives to live another day, but 4 HP, like we mentioned, there's no removing these Anivias. They're going to come back in one way or another. It's very, very tough. And I just think they can't do anything. And this is a deck that doesn't have this kind of combo win condition with like Lee Sin in one turn that can take you down from 20 to 0. This is a deck that maybe wins off of something like a Pack Your Bags, but when you're 20 HP, it's not enough. Looking at the recap there, Spain versus Croatia, 1-1.
Yeah, I have bad news for you. Like looking at that board, it feels like it's almost a similar situation, right? On the one hand, I see like double Anivia and a Rekindler. On the other hand, I see a whole bunch of nothing in the Thresh. And I think the Croatian team will feel comfortable in that spot.
They're a bit more healthy, at least. 16 True. HP for Spain. They're maybe going to survive the onslaught for a little bit longer, but ultimately they might also fall to these the zombie Anivias are hard to be stopped. Zombies for a reason. I think
it becomes very apparent why this deck has been so highly credited by so many players in the last week, and why it drew so many bans in previous matches, right? Apparently, there is so much value that you can just generate in unit form that you can even outvalue a deck like Thresh Karma, and this feels so bad. This is the second Rekindler that just doesn't get anything, and I just I have pain in my stomach.
And the hand it's been really just a traitor to Team Romania. 2 Rekindlers that are dead is something that doesn't happen when you play 200 games with this deck on ladder.
Yeah.
It'll never happen. Having 2 dead Rekindlers in a game because of how the game went or because of how your hand was developed. And yeah, unfortunate in the match that maybe matters the most to them out of any match they might play this month. They just don't find the draws they need to. And double whale comes in, looks like, from Team Belgium to clear.
It's the 10 mana removal for Hapless Aristocrat.
But in this case, when your opponent's playing a dead Rekindler and you have Niveas on the board, it's fine. You can lose that value. I think they've overhealed by like 17 already with the whales and everything else. And again, another open attack. Is there anything that can be done here? I believe they can be denied, right?
Yeah, they can be denied.
So there's that
but even
chance.
then, it's just not enough. Because there's just too many units. It's just like not even close, honestly. There's so much damage that still go through.
3 denied. We talk about deny being so important, but not in this way. Come on, you're denying the chill wins from the Anivia and not the big spells.
Yeah, there's still the Withering Whale though, which I didn't see earlier. So that might be one of the options, but no, it's the concession from the side of Romania. Belgium win 2-0, a big upset, and so crucial to ensure that they still keep their hopes alive to actually make playoffs next week.
Team Belgium with a smile on their face, finally able to smile in this tournament with a positive result here. So we end the day on a happy note after seeing some interesting matches, some matches that maybe we called misplaced too early with Portugal versus Russia at the beginning, also with Marcus and Norway. I believe it looked like a misplay, but they could have also been playing against around cards like you mentioned, Grasp and Riptide. So again, it's much easier to call with caster vision, but in this case, I mean, a happy note at least. Belgium getting the first win in the tournament. They're now 1-3, so they have a chance to make it out. We don't know what happened with Spain and Croatia. We'll update you guys as soon as we know. I'm especially invested, of course, in my home country. I hope they win. Sorry, Croatia. But for sure, we know Romania has lost this game against Belgium, and that means that Romania can still fight, of course. They're in a good spot, but they won't be leading the group after this day 4. It will be either whoever wins out of Spain and Croatia will be with a 3-1 score, and the other team will be same as Romania, 2-2 now in this group A.
Yeah, honestly, like really exciting group. We're seeing now obviously Belgium at 1-3. As you mentioned, 2 teams will be at 2-2, and then there will be 1 team, depending on who the victor is on the match that we're currently not seeing, who will be in a dominant position going into the last week, and who will be very happy with how they've set themselves up for the last couple of games.
So if we want, I think we're going to be able to actually hop into the Spain versus Croatia. The technology is here, my friends. We finally made it. Day 4, we got there, better late than never. We're going to hop into the end of the Spain versus Croatia. We need a tiny minute to set it up. But thank you, production, for finally giving us what we want. We want to see, of course, Spain in my case, and also just see the more games you can see, the better. Where at the end of the day, we saw every match that was supposed to be broadcasted on stream. But we get a little bonus, a little extra, a little fortune cookie at the end to seal the day 4 of this tournament here.
Maybe to catch you up to speed, they are currently 1-1, and we're actually in the final game. And it looked like it's already like a fairly developed board state. And I believe it is Croatia that is running the Anivia list, where it's Spain with the Karma Thresh. So similar matchup to what we had. Obviously, the list might differ slightly, but that's the scenario, and we're going to hop into it shortly.
The stage has been set. Hopefully we can see the action before it terminates, because the game was looking like it was nearing the end game there. The Navies were on the board, kind of a deja vu from the game we just watched now. We'll see if the outcome is different, but the decks were the same, and the situation on the board looked pretty similar as well. Unfortunately for Spain, because they were on the losing end there, it seemed, but we'll see if they can take it back. Of course, we're going to wait a tiny bit before we can get into that. And again, the standings, it means that whoever wins from this game, Spain-Croatia, would be top of Group A with 2 more group stage days left, days 5 and 6 next weekend. And that's it. That's the last 2 games you're playing, and then you're deciding who makes it out to playoffs, of course. Going to be a standard playoffs with quarterfinals, semifinal, and the final. So 8 teams make out of groups, the 2 best teams from each group.
And with how that group currently looks like, a single win next week would actually be enough for whoever wins here to ensure that they at least get a tiebreaker for first, right?
Looks like we're in the game, and looks like this might be a long one because both players are, stalling out. They're both very healthy. Less Niveas than there were before, so progress has been made, I think, if you're the Spanish player.
Absolutely.
And we see there Anides, actually, that's the pronunciation, for Team Croatia, and I believe it is Faul for Team Spain.
Yeah, we're gonna see like a lot of removal here, right? Like I think this is how the matchup is supposed to go, right? Obviously, like as we mentioned, there was a pretty rigged draw in the other game that we saw, which led to this being very one-sided and fairly quick for a control matchup. How we expect the matchup to go is that there's a lot of removal on both sides of the field, and that will eventually null itself out, and it really comes down to which deck can create more value and can ensure that it does not run out of gas.
And which deck can cheat more value, because with these
True.
decks, you have cards like Rekindler, you have cards like Missed Call onto Rekindler. There's certain ways that you're almost, when the right outcome, and if you survive to the late game and you have these cards and these combos, it almost feels like you're cheating because you're getting so much value off these 7 mana plays or these 3 mana plays with Missed Call. So we'll see who can do it. We see a few awkward cards in hand for Croatia. They have a full hand, but they're at 20 HP. And they have a lot of healing spells. They don't need. They're already at max mana, so they don't need Catalyst either. So a lot of awkward cards in hand.
Yeah, I think that's to be expected to a degree in these control matchups, right? Because mostly when you build these control decks, you need to factor in, okay, which decks can I play against? And control decks, more than any other deck, rely on you understanding the meta and who you would potentially be up against, right? You want to run cards like Withering Wail, like Wrath of the Undying, to ensure your respective aggressive matchups are good, maybe Vile Feast, maybe even Unspeakable Horror. And in these specific control matchups, so all of these cards that you're packing into a toolkit to make sure that you're in a favorable matchup against the aggressive and mid-range strategies, they're just complete blanks. Obviously, you want to try to find some use out of it. And as we can see here, like a 5-mana Grasp to kill a 0/1 Anivia Egg. But that's essentially what it comes down to, making sure that you get value out of the tools that are not meant to be valuable in this respective matchup.
And we see Spain continuing with the egg hunting, of course. The Anivia killing Anivia looks great on paper, but the egg is still there, so you have to deal with that as well. It's kind of, you have to deal with it twice, basically. But when you see the egg already in its vulnerable state, then you can attack. And we saw the kill there on one of the eggs, and that's one less Anivia you have to deal with. But unfortunately, with the way this deck plays out, it's going to be hard dealing with all the Anivias and having all the removal you need to have to deal with all those attacks later on.
Yeah, there definitely has to be more omelette on the menu if you're on the side of Spain, because the Anivias are not going to stop, and neither are the eggs.
See the whale there again. We mentioned the healing being just overvalued. You don't really need the heals from the whale there. You do clear a few more units, but the hand is just so reactive and so unimpactful onto the board that you're just stalling out here, like you mentioned. Your Anivias might stick, but the rest of your hand, the Wording Stones, etc., is not looking great.
Yeah, we see here in the head of Spain, there's not a lot of proactivity. Now the Deep Meditation obviously gets you something at least that you can play, but all the other cards are essentially reactive, maybe apart from the Hapless Aristocrat. So that means you're kind of a little bit of a pickle, because your opponent has a board, right? They're fine passing, because even if it's only the 5 damage that they're threatening this turn around, if they just do that every single turn, they will slowly outgrind you, because the value on the board is something that you essentially get every single turn, right? So if you don't heal for 5, then at some point they will just overtake you. So you will have to deal with either the board or need to heal against it. And both of these will cost you resources. And if you don't have something to replenish them, then eventually you will get grinded out by that Anivia engine.
Well, the Wording Stone is being hovered there, I assume just as a blocker, because it's not doing much in terms of ramping when you're at 13 mana already. Deep Meditation, obviously a much better option. Go hard could be a viable win condition here in this matchup if you find, enough copies. But again, your opponent's still 20 HP and they still have a lot of heals, so maybe not the best option. It's going to be really hard to tell who wins this. Maybe just Croatia, like you mentioned, because of the value they get from the Anivias.
Yeah, as of now, I definitely consider them strongly favored, simply because they, as I mentioned, because they have the current board, right? And while there is enough reactivity on the side of Spain to deal with it like one by one, all of these cards are so expensive, and generating tempo is really hard for the Karma Thresholist, right? If you Ruination, yes, you put a reset button on it, but you also put yourself in a very vulnerable position to a potential answer harrowing, as we've seen in the last game, right? So you want to have the denies backup as well. But that means you always need to plan your turns very compactly. You can usually only do like 1 or 2 plays. Otherwise, you just run out of gas and you run out of options.
So the Entreat was played there. It didn't draw anything. So there's no more Anivias left in the deck. Interesting sequencing from Croatia there. Maybe they forgot. I don't think there's any reason to play it. There's no, if you know you're not going to get a champion.
I was thinking maybe the reason to play the Weeding Stones is to enable the Glimpse to ensure that you don't have any risk of overdrawing, but then also the Entreat on top of it. I have to agree that seems to be a bit of a misplay. And maybe just an opportunity to burst pass for 2.
Yeah, and the Entreat is a card that isn't played in many decks. It's a card that's very slow, of course. Spending 2 to just get a card that you might draw anyway. It's played a lot in Anivia though, because the signature spell for Anivia is so valuable in stalling out in getting something like a Harsh Winds, for example.
Yeah, we see the Glimpse here, not answered by the potential Grasp, opting against it from the side of Spain, wanting to keep the Grasp for removal on either Anivia or the Chronicler here.
I think they knew why, because they just drew into another Withering Whale, another Wording Stones, and another Entreat. So the hand looking really awkward for Croatia.
Definitely does, especially when Entreat doesn't do anything.
They have the board to push damage here, but they're just not doing anything with their hand. They have nothing to do here. And the Karma comes in. All of a sudden, that might be pretty crucial. We're on turn 10. Spain finally finds the Karma. There is a Vengeance, but there is also a Go Get It in hand for Spain to play around that.
Yeah, very interested to see how this played out, because this is how I originally envisioned the matchup to go, where Karma is just able to outvalue in the late game, and then via some Go Hard combo together with Go Get It, being able to actually just like almost one-shot kill. Like you mentioned in the other game, like, hey, that Karma deck doesn't really have an option to just like one-turn kill. That is one of the few ways that they're actually able to. If they're able to Go Get It on something like a Rekindler, suddenly they have 3 Karmas on the board, and 3 Karmas together with Go Hard can just easily seal the deal. But we see how this manifests. Honestly, it's a very intriguing way. They're down to 8, so they definitely have to think about what the opposition can throw their way. The level of Karma obviously is still something that is very crucial, and I expect this to be very much a contested pick. Once they play the Karma, it will get thrown removal from the side of Croatia, and Spain will do their best to defend it.
And I think this is the matchup we expected in the last game between Belgium and Romania. This is what we thought it would come down to. A terrible hand, because they're not meant to fight for this matchup. They're fighting for aggro or different matchups. Very slow play. Both players, like I mentioned, the struggle effect. Both players doing almost nothing on the board. But Anivia is, again, slowly inching ahead because of that just persistent damage that you can't really stop. Every turn, like you mentioned, if you don't out-heal, you're going to be getting hit for 5 every turn, and maybe you don't have enough to survive here.
Yeah, that's going to be the first part of the story. The box is going to deal some damage to the Karma and gets the Spiderling on the side. And Spain is thinking, okay, how does this manifest? Do I actually need to do something already? Do I need to keep my options open? Because obviously, if the Karma is only at 1 HP, there's more opportunities for Croatia to threaten a follow-up. Either if that's Avalanche or Vile Feast or Unspeakable Horror, all these thoughts are going to go through the minds of the Spanish players here.
Yeah, for now, nothing has happened. They're fine just as Karma's still alive. Then they have a chance to still react with things like Deny later on, or Go Get It even as well, depending on what spell's used.
Yeah, one important thing I want to highlight, because some people might not know that yet, Go Hard actually even transfers copies on the stack. So if you have multiple Karmas or multiple copies of Go Hard on the stack, if you cast the third Go Hard while another Go Hard is on the stack, the other Go Hard will actually transform into Pack Your Bags, which can sometimes set up some incredibly weird lethals that can be very surprising for the opponent.
And looks like Croatia is really thinking this through to how to kill this Karma in a very complex way, but a way that really ensures it, I think. This Go Get It, they kill at least this first Karma.
Yep.
But the second Karma is going to come down as a 5/3. They'll have Grasp.
But there's no second Karma, is there?
From the Go Get It.
Oh, but does it trigger still if the Karma gets destroyed in response?
Well, it goes to your hand first. It's a 0 mana Karma.
Yeah, but I'm saying in response to this Go Get It, the Karma is going to get destroyed, right? So Go Get It doesn't have a target anymore.
I know what you mean. Yeah, with Grasp. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah. I was thinking about after the stack resolves, but yeah, before that happens, Grasp comes in. And yeah, very meticulous removal here. A 3, like you mentioned, a 3-step process, but it ensures that Karma is removed. We don't see a Rekindler in hand for Spain. We don't see, that Go Get It was kind of the last chance. It would have been crazy because we would have gotten 2 Karmas. But it's not there. We see a Pack Your Bags, but again, Croatia's at 20 HP, not going to do much, especially without a Karma on the board to get that double proc as well. So
we also see the Chronicler, big draw from the side of Croatia. The Chronicler is huge here.
About time. I mean, they drew a lot of really bad cards lately. You can check their hand right before the Chronicler, and this is the first threat here.
Yeah, Spain trying to deal with the Anivia. They have to, right? They're down to 10 now. They want to ensure that they actually are able to deal with the threat. They also drew Pack Your Bags, so they have opportunities, but Wild Beast is more than enough to deal with the egg right now. Very interesting to me that there was actually not a Chronicler follow-up, because now that option goes away, but I'm assuming the Harsh Winds is Anivia, yeah. And that just gets turned around again. Normal Anivia, and that can get followed up by the Chronicler. And that will threaten a ton of damage next turn.
Pack Your Bags would kill Anivia here, and Vile Feast could answer the egg once again. Still 4 mana up for Croatia. I think Spain really just doing the math here. What can they interact? With 4 mana, what can they do in response to stop this from happening? Looks like Spain values this Pack Your Bags quite a bit. They want to maybe save it for later on to see if Croatia continues developing. If Anivia open attacks next turn, it's damage, but it's not lethal damage or anywhere close to it. Now that they're back to 14 HP, so the struggle here, both teams great at stalling, both decks great at stalling and going for a very not very explosive late game, more of a slowly stalling it out until they can just choke you out. But in this case, they're both choking each other, and it's going really slow for both players.
Very true, a very accurate comparison. Honestly, this might be the first tie game that we've ever seen in the tournament so far. If this actually goes to 40 turns and no side can actually secure a victory. But let's see, let's not call it too early. I think there's only 9 cards left in the South of Croatia, so there's actually the chance that we're going to see a deck victory here for the side of Spain, potentially. I'm not sure how their deck looks like, but usually Karma has the way to replenish the deck infinitely, assuming that they still have 2 Karmas in the deck and that the other one hasn't been dealt with before we tuned in.
Is there enough removal in both of these decks to just completely stop their opponent's game plan to the point where all they have left are Withering Whales and Catalyst of Aeons and Wording Stones in hand? That's what I want to watch. I want to watch a final showdown between Wording Stones and Vile Feast Spiderling over 3 turns.
Yeah, I mean, what's putting out maybe 2 things important. One, a characteristic of the game itself, right? If a game goes on for 40 turns and there's still no victor, the game is declared a tie by the game itself. And one important thing for the match when it comes to the tournament, ties would not actually be considered for the outcome of the game. So if this is a tie, then we're actually in for another barn burner, because then we restart the game completely, same picks and bans, same deck availability, and we just get potentially to see the same matchup again, into another tie, and then we'll spend the rest of the day together.
Max,
Isn't that great, Panda?
I'm going to stop you right there and tell you that if you have experience as a caster, do not joke around with ties and games being repeated infinitely, because the moment you do, that's exactly what happens. Believe me, this is the caster curse guarantee.
Listen, I'm new to this. I'm sorry, but I would love to see it.
I'll give you the warning now. Do not mention it again, because we will be here until tomorrow. There'll be a day 5 tomorrow, and then it'll go to 7 days of group stage.
Isn't that what we all want to see?
Well, I also want to sleep at some point in my life, Max. But Runeterra action is, of course, great. We're getting this bonus game here. Let's hope it's just one bonus game, not bonus games, plural. I'm sure viewers would love it. Us too, maybe not so much. And definitely not Croatia and Spain, because these games are not exciting to play. This game is just, it stalls out and in so many turns, and you have to think, not make any misplays, of course. There's the Pack Your Bags, clears the board. The egg comes in, and the egg will be answered by Vile Feast. Nothing that Croatia can do. And I mentioned it. It might be the case that both of these players just don't have anything to do, and they just have weird spells in hand, like Withering Whale and empty boards and Catalyst of Aeons, and they can't do anything.
I'm actually curious. I would want to see how many cards both of these decks have in their respective libraries, because we know that Croatia drew some cards. I'm assuming that Spain also drew some cards via Deep Meditation. So I think the scenario of a tie is actually incredibly unrealistic. What is that?
This is where we get to with these games, Max. You kill a 0-1 egg with a vengeance, and that's fine, and that's acceptable, right? That's just how things go at this point. Yeah, sanity gets thrown out the window, and things just go into the shadow realm, basically.
Oh, I actually noticed just actually I think it's pretty much impossible for Spain to deck themselves, because Go Hard is another way that they can actually replenish the cards in their deck, right? One Go Hard always ensures that you get 2 additional copies that get shuffled into the deck. So I'm assuming that they are essentially, we see the entree doesn't get anything. So I think Spain just wins by default here because they can't lose, right?
Well, we get some action finally. Rekindler comes in to save the day. Some actual gameplay going to be here, but Nation going to answer to that. And of course, the Vile Feast coming in as well. I think the Vengeance last turn was basically saying, okay, we don't need all this mana. We don't want to spend, we just need the Vile Feast later to kill another egg later on. It does the same thing as Vengeance basically. And now that they actually need the mana because they have to play Ruination first, they have the Vile Feast. So very heads up play by Spain. Props to them. It's why, as casters, I think I said before, it's hard to see all the lines, but now we see the explanation maybe why we saw that. The Vile Feast in return from Croatia, who gets to keep the spider at the end of this game? It's going to be the answer here.
Go hard. Do it.
And no go hard there from Spain. Both players just chilling. Thresh also going to be some gameplay now here. You can Chronicler of Ruin into the spider. Maybe not the best option. And we'll see if finally Spain can try and do something here.
And thanks to Spain for pointing that out. So only 5 more cards left in the deck of Croatia, and more than 10 on the side of Spain. And as we mentioned, they have the ability to replenish with go hards as well. So Croatia actually, with their backs against the wall, in round 25, it looks like they're able to just secure it. The passing game is fantastic for the side of Spain because there's only going to be 2 more draws, and then Croatia's going to run out.
Well, Croatia
I would
apparently...
just let this resolve. Let the glimpse resolve.
Croatia's impatient. They want to lose right now. They want to just take that loss now. They're digging through, and I think this analogy with the Pokemon struggle when you don't have any more moves is perfect. They have no more moves. They have the loss there. Spain takes it over just, resisting until the very end, turn after turn. Nothing else that they just got completely defused. Nothing else in the deck could deal damage to Spain. They had only healing spells. I mentioned it, and it did end up happening. Spain wins that 2-1. I'm obviously very happy, even though the gameplay wasn't too exciting. They take the lead in this Group A. After these 4 days, they're 3-1. Now Croatia and Romania both 2-2. And of course, we have Belgium coming back into it with a 1-3 score.
Yeah, Spain definitely restabilizing after their initial loss, which came as an upset to a lot of people. Now still back in fashion and number 1 of this group, restabilizing themselves as one of the tournament favorites that they were coming in, and they're definitely looking strong for next week and looking in a prime position to ensure that they secure playoffs. And
their first loss was against Croatia. This is the repeat of that day 1 broadcast, so they were able to take it back now here, and like you said, come back into the group and come back with a dominating fashion, taking first place with 2 more days left. They're not guaranteed to make it out, but they're in a pretty good position to do so, especially considering they have a match still against Belgium, and Belgium might still be considered, the worst team in this group. So we'll find out what happens then next weekend. But first, we'll take a small break, and we'll be back with you guys to just close out the day in a few minutes. So stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The dust has settled for day 4. We're done with the tournament. We're done with the matches, at least for today. But we have just a quick recap for you guys to see what happened today, who ended up beating who, what the standings look like, to see who can make it out of groups and who has a very slim chance of still being able to make it out. And right away, we're going to go to the matches for today. I think just a quick recap, not just the on-stream matches, but specifically the off-stream matches as well that we missed. We saw them all kind of recapped here, but might not be fresh in the viewers' minds. Right away, Portugal beating Russia 2-0 and Bulgaria also beating Italy 2-0. Maybe a surprise with Bulgaria because they were 0-3, beating the number 1 Italy on their team. With Portugal, they were both kind of bottom teams, Russia and Portugal. Portugal now fighting for a spot with the last 2 days of group stages left. UK beating Norway. Norway pretty much eliminated. I know you say the math doesn't check out, but for me, the math checks out in a realistic perspective, I think. And UK able to maybe still fight against Czechia and Germany for the second spot in that Group D, and Belgium beating Romania 2-0, like Bulgaria, getting their first win of the tournament.
I think when you look at this, it's essentially two stories here. On the matches that we were able to commentate on today, it's essentially the story of the underdogs. Portugal beating Russia, Bulgaria beating Italy, UK probably arguably the favorites against Norway, but that was an incredibly intense game, and that last incredibly I'm going to remember that concerted strike for the rest of the year. And then Belgium 2-0 against Romania, again also an upset. So most of the teams keeping their tournament hopes alive. Whereas on the other side, you actually see all the favorites doing exactly what we would expect them to do. Poland 2-0, France 2-0, Germany 2-1, Spain 2-1. So all probably the top 4 teams that most people would have considered at the start of the tournament. Obviously now we would probably put Czechia in there and Italy. They all secure their victories right there, putting themselves into prime positions for a playoff secure next week.
Not just what players would consider the top teams, but what were actually the top 4 seeds. Those are the 1, 2, 3, and 4 coming off of the snapshot, Poland, France, Germany, and Spain. After this tournament, after these past few days, these 2 weekends, maybe not so much the case in the last 2 matches where Germany, Czechia, and Spain, Croatia were very much the 2 favorites battling against each other, the 2 tight ends for each group. So it wasn't as clear cut, but yeah, like you did mention, Poland, Latvia, and France, Austria, 2 clean wins from 2 teams that were, France number 1 on the snapshot with Elix leading the pack there for the qualification from ladder, and Poland with a player like Allen and Duo Fonel and Chogo Pass as well. A very strong team. I think they were 4th in the seedings or 3rd in the seedings. So after Germany and France, very strong as well, also getting the win there. So that's just a quick recap of the matches. Now let's check out these standings to see kind of where each team falls in their group and maybe what the surprise is. After 4 days, I think we can look back and think, what team did you expect to be higher or lower on these standings, Max?
So, I mean, honestly, probably the biggest upset for anybody but Pulse is Czechia, still in Group D, sitting pretty at the first seed. And with that result, by the way, of Germany winning, we talked about the potential. Norway is now out, like the first team that are eliminated from the tournament, because they can only secure 2 wins, and both Germany and Czechia, they already have the 3 wins ready. And that means, unfortunately, we have to already say goodbye to Norway. They can still play spoiler next week, but that's definitely also something that I wouldn't have expected so relatively early in the tournament after only just 2 weeks, because Norway is probably also a team that people expected to fight for that second seed in that group.
Yeah, every other group aside from Group D is, still every team can make it out, and every team can not make it out, can end up just losing it and not making it past the group stage. So very, very exciting matches, of course. A lot of deciding matches going to be happening day 5 and day 6. Quick reminder, we are, I think, next week probably not going to give priority to the matches that weren't shown. We're instead going to give priority to the matches that matter, because some matches, especially on day 6, will be deciding matches and some matches will be inconsequential. So I think at that point, the viewer experience and the tournament experience matters more to see the most important matches. But look at the standings here, yeah. Again, you mentioned it, not just the 4 big seeds winning today, but the 4 big seeds being top of their groups at the end of the day 4. So the seeding and the math checks out. It seems like some, maybe not in the order people expected, but Spain, Poland, France, and Germany, all the first seeds in each of their respective groups, are all top dogs in day 4. So that's really cool to see.
Yeah, and honestly, I think looking into next week, there's so many exciting storylines that we will have to pursue, right? Like Spain versus Romania, targeted for day 1 here. Incredibly important. Spain might be able to already lock their playoff slot right there. Croatia with Belgium on the other side. Poland versus Russia, same story. Like Poland actually going ahead and like securing another victory might be enough to just like directly secure their playoff spot right there. And Latvia versus Portugal fight for survival on the other side.
Yeah, and again, France, Italy, Germany, Norway. Norway can play spoiler, can beat Germany in their first one in the tournament, and all of a sudden UK has to think of not just for today, but for next Saturday as well, if that does happen, because they will then have a chance that they can beat Czechia to maybe make it out as a second seed. So again, a lot of things can still happen. Very little set in stone for now. We'll have to see the matches next Saturday and next Sunday, of course. We'll see it there. Week 3, day 1 will start on the 21st of November, and we'll be able to see the action unfold, of course. And of course, we'll have also new caster pairs. I think viewers have noticed, we've been rotating the caster pairs. Mogwai casted with Pulse yesterday. You and I casted today. I think it went pretty well. I think I enjoyed casting with you a lot. I think we're both very similar in some ways, but also work well with each other. So it was a great experience.
Well, it's a pleasure for me, Panda.
I think that's all from us. I think we might go back to our pretty faces. I'm going to say it, get some confidence, and we'll sign off the day for today. But that's all from us. That's all from day 4. We saw a lot of great action, a lot of upsets as well. You mentioned it with the underdog teams like Bulgaria, like Belgium finally getting a win, and Norway unfortunately not, but still some great matches today. And we'll see you guys next Saturday. Remember, the 21st of November at 3 p.m. CET. So stay tuned next weekend for the outcome and the final results in this group stage.
It's going to be great. Don't miss it.